Arire bonu mo Biafra kudenu. Ode chichi. Apodo kwanye kaji. Anye nosi chipo meno. Onye ndu nebe anyarachi. Kedipo meno. Kanyi cheta nakaya diocha. Kedipo meno. Aichipo wananyasi. Kedipo meno. Wane chire wane ya Kedipo melani Onye ndu nebe anyarachi Kedipo melani Kanyi cheta kwa nakaya diocha Ofonoku Koji eteje Haru neme nobodo Koji eti Ututu danyasi Afufu nata Akwa makobi wane Chukwu kikoi Arire bonu mo Biafra kudenu. Ode chichi. Apodo kwanye kaji. Anye nosi chichi. Kanye kulie nurano my people. Kedipo melo. Aichipo wananyasi. Kedipo melo. Wane chire wane ya. Kedipo melo. Onye ndu nebe anyarachi. Kedipo meno. Kanyi cheta nakaya diocha. Kedipo meno. Aichipo wananyasi. Kedipo meno. Wane chire wane ya. Kedipo melani. Onye ndu nebe anyarachi. Kedipo meno. Kanyi cheta kwa nakaya diocha. Indigenous people, they want to kill him. Chugwa kikebiko do, they want to kill him. Osemela nubo, Kedipo melo. Aichipo wananyasi, Kedipo melo. Wane chire wane ya, Kedipo melo. Onye ndu nebe anyarachi, Kedipo melo. Kanyi cheta nakaya diocha. Kedipo melo. Aichipo wananyasi. Kedipo melo. Wane chire wane ya. Kedipo melani. Onye ndu nebe anyarachi. Kedipo melo. Kanyi cheta kwa nakaya diocha. Biafra is all he asks for. Every night and day he's shouting and pointing to one direction. But his own people are blind and saying it's causing division. Tell me why someone who sacrificed his life for you and I. Tell me why out of sight has become out of our mind. He's asking for nothing and cares about not for these people emancipation. No. But there is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a clue. In the morning sun will rise. There is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a clue. The morning sun will rise. He doesn't care about nothing and abandon his family. Yeah. Oh. Take your time and think what he's going through. He doesn't want to give up but to protect you. Even when they throw him African choo-choo. Oh no, yeah. Oh. Bring up the Kanu now. Let me hear you sing. Bring up the Kanu now. because of envy. We love him, he's one and only. We follow him because he's ready to die for the freedom of his people. Whatever he said, it's a prophecy. Take it on, you live it, let you believe. He's so fanatical and ever ready to die for the freedom of his people. There is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a clue. In the morning sun will rise. There is a breaking news to those who never knew. Permit me to give you a clue. The morning sun will rise. Bring up the cannon now. 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 Everybody know my job is singing. Bring up the cannon, yeah. Bring up the cannon,
Good evening. Where you're heading to? Sorry?
Do you know Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran?
Do you know
the leader of the Iran Revolution?
Ayuba and all Amazonians at a time had their political representation. It is a very good thing. I saw the map that was displayed when Dr. Ayaba was speaking. Look at it very carefully. You will see that when it came to us, it used to be called the NCNC, National Council of the Cameroon, or National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons. When they say National Council of Nigeria, they were referring to Amazonia. Amazonians were part of us in Enugu before. Somehow, the powers that be determined that they should be cut away from us. Then we are no longer one people. What gives you recognition is truthfulness. What gives you recognition is consistency. What gives you recognition ultimately is the ability to let your enemies understand that you will sacrifice anything sacrificable to get that which is right for your people. And that is why we are getting a mention in New York Times. As you would say, you did not mention CNN because the same thing happened to CNN, even quoted me for the very first time. I'm not sure they've done that before. CNN quoted what I said regarding the attack of a non-gun, I wouldn't call it an attack, the granting of grace and freedom to people who are illegally incarcerated in Nigeria. And I do hope as time goes on that the same level of consistency and spirit of never say die will go into all ethnic nationalities within Nigeria and beyond that are yearning for freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that insight on that.
Suffering. I have told those who are on Facebook, on my page, live there, because Facebook is frustrating everybody. Live there and go to Instagram
And take over their space. Can't you see what we did in the East? Can any of these so-called idiotic elders speak? They cannot, because we have such them. We know they are not elders. They are called OKA Sona Daniela G. They are the type of elders that when you leave them with their granddaughter, they'll be molesting her sexually, calling themselves elders. Wicked, evil men hiding under their age to perpetrate evil. Gani Adams, as an come forth Yoruba land, must rise up now. Walk with Professor Kintoy and Igbo, young and vibrant, to liberate your people. You are quiet, all this thing, punch newspaper, tribune, writing, colloquium, selectium, all this rubbish, launching of book with the same sultan that killed the daughter of Bafasharanti. Oh dear me. Let me go to the second most deadliest serpent in the zoo. They are the intellectuals from the East. The serpentine and deadly. Equally as deadly as Yoruba sophisticated morons. writing junk every day. These people are they have no influence. So the only place where an intellectual has an influence is dampening the spirit of his own people. He will never fight for his right. Never. His job is to identify those who are struggling to survive and to make it easier for the Fulani to overrun them by first of all dampening their spirit. Now listen, this second group is equally as deadly. They are from the east. They were not born in the village, so they don't know they don't even know what it means to be a Biafran. They have no idea what it means to be an Igbo person, what it means to be an Ibibio person, what it means to be a genuine Ijo person, not minding that some of them are a bit not right in the head because of resource control. They're in Abuja and in Lagos, intellectual, very, very poisonous and deadly. They are the ones also aiding and abetting the march of the Janjaweed into our territories. The intellectual fools from the east, mostly Igbo, like a snake, they are very, very slow and poisonous. They use one horse. Circumstances beyond my control. You think they are with you? They'll be writing, oh, this thing where we are moving, the Igbo nation, that's where we are moving. Oh, pora, lies. Ask them better. How do we, when it comes, ask an intellectual, how do we chase away those fallen Janjaweed from Ozowani? He'll start telling you how to conscientize, how to use education to influence. Okay, rubbish. Talking nonsense. The heavy intellectual in Abuja and in Lagos, every day talking rubbish. Listen there. Sometimes they graduate into politics and they send them to Abuja as a politician in the church Abasa. Like a snake, an Igbo intellectual is as equally as deadly as a Yoruba sophisticated moron. These are the people keeping Fulani in power and making sure that your life is a mystery. You know, I call them the Venus flytrap of the animal kingdom. You know, there's this plant. It eats animals. There's a plant. It opens up its mouth. It secretes something, either some kind of resin or there's some kind of liquid secretion at the bottom. The animals will come, and flies, they think it's very sweet. They will go in to go and take maybe the nectar or whatever secretion that this plant has. You know what the plant will do? It's a forest plant in the forest. The whole plant will quietly close. Google it and eat the animal. But it is pretending, oh, we are all plants. Oh, don't worry, come to me. The way you're pollinating and cross-pollinating, oh, don't worry, come. I'll accept you. They open up and you fall in and you die. They dissolve you in their liquid and they absorb the nutrients from your body. Exactly an Igbo intellectual. That's what they do. Sometimes they may even come onto Facebook to be writing their junk. You ask them, my dear brother or sister, explain this thing to me in simple English. What are writing about? They don't even know what they are writing. The worst part of intellectualism is that they don't even understand the junk they are writing. All they are writing is to be noticed by Abuja, so somebody can call them and give them some money. That's all. To the detriment of their own people. Intellectualism in the East. Sophisticated moronism in the West. These are the main backers of Fulani Janjaweedism. They will never rise up to speak the truth and damn the consequences. They secrete their venom, oh dear me, and inject the unsuspecting public with their gibberish, cloaked in what I refer to as indecipherable English, to keep you all ignorant. Poisonous and deadly. Igbo intellectual. Poisonous and deadly. Especially if the fool has a house in Lagos, then it's over. They are the type that will come out against NSAS protesters because their brother is a senior special advisor to a local council chairman. You know, brain of a black man. It's our turn. Let's eat. They have sold their soul to the Janjaweed. An Igbo intellectual. He has no conscience whatsoever. They will sacrifice even their grandmother, if that means any political advancement. They will sell her very easily. If the Fulani say, give me, they will say, come and take our, is it my village you want? Take the whole thing, even take my compound. Give me 2 by 2 in Abuja. I will take a chieftaincy title. I will now be traveling with escort. Intellectual. And the third, and perhaps the most hopelessly fools in the zoo, encouraging the Fulani. Not to be honest, they will do that. Now, their land has been taken over. They have renamed some places in Benue State to Fulani names. Decades of being fed on a diet of hatred for the Igbos and Biafra. That is why now they are being slaughtered. Apart from Governor Tom, they cannot speak. Because the same level of hatred they were groomed to heap on Biafrans, Igbos in particular, of course, we are all Biafrans and we are all Igbo people, is what they are now experiencing at the hands of the Janjaweed. They can no longer talk. They are being swallowed alive every day. Only Otto will come out and shout once in a while and that's it. They will kill them more. He will come out, he will give a press statement, they will come out again, they will kill them. Sultan will not talk about it. Sultan can go to Lagos and be talking rubbish about religion and education, enlightenment, other rubbish. Sultan will never comment about Fulani people taking over indigenous lands in Benue and killing them. Nobody is talking about Benue people leaving their homes and living in refugee camps. Nobody. Sultan won't, because they are his people doing the slaughtering and the killing. They are all part and parcel of the agenda to Islamize. That was why they came to my house to kill me. Killed 28 of my men. My parents are dead. My dog is dead. Jack. Somebody, thank you very much, my dear brother. What's his name again? Sunside. Sunsiders, he wrote on Instagram. The third set is from the Middle Belt, dining at the table of hatred for Igbo man. For many years, they were fed the same garbage. That somehow hard work and God's blessing merits hatred, like the Jews all over the world. They hated us. Now, the people that taught them how to hate are now hating them. They have nowhere to run to. Let's say it to go now. They have nowhere to run to. Nowhere to run to. Now they understand the pain and the misery of being lied against. Those 3 groups are the ones holding your zoo called Nigeria together. And the funniest thing is that they think they are learned. That is what I find baffling. They actually think they're intelligent, these sets of idiots. Anyway, don't worry, when the Janjaweed will come. I think there's a new group now coming from Libya. They are coming from Libya now, from the wars, ravaging Libya. They are coming, courtesy of Obama. The most useless black man that God ever made is Barack Obama. But we shall get to that later. Fulani, Daily Post. Daily Posting, I don't know if it's in Kaduna, in Canada, I don't know where the publication is. All these Fulani people. Oh dear. I don't know where they got a video from. They said it's a viral video of 19 headers killed in Anambra. And let me reiterate, if I find you in the forest of Biafra land, you will die. So leave acres of columns in your newspaper to report what is going to happen. You can use your intimidation with other people and it will work, not with us. Go and ask those in Asorok how stubborn I am. Maybe Daily Trust or Daily whatever rubbish they call them, or Premium Times, they have no idea how stubborn we are. Go to Asorok and ask them about Nnamdi Kanu and how stubborn he is, and they will tell you, if I find you in the forest of Biafra land, you will die. If you want to do business, you go to the township. Bring your cattle in a trailer. Park it somewhere. People can go and cut the feed for you in the bush and bring it. Did you see what I don't know if it's Ekiti or Ondo or Ogun State, the governor that imported pregnant cows from America. The cow is in a very beautiful shed. They bring food to the cow. They are milking it because they listen to my program here, and I said to them, shame on all of you that the pig milk you're drinking in Nigeria comes from Holland. They claim they don't listen to us. They claim we are ill-informed, we are ignorant. They listen to me and they go and do what I ask them to do. A governor in Yoruba land went and imported pregnant cows from America. Nnamdi with milk. So they can be producing milk because they listen to me. They listen to Radio Biafra. They know that this is a citadel. Here you gain knowledge. If you come here, you will be able to absorb knowledge. I said to them, shame, that is what Mietela ought to be doing. Go and set up milk processing factories in the north. You can be shipping milk to the whole of Africa and make money. Rather than looking for who to cut off his head. You think that will allow that rubbish in my land? Is that what you're thinking? We are not Igbo governors, so we are IPOB and owners of Eastern Security Network. You come to our land and you will die there. So prepare to write more about it. And of course, it's all the false narrative that you think that now is like before. We can come and we can kill them, slaughter them. There'll be a program. We are waiting. Let me tell you, those of Biafrans living in the north, they're like a sacrificial lamb. We have sacrificed them to you people. Do to them as you wish. If you come to our land, we will kill you. You see, you will come with the backing of the army and the police. We know that that's how you work. The army will first of all come harass everybody, whereas their foot soldiers are advancing on the ground. That's what they do. So while Yoruba compromised media are busy writing about, oh, well, it's under siege, and their main army is on the ground marching. And I ask every Yoruba journalist in Nigeria, every Yoruba sophisticated moron in Nigeria, go to your forest. Shoyinka cannot go into his own forest in his backyard. He's afraid. That is the future that awaits all of you liars and deceivers. You think you can keep deceiving people? No, you cannot. You cannot keep deceiving people. Now, one of those that they told Igbo man is your problem, oh, to try and do something. Let us hear from him. I want to ask myself this question. Why is it that this Sultan, why would we, so please, Yoruba, tell me why you fall for Fulani all the time. Is it because of religion? Tell me why you fall for Fulani all the time when they come to you. Is it because you're afraid of them? Or what? Okay, so I now understand. Most of you are Muslims, and rightfully so. And your spiritual leader is a terrorist in the Sultan of Sokoto. By virtue of his association with Mietiala. He is the grand patron of Mietiala. Fourth most deadly terrorist group in the world. So Yoruba people, forever and ever, you will take orders from a Fulani man. Shame is a very big shame. The land of Awolowo. A very big shame, I'm telling you the truth. A warrior race. Yoruba people are a warrior race. From Ile-Ife, a warrior race. You extend from Edo State all the way to Togo. All the way to Togo. You have everything it takes to be a great nation in Africa, if not the greatest. A great nation in terms of size, language, heritage, culture, and you abandoned all of that, and you're taking orders from a smelly, stinking janjaweed from Sokoto. Shame, a very big shame, I'm telling you. Your ancestors must be turning in their graves. I'm telling you the truth. Let us hear from somebody from there. I'm preaching this morning, please. I'm preaching the gospel of heaven. And you know it to be the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. They understand it very well. That this very truth that we preach must prevail. It must prevail. Let us hear from Governor Autumn. One of those they convinced that Igbo man is your problem. Let's start Biafra. Let's stop this agitation. And sometimes he will say, hey, let's stop this agitation. I want Nigeria to be one. As long as Nigeria remains one, Fulani will take you over. As long as Nigeria remains one, you are under the mercy and rulership of the Janjaweed Caliphate. Take that from me. Let us hear from him what he has to say.
That it is not about all this noise in this country. It is about taking over the land. And I will read this.
Taking over the land.
I appreciate what I'm talking about.
This is a middle belt man. Middle belt.
This is a summary of the deliberation by Fulani Nationality Movement, January 13th, 2018, January. 2018.
Listen.
14th January 2018.
This is a governor speaking. A governor speaking.
And they issued this press statement. Listen to it very well. The Fulani Nationality Movement, after extensive deliberation on the state of the nation in the context of recent killings and national uproar, met today in Kanu, the capital of Kano State. Amongst other things, the FUNAM deliberated on attacks on cattle by rustlers, kidnap of Fulani men and women in some parts of Nigeria, displacement of Fulani traditional settlements in the northern Nigeria and some parts of southern Nigeria, stealing of properties belonging to the Fulani cattle owners, amongst other issues. The group also deliberated on the
This is Fulani Nationality Movement. No longer Hausa Fulani Nationality Movement. To tell you how they think they are clever. And all of you that, that is why I keep saying, Hausa, remove yourself from Fulani. When they want to kill, when they want to strike, when they want to commit the atrocities, it's now Fulani Nationality Movement. That movement wants to take over your land. I want those Yoruba sophisticated morons to understand what we are saying. Those Yoruba sophisticated idiots understand this. Fulani will take your land. They will take it from you. They will take it from you. The only way out is freedom for all. This is a man that they claimed before. He's a man, is a Biafra. The bulk of the infantry that fought on the side of the Fulani during the war came from the Middle Belt. Today, the same masters they served are the ones decimating them. Facebook have shut down my broadcast. They cannot take the heat anymore. They can't take it anymore. Of course, you can go to Instagram or you go to Twitter. Any of those places we are there live and direct. Or you go to Mazi and Nnamdi. So it's everywhere if you want to watch it. People are hosting watch parties so you can watch it. Not necessarily on my page. Let us listen to what he has to say. He's Governor Autumn. These are the people that were castigating Igbo people, castigating Biafra, saying the agitation shouldn't work. Now, the enemy is on the doorstep. It is now Fulani national. But where I want to ask people, maybe those on Instagram, where are Hausa people? Are they still in Nigeria? Have they moved from Nigeria? Has anyone seen any Hausa person recently? I want to ask, I'm not in a bad way. I just want to know, has anyone seen Hausa people recently? Because I don't know. Has anyone seen Hausa people recently? All I'm hearing is Fulani everywhere. You see what they did to Hausa? Complete emasculation. Destruction of their way of life. Destruction. Queen is saying no, they will have not. Have you seen Hausa anywhere? The answer is no. Nobody has seen Hausa people anymore. They are finished. They are behaving exactly the same way those intellectuals in the East and the sophisticated morons of the West are behaving. The same way they behaved in the past. Today, nobody is hearing about Hausa anymore. Hausa, they are finished, they are gone. When I look back with nostalgia, some of you don't know history. I know history. When I read about Hausa people, one of the most advanced civilizations in the whole world at their time, Hausa people manufactured a gun before the white man did so. Do you know that? Musket. Do you know that Hausa people had a gun before Britain managed to make one for themselves? Are you aware of this? No, you're not, because some of you don't study history. Hausa people abandoned that rich heritage. Child, so sad. Now, people that drive cattle from place to place. You see, an average Hausa person is technologically advanced. Do you know that before? No, you never knew. Why do you think that Flora Shaw fell in love with Hausa people? Not Fulani, with Hausa. They went to Hausa land. The boyfriend, Lugard, then took her to Hausa land. And the Hausa people, their soldiers showed her a gun, their musket. The father of Flora Shaw was a soldier. She marveled at the ingenuity and craftsmanship that went into the making of a Hausa den gun. She marveled and she wrote about it. But some of you don't know these things. Today, Hausa is no more. One day, Yoruba will be no more. One day, there will be no Yoruba nation. Their intellectuals will destroy them. Their own version, their sophisticated morons will destroy them. One Nigeria. Nigeria for what? I keep asking, show me one thing that Nigeria has done for you. One thing. Anyway, it allows them to steal money without accountability. All the governors in the north are Fulani. Let us listen to what he has to say.
And after extensive deliberation, we hereby made the following declaration.
Fulani people, Fulani.
The killings in Benue State of the thief is well deserved.
Are you listening to that? Miyetiala, the same Funam, the same Sultan, telling you about nation insecurity. The same Sultan is the patron of the people that issued a public statement saying that the killing of TV people in Benue is deserved. DSS never invited them. DSS never invited them to come. Funam. And that is why the TV nation must rise up and join us. We must all come together, all of us from the south. We must all come together and do it now. There has to be uprising everywhere. Destroy every police station, destroy every army barracks, because they are the ones giving cover to terrorists to invade. I say this live on air. So that any day we go to court anywhere in the world, the judge or the prosecutor will ask me, but on the 30th of April, you made an insightful statement on air. You said that the police station should be destroyed. And I'll look at the idiot in the eye and I'll say, yes, I said it. Because they are the ones riding shotgun for the terrorists. The army and police will occupy you as they did in Benue State, and the Fulani Janjaweed will creep in to outflank you. So that is why we need to, because without army and police, there will be no Fulani Janjaweed. Let me tell you the simple secret. Anywhere there is no police, there is no army, Fulani can never attack that place. They will never attack it. Do you know that? Anywhere there is no army presence, no police presence, Fulani can never mount a raid in that very village. That's how it works. So if you want to be free, remove Nigerian army, remove Nigerian police, believe you me, you are free. People say, but bandits will be roaming. I say, no. It is impossible. Impossible. Power would then belong to the people to decide. But if you allow yourself to be deceived by Yoruba intellectuals writing for Punch newspaper and all these idiots, that's entirely up to you. But Yoruba, your land will be gone. Go to your forest now. Is it writing junk from Lagos or Abuja, writing rubbish about our nation? Enter the nearest Yoruba bush, they will kill you there. Your land is gone. And you are busy talking about one Nigeria. One Nigeria, let's listen to Governor. He's from Benue. They hate Igbo. TV hate Igbo, man. They hate Biafra. They told them to hate. Now they are the ones who are being hated. If you want to be free, destroy every police station around you, destroy every army barracks around you. Believe you me, Fulani can never come, because there will be nobody to back them up. Anywhere you have army, you have the police, from southern Kaduna up onto Benue into Iwariam. Anywhere you have police presence, there will be Fulani terrorist activities nearby, because all of them are one. It's planned. Tell me why the Sultan will go to Lagos to be talking rubbish. He never spoke about what his own Fulani people are doing to others in the zoo, to tell you that they're all part and parcel of it. Anywhere there is no police station, there is no army barracks, Fulani will never attack you. I'm telling the truth. They will never attack you.
It was a revenge. It was a revenge attack on series of onslaught on the Fulani, which most parodies on November 17, 2017, and when 30 Fulani men and women were killed in Nasarawa State. We noticed the recalcitrant culture of the Tiv people.
They are insulting the Tiv nation. The governor of Benue is Autumn. That is Samuel Autumn, is that correct? He's a TV man. The Fulani people are insulting Tiv culture. The head of Fulani people, the Sultan of Sokoto, went to Lagos and trying to deceive Yoruba people. And they are clapping for him. Yes, he speaks. It's illiteracy. It's a lack of information. Whereas all of them, they are illiterates. Biafra is coming. No bagger can stop it or we all die. They don't understand that very well. And I said to them before, let me repeat, we have not gone into the phase of Boko Haram yet. No, not yet. If you force us to get there, for one suicide bomber from Boko Haram, we'll give you 10. That stage is coming. If they continue to push us. If you think you can conquer us and take over our land as you have taken over Yoruba land, you are dreaming. Yoruba can allow you to do that rubbish with them, do all that nonsense. Because Otedola is a billionaire, depends on free oil from Biafra land. All their billionaires, they depend on oil from Biafra land, all that rubbish. That's your business. Fulani will swallow you. I'm telling you the truth. Look at Benue, are they not crying today? Are they not crying? They will come and tell you, oh, don't worry, let's gang up, we have Islam, let's gang up against the East, let's gang up against Igbo people. You will fall for it the same way that TV fell for it. Today, TV people are the ones crying. They are the ones who are being conquered and swallowed up. You think you have brain? Let us listen to the lamentation of Governor Autumn, one erstwhile Igbo hater and Biafra antagonist, courtesy of his Fulani masters. Today his masters are killing him, insulting his culture.
Demonstrated even in the 1804 jihad, when they obstructed our ordained conquest of Nigeria.
Fulani said that TV people tried to stop their ordained conquest. Yoruba, 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 Fulani will swallow you. What happened to you at Ilorin didn't teach you enough lesson. Yoruba youths, I'm telling you today, your leaders and your elders are your worst enemies. Your leaders and your elders are your worst enemies, Yoruba. Your leaders are evil, they have sold you down the line. Obasanjo is a very, very terrible and horrible man. You people should stop using this thing. Hey, we have respect for our elders, and while they are raping you and abusing your children. While they are raping you and abusing your children, all of you are going to suffer. The Fulani said that God gave them Nigeria, and they must conquer it. They must conquer it, unless you stop them. Yoruba, you people are the ones still keeping Nigeria one today. Forget about Middle Belt, they are gone already. We can rescue them later. You must rise up now. You must rise up now. The revolution needs to happen now. The revolution is very simple. Anytime you come out on the streets to protest, you confront only one enemy, or should I say two. The Nigeria Army and Police. That's what they're going to use. So they are your primary enemies. They are your primary enemies. That is why destroy their police stations, destroy their army barracks. You are free. I'm telling you the truth. Yoruba, or else you're gone. Watch and see what I'm telling you. Go and mark today's date. What I'm telling you. You see, it is the truth. If you want to survive, they said that God gave them Nigeria to conquer. That is why the Sultan can go to Yoruba and say, oh, remember Islam, our religion, we were together, history and education, all that rubbish. They are coming, the real army is coming behind him. And they will swallow you. Anybody who comes out again and says, oh, I'm an elder, we will flog you. In public, he makes sure you are a fool. Where you live, is there any road leading to the place? Where were you when Fulani came and was killing us? Where were you? Okay, so now Banyanaji. Yoruba developed some balls. Yoruba developed some, the same way I warned Igbo intellectuals many years ago. I warned them. I went to America and I said to them that the Fulanis are coming to kill us. They said I was mad. I said, they are coming. You can't stop them, because what I see, mortals cannot see here. Mahuya cannot see it. I see in the realm of the spirit. What I have seen, you cannot. I said they are coming. I stood in front of World Igbo Congress and I begged them and I said, give us guns and bullets now. These people are coming. They said, no, did you see the war? We are the war. I have bullet in my left breast. I have bullet in my buttock. I have bullet. Rubbish. Today they have come. Now they are calling our coordinators in the US and asking them, please call again for us. Tell them that they are near my village, the same people. That only they have bullet on their breast. They have bullet on their buttock, and the right one at the back. If God is not with us, why would Elohim show me all these things that he shows me all the time? I see things before they happen. And the prophecies we give is exact, 100% accurate, no room for ambiguity. And today I am telling Yoruba, if you fail to rise up, in our time, Fulani will swallow you the way they have swallowed Middle Belt. They will swallow you, and then you will come to us for help. And then we'll tell you, I will tell you I told you so. You must move now. Strike the rod, the iron while it is hot. You must strike now. Destroy every police station, every army barracks. That is your problem. Because anytime you start a protest, army will come and kill you. Anytime you talk, they will arrest you. DSS. Destroy DSS. Destroy the army. Destroy the police. I'm telling you, you're free people. If you keep listening, to Tinubu, to Obasanjo, you people are finished. Look at the way Danjuma is now sounding. Danjuma is now saying, defend yourself. So the same person that killed Ironsi for the Fulani, you people, you never learn because you don't know history. You have no idea of what history is. Fulani, anyway, let me leave Autumn to his problems. Let us even go to Zamfara. Let us try Zamfara State. What are they saying in Zamfara State? Defend yourselves. Zamfara State Governor, Fulani man is telling you, defend yourselves. And I'm asking them, if the Fulani is coming to my village, as they intend to do, they said they are coming. They are camping at a place near, behind Afra Technical School. Maybe very soon, I intend to use them to launch an attack on my village or perhaps in my house. They think we don't know all this and we are waiting for them. That is the prelude I need. Just like the killing of Ikonso, I've been wanting to get Atibo governors for a very long time. And then they killed Ikonso. That gave us the cover we needed to hunt them down. Do you understand? Let them launch the attack they want to launch. That will give us the impetus we need to sink, to burn the zoo down before their eyes so they will see it. So when they be calling America and Britain, nobody will listen to them. They will say, you know what Britain said to them? Britain said to Fulani, you caused it. We told you to restructure and you said no. We have washed our hands clean. Britain for the first time said to Fulani, we asked you to restructure and you said no. Don't call us anymore. And I'm sure Britain 2 days ago told you the same thing. They don't listen. Because Fulani agenda is not to build a nation with you or to build a country with you. They want to conquer you. That is why any initiative, any policy, any steps that can be taken by a government to make the lives of the citizens better, Fulani have steadfastly refused to take such. Heaven will give me better gift to the living. That's my job and that's what I'm going to do. Until Biafra is set free. Zamfara governor is telling you, defend a Fulani governor, defend yourselves. Whereas in our land, when I set up ESN to defend our land, the governors went and set up something, recruiting policemen from everywhere to defend them. Anybody answering a if I say Bagasa, they'll be killed. I'm saying it, the time now is 8:44. Which is, should I say, 16 minutes to 9 a.m. in Biafra land. Anybody wearing that Ebubako uniform, if we see you outside, we will kill you. They're not even Igbo people. They're not even Biafran people. These are policemen recruited from every police station around the zoo to protect Umahi. That uniform you're wearing that looks like the uniform of a warder that hasn't received salary for 4 months. That uniform you're wearing, if we catch you with it, we will kill you. Your eyes will open. In fact, it goes up waiting for you on the other side. Useless fools. That Ebubako rubbish cannot work. If we see you are in Ebubako, you are an informant, you will die. I will treat you like a Fulani Mietiala Janjaweed. If I see you with that uniform answering Ebubako, you will die. I will kill you. And I will start in a police state. And I want Mahi to know. Go and tell Mahi what I'm saying. Anybody wearing a Ebubako uniform, I will kill you. Idiots. You want to recruit policemen. One, I think his name is it Dio? Or is it, I'll get it in a minute. In Ebubako. You don't know where IPOB, are you playing with us? Do you know how intelligent we are? You cannot do anything without us knowing. You went and brought a Yoruba policeman to make him Ebubako in Ebonyi State to protect you. From today, I will hunt down Ebubako wherever I see you. You will die there where you are. That uniform you're putting on. Go and look at all those warders they are owing money, salary for 6 months. That's the way they look. That's the uniform they wear. You want to scare your enemies and you're dressing like a Nigerian prison warder. Tunde is his name. Thank you. Tunde is Ebubako in Ebonyi State. Tunde. Shameless fools. I told you nobody will join you. If you join Ebubako, you have signed a death warrant. Stupid idiots. The same Governor Tom said, we are becoming a banana republic. If we have a president who gave the security agencies order to shoot at sight, whoever is having AK-47, and the Minister of Defense came out to say that they cannot shoot at sight. So who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces? You're asking me? When I told that Buhari is dead, did you believe me? Did I not tell you that Buhari is dead? How can Buhari give order to shoot at sight anybody carrying AK-47? The Minister of Defense came out and said, no, do not do it. Why? Because you're asking us to shoot our own fellow Fulani carrying AK-47. Intellectuals is for you. Intellectual, Igbo, intellectual, this is for you. The Minister of Defense, a Fulani man, said, we cannot kill our fellow Fulani. Although they are terrorists, although they are bandits, although they are killing, raping, pillaging, and kidnapping, no, we cannot touch them. They are fallen. Take them to court. But you come and you kill the consul, and you want us to be happy. Hope Osadema is a dead man. He will die. Wike will die. Say, I said so this morning. I'm saying it loud and clear for the world to hear. So when it happens, you know who to arrest or who to blame. And then maybe Wike, Hope Osadema will die. These idiots, can you listen to Fulani man defending Fulani terrorists and killers? He goes up defending his father's land. You killed him. You killed him. We are going to show you madness. You know the one they call Akola. You know there are the faces of madness. You know if you're from the town wearing bongo and high heels in those days and you're mad, it's called Akola. The one in the village is called Onyara. We'll show you Akola. The one wearing bongo, fashionable madness is called Akola. That's what I'm going to show you people. And they are everywhere. Hope Uzadoma is a dead man walking. Tell him I said so. I will kill him. I'm saying it live on air for the world to hear. It's an idiot. You killed the consul, whereas a Fulani defense minister. Governor Otom is asking you, Fulani defense minister said you cannot kill Fulani people. Never, you cannot kill them. It's now you know you're in a banana republic. Well, so before you didn't know you were in a banana republic before. Now you know. Now you know. He also defending his father's land against Miet Yala terrorist group. You killed him in his sleep. You lied. Punch newspaper lied. Yoruba people, you people are acting as conduit for the lies of the Fulani. You lied that he was in a battlefield. You liars and deceivers. You lied, whereas he was in his father's compound. If he also was in battlefield, you think you can defeat him? Is that what you think? Not in a billion years. We can, oh my God, in all that little thing, hey, block everywhere, block every entry. You've not started blocking, oh. You block and block the road to your bedroom. I will sacrifice anything to get Biafra. I said it before. Everything I will give to him. Anything he wants of me, I will give him. To make sure that Biafra comes. But all of you, all that money you stole and banked abroad for your children to enjoy, you will not enjoy it. And neither will your children. I will show you people insanity. Oh, Diara. Let us be going in the coming days and weeks. You will see madness. Can we take Imo State? Come to Imo State now. Is it to send Fulani Jani to fly helicopter? Oh, helicopter. You can fly helicopter all you like. You're wasting your time. Hope rules of the Magama. I will get you alive. Any traditional ruler say I'm elder. I need your four. We hold your four of the land. Any local government hope rules of the Mag goes to, I will destroy the local government headquarters. I will destroy the chairman. I will destroy the traditional ruler. Until you produce the console for me alive. Either you produce him alive, anywhere hope or them, anywhere he goes to, any local government, anywhere you find him, he's gone. You people can be doing that your rubbish with Yala, with Sultan of Sokoto, your boyfriends in the north. Because most of the lecturers anyway, they are rent boys. You go there, you pull down your boxer shorts, you come and be writing rubbish, writing junk. You people will see madness now. In your next life, if you hear Ikonso, you'll be running. You'll be running. And all these people, like they now go to synagogue to arrest people. I will no longer go for weekend. I will go for the commissioner of police and the DPO. Any commissioner of police, any DPO that goes into a synagogue again to arrest the children of God, I will come after you and your family, wherever they are. Wike is a dead man. If Wike doesn't die, then I will know I'm not Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, I'm ready. He must die. He can recruit all this nonsense he's recruiting. Adam, I will get you. I'm telling you the fact. I will get you. Drop on the also. Go and ask others how it is with them. I will get you. I will get you. You kill the consul defending his land. Minister of Defense of Nigeria is saying you cannot kill those who are carrying AK-47, raping, killing, and pillaging. Contrary to the orders so-called given by who you call Buhari. Does that not tell you that Buhari is no longer alive? The old idiotic, decaying Buhari will never accept this. Now you understand. I have so many things to preach this. I even said there are going to be calls. I don't think we can. I think we've stayed here for 2 hours. I do apologize. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Shabbat, is Saturday. I will come back on air tomorrow. I will preach again because I have so many things to preach, but I cannot finish all of them. Shoot at sight order given by a president not being obeyed. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? And I also want to warn anybody we catch with Biafran flag outside ESN doesn't operate with Biafran flag. Our flag is sacred, is very holy. Any idiot we see anywhere with Biafran flag marching on the road at this very critical period, you are in trouble. In very serious trouble. And I must also warn that our 30th of May is coming up this year, and we start the process of respecting the dead, including Ikonso, of course, from tomorrow. Which means there will be activities, prayer, and everything from tomorrow. And then I'm not saying there will be sit at home. It's not sit at home this year. This year is no movement year, no movement at all. And from the 29th of May, 6 o'clock in the evening, there will be no movement until 6 o'clock of the 30th of May. No, I said no movement. If you say you're strong, you come out now. Go and take money from Fulani and come and do. First of all, they will write maybe in Vanguard or some newspaper. They will write all that nonsense after writing. But then you know now, come outside, I will see you. from 6 o'clock on the 29th. It is more than sit at home. This one is no movement. No, if cockroach mistakenly come out of your house, or if cockroach comes out of your house to cross the main road, it will be killed. From the 29th, from 6 p.m. 29th, no traffic, no market, no nothing. So if you want to buy something to eat, you are going to buy that thing on the 28th. 28th, you buy it because 12 midnight of the 29th into 30th will be candlelight vigil. And then no movement. If you have your relative coming from abroad, tell them. If you want to go to Lagos or Abuja, make sure you're Lagos or Abuja, 12 o'clock on the 29th. Because 6 p.m. 29th in Biafra land, if you're found outside, you are dead. You must learn to respect the dead. We lost 5 million people. Nobody's talking about it. We have to talk about them. 5 million people were lost. We have to talk about them. You must understand. I said no movement. Not just sit at home. Sit at home is the younger brother of no movement. This is the real daddy. No, I said no movement. No movement. Leave the coast clear, because I know that day Fulani Janjaweed will try us. They will bring out 1 or 2 convoy of their own. Leave the streets for us and them that very day. I said no movement. From the 6 p.m. 29, no movement at all. If you're Tunde's brother, go and take him from Ebonyi State. Go to government house Ebonyi and take Tunde from Odefumahi. If we catch Tunde with that water uniform, he's gone. That's why I didn't warn you. I don't want to see that. Maybe a Batura can be in the government house, maybe patrolling and making sure that snakes don't come in to bite Fumahi. If I see you outside, check up I will preach tomorrow evening. I think I will have to preach tomorrow evening. Nobody should be seen with Biafran flag at this moment. If we catch you undertaking any illegal activity with our sacred flag, you are finished. Our flag is holy. Our flag is holy and should not be taken for granted. And Biafran flag should not be placed on the floor anymore, anywhere in the world. Do not put our flag on the ground anywhere in the world. No more. Our flag is holy. It's carrying the blood of over 5 million people. It is holy. You must respect it. Please. And also I want to announce that Edo State comes under the jurisdiction of Biafra Land Coordinator. Edo State Coordinator, if you know him, you tell him. You are under Biafra Land, led by Ikechukwu. Do you understand? I must make it very, very clear. And I have also noticed with great worry and trepidation that some people in IPOB family in Edo State are dabbling in our affairs in volunteer command. ESN in Edo State, volunteer command in Edo State has nothing to do with the state coordinator. I'm making it very, very clear now. Anybody not following anything that DOS says goes. Anybody not following orders from Chike, Doziem, from DOS, you will be removed from IPOB and sanctioned appropriately. You know, before we remove you without knowing where you are. This time around, we will catch you before we remove you. Anything DOS says is what goes. Nzurumike is heading our reconciliation committee. If he calls you on the phone, you must listen to him and do as he says. He is our deputy head of Directorate of State, led by Mazi Chike, Doziem. They are the highest decision-making body in IPOB. If that thing is difficult, then now refer it to me. Do you understand? Anything, if they call you on the phone, you don't return their call, or you're doing strong head, I will then believe that the zoo has brought you over and you'll be dealt with. Edo State, be warned. No dabbling in volunteer affairs or ESN affairs in Edo State. ESN is in Edo State for your information. And very soon work will commence there immensely. Work will commence. Edo State comes under Ikechukwu as Biafra Land Coordinator. We run a discipline movement more than anything. We value discipline more than anything else in the world. In IPOB, that's the only thing we have. That we are able to defeat the zoo and destroy the zoo is hinged on one thing, and that is discipline. If you know you cannot work for IPOB, you get out and join the Sabo. One day your judgment will come. We'll find those hiding in Kotonu, those hiding somewhere near Apete, near swamp in River State will find all of you. In Igbo, not a watcher. I say River State because it comprises upland and coastal region. We'll find all of you. Banke, they still have a police checkpoint. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. You'll hear the news very, very soon. You will hear it. I said no police checkpoint in Biafra land. I said, no police checkpoint, I said. There was in a bank, go and tell them, I said, no, if your brother, your uncle, your sister, your cousin is there, tell the idiot to get away and dismantle that checkpoint or else they will die. Ndara. No state coordinator is allowed to contact the state commander no matter what. And as a commander, if you're removed, you step aside, our others will do the job. We don't want a type of Biafra that will be like the zoo. If you lose election, you rig it and you remain in power. When the age of retirement is 65, at the age of 85, you're still in power. That rubbish will not obtain. We are not like any other stupid set of black people from Africa. We are Biafrans. You must understand that and follow orders accordingly. My instructions to this global family is this. We have the DOS, we have the finance department, we have the legal department, we have the medical. Anybody who is appointed into office, if you fail to obey your superior officer, you'll be dismissed live on air. I will dismiss you myself. And as I said, as I'm dismissing you, men are on the ground to apprehend you. You must obey your superiors. It is based on discipline, please. All this breaking, going forwards and backwards, I want to obey. That means you are not prepared to be in IPOB. If you don't know what obedience is, you shouldn't be here. After all, we are all under oath. It doesn't matter if you were with me from the beginning or not. You must obey your superiors, please. Very, very important. Very, very important. There are also finance officers. You know, those fools that stole our money from Georgia, they think they're very smart. But they will go to jail. And they understand it. If you are a finance officer in the US, please, we need all the funds people are contributing. Stop hoarding it. Stop hoarding it, please. When our US finance officer makes contact with you, you must please be able to oblige her and do as you're told. Or if you get a call, is when you fail. Anytime you get a call from our sister Nene, then you know you're in very serious trouble. You have done something wrong. Please make sure that our accounting and our audit is up to date. I do not understand the reluctance of some individuals in the US to remit the money that people had contributed to ESN. I don't understand the reason why you're holding it. I don't know what for. Please, that was why we left those criminals with money in Georgia and they stole it. Trying to be clever by half, or should I say too clever by half, like the Flan will always do. The two criminals living in Atlanta, Georgia, hoarded our money. Nwokenkwo and Ozurumba. Two criminals. Two rogues from there stole our money. I have all the records and they must understand that. And I have maintained that any account that we have that Nnamdi cannot see, I do not trust that very account. As long as she doesn't see it, I will not trust it. And very, very soon, I will shut down every account that Nnamdi cannot see. Madam Oyibo in the USA is our US finance officer and therefore responsible for ensuring that all monies due to IPOB are duly recorded and remitted. Very, very important. Insofar as US is concerned, Madam Oyibo, you'll be hearing from her. You must listen to her when she calls you and try as much as possible to do as she directs. Please, very, very important. And Dr. Nelly Ofebu is our asset recovery officer. I'm sure that some of you know this by now. People should stick to their lane, please, and not meddle or interfere in other people's job. Very, very important. I am also announcing a special training for all finance officers in the USA, in Canada, and in Europe. It's about accountability and probity. Very, very important, please. This should be done ASAP. You'll be hearing from the lead finance officers. There must be training across the board. So we understand, we harmonize the way we work and understand what we are doing. The US finance officer will host it. And we want to harmonize our financial conduct for greater transparency and accountability. Failure to comply will attract immediate dismissal. Be you a coordinator or a finance officer, please, you must understand this very, very carefully. We are not joking. Spreadsheet must be used. No handwritten entries anymore. It has to be spreadsheet, no handwritten entries. Please, please, please. I am begging all of you. We have come to the end of our program this very morning. I had many things to preach about, but I don't want to hold you for more than 2 hours because some are in their offices and some are heading to work. But tomorrow evening, Shabbat evening tomorrow, we are going to reconvene to continue this very great gospel. Please, all our media team, circulate it. I'll be back on air to finish the Janjaweed as they so deserve because they are evil. Somebody saying they cannot hear me on Facebook. Of course, you won't hear me because they're suppressing it. Go to Instagram, go to Twitter, download IPOB Community Radio, download Radio Biafra app, download TuneIn and all the rest of it. We are everywhere anyway. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. If you want to listen to us, you can. Or you go to YouTube. We are also on YouTube, of course. I keep forgetting YouTube. You can go on YouTube to listen to us. I thank all of you for listening to. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are. This very evening, this very day, the first day of May, in the year of our Most High Elohim 2021, the time now is precisely 1 minute past 7 p.m. in the chosen land of Biafra, the blessed land of Biafra, the hallowed land of Biafra. And I believe it is now 2 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. Because as we are live here on air, the clock is moving forward, it is not waiting for anyone. This earth is spinning, it is not waiting for anyone. And we are speeding full steam ahead towards an independent, sovereign Biafran state. I welcome each and every one of you. And as I welcome you, please allow me to encourage you to tell your friends and your families, even the enemies of Biafra, to listen to this very program this evening, especially the Janjaweed Caliphate from the Sahel, those descendants of vultures from the foothills of the Futajalon. I do hope and pray that they also will listen unbiased and without any prejudice, that they too may become as enlightened as we are. And who knows, they may even become, should I say, privileged also to taste freedom. I understand that some people are saying that we are not live on our app. That is the message I'm seeing here. People are writing to us on Instagram saying that we are not live on our app. From what I can see here on our systems, the app should be working. I cannot see anything wrong here. All our console, everything here is green, I can tell you. Everything here is green, so I do not know. People telling me that we are not live on our app. I don't know what is going on because from my end, everything is green and we're good to go. Remember, we are on Instagram. We are also on Twitter. I've told some of you to please try and join us on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter, believe you me, you're not doing anything for the restoration of Biafra. You must be on Twitter. You must also be on Instagram as well. I know that for Instagram, you have to look good. It is where they do slaying, as they call it. You have to try and dress well. If you're a lady, you have to try and put on pancake before you appear on Instagram. That's what I've been told. But we are also on Instagram. They said it's working. Thank you very much. It is working. They said it is working. Everything, all from our systems here, everything is go. So I do not see any need nor reason why people should panic in any way, shape, or form. We are live and we are direct. And Elohim in heaven is bearing witness for us. This very message this evening is going out to the entirety of humanity, because across every time zone on this earth, men, women, and children are listening to us. Every intelligence agency in the world is listening to us. Every serious government around the world is listening to this very program. If you go to Abuja now, you will see that the bars, the restaurants, and even the nightclubs are empty because people are listening to us. Some of them hiding under the bed, some are in their wardrobe, some are pretending they have something to do in the car, some are using earpiece to listen to us. They don't want their wife or their husband to understand that they too are partaking in this very gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of renewal, and a gospel of restoration being preached tonight. We are live and we are direct. And Elohim, of course, is presiding over our activities here on this very earth. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this planet Earth. I am, of course, privileged to be the director of Radio Biafra, the director of Biafra Television, but above all, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Those of you listening on my page on Facebook, you will be interrupted, you will be cut out. You will be interrupted, you will be cut out very, very shortly. Please, go to Instagram and go to Twitter. Go to our app as well. I need confirmation, please. People are saying our app is not working. I don't understand. They said Radio Biafra is on, but IPOB Community Radio is quiet. I don't know if Mazi or Former is listening to investigate and tell us precisely what is happening. What is happening to our app, IPOB Community Radio? You must tell us. Those of you listening on my Facebook page, of course, it started cutting already. They will cut you, they will take you out and all the rest of it. Please, make sure that you go to Instagram. Our app may not be working. I don't know if it is working or not. I need confirmation. I need people to confirm if our app is working or not. I need that confirmation, please. If our app is working, I need to know so I can advise our people accordingly. We must pray because, as always, before we do anything here, we must hand over our proceedings to the Most High Elohim in heaven. And as always, do not forget to bring your pen and your paper with you, because here we tutor, we lecture, we teach, and of course we interact. That is the essence of what we are doing. It is working now, they said. Igwe is saying that it is working. It is working. Thank you very, very much for that. Facebook will kick you out from my page. Please go and join me on Instagram. Open an Instagram account, open a Twitter account, and you can join us there, please. And you can listen uninterrupted. You can listen uninterrupted, please. You can listen uninterrupted. There are many places and means through which you can listen to us. Tuning is working. All the other apps, they're all working. Please make sure you go there. Now they have suppressed us down to 1,000 people who are watching on my page. But this gospel must be preached, because Elohim determined that it should be so. Once again, please, regardless of where you're listening to us from this very evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, get your pen and your paper ready, because we are going to lecture this evening. But we must pray in the very oldest language known to man, the Igbo language. Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe niile Chukwu okike abịa ma bụ onye anyị na-efe. Onye anyị na-erubere isi wee na-akpụ isi ala nye. Ọkwa na eji ama ka anyị na-achaghị eze ndị nsọ, otuto ka anyị na-etolu, nsọpụrụ ka anyị na-asọpụrụ, mgbe mbuli elu ka anyị na-ebuli aha asọrọ mgbe niile. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-achị ihe niile ekere eke site n'ọlụ aka gị na nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ịma mma gị na ebere gị na-adị n'ime ndị niile bụ ndị ji wee hiwe isi na nke igwe, dịka ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra. Mmụọ na mmadụ bụ naanị gị ka ha na-efe. Ị karịrị ihe asị na-ebu. Onweghị ihe ọbụla bụ ihe ikere eke ji ama atụtụ wee nye gị na nke igwe. Oge anyị ma anyị ji wee na-asị ka ndị mmụọ ozi na ndị okenye eru abụọ na anọ nọ n'igwe wee na-agba oche eze okirikiri na nke dị nsọ wee na-atụ nkwa ọla edo n'ala. Ha niile si na ede nsọ Chineke nna. anyị na-asị nsọ 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 ka Jehova. Ọkwa na otuto ka anyị na-etoghị nna nke igwe n'ihi mgbe mmadụ naghị eri nri. Ọ bụ naanị otuto ka ị na-eri eze mgbe dị ngọzi. Anyị wee na-arụghị eze ndị eze onye kachasị ihe niile elu ka i wee nara otuto niile na nsọpụrụ na-eja mma niile, n'ihi na ewezụgaghị nna nke igwe ama ndị iro achịwa ụmụghị ọchị, kama na isi na ị ga-epụrụ anyị ihu na azụ aka nri n'aka ekpe nna nke igwe, na ị ga-ebuli anyị elu n'iji ụkwụrụ anyị ugo nna nke nsọ n'isi anyị bụ nke itere mmanụ, ka anyị wee gbasa ozi ọma nke gị, okwu nsọ nke gị nna nke ebere, ka ụmụ gị wee jide azụ ebe ị nọ nna nke igwe, wee fee gị ofufe n'ụzọ ziri ezi n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu, asụghị ngọngọ, atụghị egwu mmadụ ọbụla. Ọ bụ ya mere ihe niile nke anyị onwe anyị bụ ka ji wee nyefee gị n'aka, na-asị onye ọ bụ naanị ya kere ihe niile nke anya mmadụ na-ahụ mana nwere onye kere ya, onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ usu niile nke ndị agha, mmalite na ọgwụgwụ, isi iyi nke ndụ, onye na-adịghị anwụ anwụ, onye ndị Igbo tụrụ ebighị ebi. Ọ bụ ụzọ dị anya ka m ga-esi wee jee agha ma ka o wee masị gị nna nke igwe, ka o wee metụta gị n'obi n'ezie n'ezie na anya onwe anyị bụ ụmụ gị, chere bịakwuta gị nso ka i wee nye anyị Biafra nna nke ebere, ka ịhụnanya gị wee nwụba n'ebe ndị gị nọ, ka iru gị wee chaa n'ebe anyị na-agbanyeghị na anyị nọ n'ọchịchịrị nna nke igwe, ka ihe gị wee chaa n'ime ụmụ gị ebe ọ bụla ha nọ n'ụwa niile bụ abụrụ IPOB nna nke igwe, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye anyị na-efe na-asọpụrụ mgbe niile ebighị. Nke ọma mee anyị ga-ekele gị, nke ọjọọ mee anyị aja aha nsọ gị mma, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye na-eweta, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye na-ewere. Onye ike niile nọ n'ọbara aka ya, lekwa ndị iro Biafra niile nna nke igwe ka m na-arịọ gị n'abalị a n'ụwa niile na-ege anyị ntị, na isi ga-egbu ndị etu ofu ofu, aka nsị ha ga-aba ha ọnụ, ị ga-ejide oche ọchịchịrị bụ janjawid Fulani wee laa ya n'ihi nna nke igwe, ka i wee gosi ha n'ezie n'ezie na ọ bụ Chineke nna nke ụmụ Biafra, na Biafra ga-abịarịrị site na ebere gị na amara gị, ọ bụ site n'ọlụ aka anyị nna nke igwe, ọ bụ sọsọ site na amara gị onye nwe m, ka ụwa niile wee si n'ezie n'ezie na ndị dị etu a bụ ụmụ Chineke, ka m wee jee aha nsọ gị mma, wee too gị, wee gọzie gị site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi, ka anyị arịọ gị. Ise ise ise. Oziọma Chineke ka anyị na-agbasa. We are preaching the gospel of heaven, a gospel that must be preached to the living. That message is coming to you tonight. And I want to start very, very slowly and methodically in drawing the attention of the world, because I know the whole world listens to us. I want to draw the attention of mankind to what is happening in a supposedly the most populous black nation on earth. So black country, not a nation, because the zoo is not a country, not qualified to be one. I want people to understand the reason why they took away your names and gave you states named after rivers around you or stream. I want you to understand the reason why. It is part and parcel of their game plan to strip you of your identity. And if you do not have any identity, you cannot anchor your consciousness, your understanding, your interpretation of your suffering. You cannot be able to situate it properly because you don't know who you are. When they say you are from Niger State, you are from Anambra State, you are from Enugu State, you are from Ogun State, because there's a river called Ogun River, is that not correct? When they do all these things, believe you me, they are doing it because they do not want you to possess any identity with which you can reference your suffering. Because if you have no identity, you cannot solve any problem that confronts you. You can never solve it. Why am I saying this? When you hear that people in Niger State are suffering,
I believe there is an element of detachment you feel when you refer to people as coming from Niger State, because it means nothing. It means nigger. It has no meaning. But any day you say that Nupe people are suffering, if you say that Nupe people are suffering in Niger State, then you have given an ethnic coloration to the problem that those people are being forced to endure at the hands of the same people who are less than 10% of the population of the zoo. They are less than 10%. They are making our lives a misery. The life of everybody in the zoo is a misery. Why am I saying this? People must listen very carefully to me this evening, please. The Nupe people that some of you call Niger State, or who found themselves, unfortunately, in a place called Niger State. This may come to some of you as a shock, but to me it is not. I want the world to understand, because I know that the US ambassador is listening, the UK High Commissioner is listening, the EU ambassador is listening, all of the diplomatic corps in Abuja, they are listening, and some of them in Lagos, of course. They're all listening to us this evening. I want to bring to the attention of all of you and to the whole world the level of deceit and insincerity in the public utterances and pronouncements of this very caliphate regime in Asorok, run by Fulani people. They are deceitful, they are dishonest. I want to prove to the whole world tonight that Fulani is not fighting insecurity. Fulani is aiding and abating insecurity. I want to prove it to everybody tonight beyond every reasonable doubt. I want to let the world understand that those they are seeking to partner with, those asking them and pleading with them to send military aid to come and help them, I want the world to understand that this very regime, in the name of the late dead Buhari, they are the instigators and the perpetrators of insecurity in Nigeria and across the Sahel. I want to prove it tonight to the whole world with facts and evidence. So when Garoba Shehu and the rest of them come out to trot out the same rubbish they always do all the time, by telling you that we are fighting insecurity, we are going to overcome. Chief of Army Staff said this. I want to tell that this is a carefully choreographed performance for public consumption to lure you into a false sense of security that their men foot soldiers can now come in to take over your land. I want to prove it to you. Over the years, we have been theorizing and hypothesizing over the years. A lot of hypotheses, a lot of conjecture, a lot of analysis and all the rest of it. I want to bring the practical interpretation this evening. I want people to understand what is happening on the ground. It's not English, it's not grammar. I want to let the world understand what Nigeria is like this evening. It is not a story that I've made up, because if you know that in the zoo called Nigeria, the truth is even more stranger than fiction. They have an army and they have a police, they have a force, they have navy that only specialize in killing innocent civilians. That is why people wonder, why is it that when unknown gunmen attack these people, some people are jubilating? Because the army and the police only specialize in killing unarmed people. And I have written a letter to the United States President. I will publish that letter tomorrow. And in that letter, what I'm saying tonight is what I basically encapsulated in a few paragraphs. I want the world, I want people that call themselves Nigerians, because if you're so stupid as to call yourself a Nigerian, that is entirely your business. I want to prove it to you that Fulani people are going to take over your lives. They will kill you and they will take your land from you. They will dominate your lives.
They will dominate it. They will stifle you. They will make your life a misery. They will kill you and they will take your land from you. I want to prove it to you now. Not from me. It's from a Vanguard publication. Why are you withdrawing security men from their posts? This is happening in Nupe land. Nupe, N-U-P-E. Forget the rubbish Niger State. Or rubbish, is it Kogi or whatever crap is called. Niger State is made up of Gwari people and Nupe people and a few other subgroups as well. People must learn in Nigeria to begin to address individuals or populations or citizens by their original ethnic identity for you to understand what is going on. Some of you may have been reading about banditry, killings in the Middle Belt and the rest of it, especially in Niger State. 1 hour drive to Asorok, where the ISIS in West Africa hosted their flag a few days ago. Where people, citizens now gather to contribute ransom money to pay to Fulani jihadists that they may not be killed or their village sacked. In that same place, that hotbed of terrorism, Fulani Janjaweed, I want to let all of you understand tonight the reason why every major sensitive security post is manned by a Fulani. I want to let you on, because when we say people I don't think they even appreciate what we are saying sometimes. I want to bring to your knowledge this evening the evil that is Fulani Janjaweedism. People are asking them, ordinary citizens are asking them in Niger State, why are you withdrawing army and police from their posts? They were asking the military authorities. The same military are in Imo State doing show of force. I want American ambassador to understand what I'm saying. I want the EU to understand what I'm saying. I want the UK to understand. Do you know that where they are killing people, where people are paying ransom every blessed day, where lives are being wasted, there is no army. Nigeria army withdrew their personnel, their men from there deliberately. The same thing they did in Benue, that Fulani foot soldiers may overrun the place. I want all of you to understand the danger all of you are in. You are in one, or forget about all the rubbish you read from Daily Trust, from Premium Times or Fulani newspapers. Their mouthpiece, their job, they are like, okay, mouse, as it's eating you away, is blowing you breeze. So I think that's the only way I can explain it for the white people who are listening to understand. No rat. It will be eating away at the sole of your feet. And sometimes it's blowing you breeze so that you will not feel it. It's blowing air so you don't feel it. That is what Nigerian newspapers, that is their job. Their job is to calm all of you down. No matter the outrage being visited upon you, the job of Nigerian newspapers is to dampen you, to make you understand that tomorrow may be better. When they fail, they bring out fake Pentecostal pastors. Why am I saying this? Banditry, why are you withdrawing security men from their posts? Displaced Gwari and Nupe residents ask military authorities, why have you neglected us? They are asking, the same army you see, Nigerian army, our boys, Nigerian army everywhere. They are asking the Nigerian army in Nupe and Gwari land that they call Niger State, why have you abandoned us to Fulani terrorists? Why? This isn't very simple. Because you're not Fulani. It's not very clear. You're not Fulani, that's the reason why. And it is the Fulani in Asorok that calls the shot, decides where to post who, when, and where. Do you know what they said? They say it is better to die in our homes than in the hand of bandits. This is the fate of your average Nigerian today. That's how they reason. You know that Nigeria, as I said to you before, the Zoom media, they are there to inoculate you. Once you're feeling the pain and you want to rise up, you see one idiot from somewhere will write a very flowery column for maybe one of these idiotic publishing houses. Tell you how we started this problem. We must end it. What is happening is not good. We must rise up. Any revolution now is not good. Let's get together. Rubbish. Every blessed month they had the same crap. In the name of intellectualism. This UG black man doing intellectual. No running water, no good schools, no hospitals, no jobs, nothing. No roads, nothing. You are doing intellectual. In the forest, like a baboon in the bush. People that live the way we live in Africa, do they intellectualize? Have you seen a baboon before intellectualizing? A monkey in a tree swinging from one branch to the intellectualizing. They have no time for it. They want to just grab fruit. They procreate. They sleep with their wives and they give birth. Is that not what we do in Africa? In a place called Niger State, they worry people. Oh God. The frequent invasion of some local government areas of Niger State by bandits has become so worrisome to the people of the state. Many lives and properties have been lost. Many lives and properties lost. And more pathetic is the fact that their houses as well as their foodstuffs and seedlings meant for planting this year have been completely burnt down by Fulani bandits, terrorists. Even if they're saying even if they go back to their villages today, many of them have nowhere to lay their heads. Especially this is happening in your so-called Nigeria, where somebody will have the temerity to get up in the morning and tell you there's going to be election in 2023. Hey, timetable, I like this timetable. These people you are expecting to vote, they have nowhere to sleep at night. Most of them are farmers. These Fulani terrorists imported into Nigeria by El Rufai, Garba Shehu, the late dead Buhari when he was alive. They are in Nupe and Gwari land wreaking havoc. The worst part of it is that nobody is helping them. The army that America, EU is giving Fulani money to equip, they equip them, they send them to the east to be killing innocent people. Now, do you understand it? People in Niger State are begging and asking for help, saying, we have nowhere to sleep. Our crops, our seedlings have been destroyed. We can't even plant for next season. How are we going to eat? How are we going? In the midst of this, what concerns us a lot is what Mbaka said. The thief himself, Tinubu, Obasanjo, these evil men in the zoo called men, these evil, pathetic, satanic men, they have not said a word. It is only on Radio Biafra that we are tonight amplifying the plight of those in a place called Niger State. It's very close to home. They have come to Niger. Destruction upon destruction. Anybody would have thought that, given the state of hopelessness of these people and the lamentations, that the government would do something about it immediately. Instead, they are withdrawing their troops or their soldiers from their posts and send, as I told you before, there is a method to our madness. Our madness has swag, it has style. I'm telling you the truth. As I said to you before, we are going to draw this army away from the north. They will come to the east, where they're going to die anyway, and leave their towns and villages open to be ravaged by the monster that they themselves created. People in Niger State were against Biafra. They're against an Igbo man. People of Niger State, yes, of course. They fought in the war. Igbo man is a problem. They want to divide our country. Do you now see why supporting one Nigeria is a death sentence for you? And the funniest thing about the zoo is that when you start suffering, nobody will remember you anymore. You are gone. None of these people, including even Channels TV, nobody can send journalists into Niger State to go and interview them there. Find out what is going on the ground. Find out what is happening on the ground. They will not do it, will they? Is Nigeria for you? The hope of the people who are predominantly farmers have been shattered with their seedlings burnt down, as they do not have, seedling. I don't know how to say it. To start the planting of a new season. None. Do you know what is most surprising about Niger State and Benue and everywhere else, where the Fulanis are intent on taking people's land? The same way people are shouting about unknown government, shouting about insecurity in the East. Why can't you see insecurity in Niger State? Where they are basically running from their homes. Why can't you see it? Why can you not see what is wrong with you people? Black people from Africa. What is wrong with you that you cannot reason? They are complaining about insecurity where there are no refugees. Whereas in Yoruba land, there are refugees in the Republic. Even today, they were being attacked. Some came today to attack them in Ogun State. Today. In Niger State, they are basically in IDP camps. In Benue, people are not living in their homes. But in Biafra land in the east, where Eastern Security Network made sure that Fulani Janjaweed did not succeed. That is where they are interested. Insecurity. But in places where people are no longer sleeping in their homes, nobody is talking. I don't know if it is how God made a black person. I don't know if it is acquired stupidity. I don't know if it is all the centuries of slavery and even more centuries of colonialism and even more, or should I say, decades of neo-colonialism. I have no idea what is wrong with us. As they say where we come from, I don't know why you abandon the main issue. The crux of the matter, you abandon it and you're discussing things that are quite frankly irrelevant. People in Niger State, let me shock you. On several occasions, the Joint Task Force had the upper hand against these bandits until a few weeks ago, when 5 soldiers and the mobile policeman was killed by the bandits, the same Fulani bandits, in an early raid on their camp in Alawa area. The security personnel were then withdrawn from their duty post in Zagzaga community in Munya local government area. That very security post in Zagzaga community has been there since 2012. But now they have taken it away, paving the way for the main onslaught to begin. The main destruction of lives and properties to begin. Army is not there, don't get me, there is no army to save the people of Niger State, the Wari and Nipe people of Niger State. No army to save people from Benue. No, there is no Nigerian army. No Nigerian army to save the refugees that fled from Ogun State into Benin Republic. And there's no Nigerian army. Now you ask me, but where are they? All that money that US have been giving to them, EU, UK, everybody, what have they been doing with it? Admittedly, yeah, they are buying a few weapons for them, but the bulk of the army are in Iguacha, protecting Wike, looking for who to arrest in the middle of the night. DSS is busy abducting people. Whereas the DSS has never been to Niger State to abduct any bandit before. They are doing show of force in the east. And our God is a miraculous God. The God of we Biafrans is miraculous. Marvelous. And God said to them, okay, since you have chosen to be disturbing the peace of my children, you will have no peace where you come from. Because there are soldiers in the Nigerian army from Niger State. There are people in the police and the army from Benue. I want to ask them how they're actually feeling tonight.
Maybe they posted you to Babalada, or maybe they posted you to somewhere in Yola. But your village is under siege. You are in the army, you are in the police, you are from Niger State. You have no village to go back to anymore because it's been taken over by the Fulani Janjaweed. And you are busy serving the zoo called Nigeria. That was what we told you from the beginning. If you believe in one Nigeria, you have signed your own death warrant. It is only a matter of time. Only a matter. And what is paining me is that when the future generations will suffer the stupidity and, should I call it, arrogance of the lives of Obasanjo and Tinubu, they will long be dead before them. They will be dead. The mess they will leave behind for their children, oh my God in heaven, unbelievable. In fact, it is unfathomable. This is happening in the 21st century before our eyes. No major news network will carry. Can you imagine a country where a sizable chunk of the population, even the landmass, is under siege by one particular group of people? Only one group of people making our lives a misery. And instead of us to rise up and say, enough of this rubbish, let's, oh, can you calm down? Let's save our country. The more you say you want to save Nigeria, the more you are putting your own life in danger. Because they are coming. They have 2 years to complete this very job. We have been stopping them, holding the line. I don't know for how long you expect us to do this. I have no idea for how long you expect us to keep holding the line. For how long, I ask you. Now, this is in Niger State. There is no army. There is no army anymore. The communities are now asking them, what offense? They are asking the Nigerian army, what offense did we commit that the federal government of Nigeria neglected us and left us in the hands of bandits? Because they left you in the hands of their fellow bandits. Because there are bandits inside us all. Banditry is not just if you're on the roadside, no, with AK-47, no. And I've asked Nigerians this time and time again. Nobody has been able to answer my question. 2 things. Does Nigeria have immigration officers that carry guns? I think that says yes. Nigeria has also customs. Is that correct? Yes. There is one pertinent question I want Nigerians to ponder over and over and over again. All these so-called Fulani bandits from the Sahel, so we are told, wielding AK-47 assault rifles, who gave it to them? It's a very simple question. If you are saying that these are foreign bandits, that means they must have crossed the border with their AK-47 assault rifles. Is that correct? Which means there is no border control or check in the north. Which on its own is an impeachable offense. That's number 1. Let us assume that they did not come in with any weapons. They didn't cross the border with any weapons. Who gave it to them when they arrived in Nigeria? Any day, these intellectuals, any day, these sophisticated morons from the West, intellectuals from the East, any day, these 2 groups of idiots can answer that question. If at all, they can address it. Believe you me, their eyes will open. I don't want you to suffer yourself. I don't want you to strain yourself. I don't want you to overlabor your brain. Ask yourself this question. How did they get the weapons with which they have been sacking the villages in the north? Who gave it to them? Any day you answer that question, you will understand what the Fulani Janjaweed has in store for you. But I'm not expecting some of you to understand or even attempt to answer these questions because I feel sorry for you. Your brain cells are not developed well enough to appreciate the depth of the mess you're in. That was the reason why we embraced slavery. That was the reason why some of us ran to the white man when the white man came. That was the reason why we sustained colonialism. That was the reason why now fellow black people like Obasanjo and Tinubu, they are the ones sustaining neo-colonialism. There is nothing original about the way we reason and the way we think. And that is very, very troubling. Ask yourself this question. Every time bandits are in Benue, they are in Zamfara, they are in Taraba, they are in Yobe, they are in Birmingham, everywhere. Ask yourself this question. Did the weapons they are using, did it fall from heaven? Somebody gave it to them. Who is that person? Any day you ask yourself this question, you will come up with one inescapable conclusion. That conclusion is that those who are in power today in Nigeria are the ones that gave the weapons to their fellow Fulani murderers from the Sahel. They have come in. The controller of immigration did not resign. Because in any country that has conscience, the first question the House of Assembly, should I say the National Assembly should ask is this: how did they come in with weapons? If they brought the weapons in, that means that the Comptroller General of Immigration must resign. Whoever is in charge of customs must resign for dereliction of duty. Because if they were actually policing the borders of the north very well, there is no way that these people could have smuggled in or come in with their AK-47 and all other forms of assault weapons with which they have made the lives of ordinary indigenous people a misery. Now let us assume that they came into the country without these arms. Somebody gave it to them. And if you look at it, it's all military grade, or should I say military issue rifles that they're using. All of you were there when El Rufai was organizing the Buratai to drop weapons for Fulani bandits, or should I say Fulani terrorists in the forest. That means that the entire chain of Army High Command in Nigeria should resign. That of course they are Fulani. Nobody's resigning, but they want me to castigate Reverend Father Mbaka for calling for the removal of a dead man. Of course, is dead. The mask wearing Buhari who's in Asrock. You want me to condemn Mbaka? Yes. But no immigration top official has ever resigned for allowing Fulanis to bring in weapons into the country through the northern borders. Their customs chief, they haven't resigned. Their army chiefs, they have not resigned. Nobody can tell us till today, how did the Fulani terrorists lay their hands on weapons from where? At least we make our own. And we know they cannot make their own. They emasculated the Hausa people who can produce guns. We know they got it from somewhere. Any day you answer that very question, the next morning you'll be calling for the dissolution of Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth, if you understand what I have in store for you. In Niger State, they are suffering. In Niger State, they are in a mess. They have neglected them. Now they are crying to the government of the zoo. They are now appealing to the federal government. Please come to our aid, bring back the security personnel you took away to avoid further bloodshed of the innocent. No, they are no more. Doing operation show of force. They are nowhere protecting the Sarkin Fulani. And people are dying. Have you ever asked yourself, what are the priorities of this very government of the zoo? What are their priorities? Only then will you know that all of you are in one almighty mess. That is number one. People don't know what they're in for. There was a tweet by a Janjaweed, a Fulani man, because they're all Janjaweed. If you're from there, you're Janjaweed to me. This man tweeted about what the mask wearing, or should I say, Garabashir is now the new president. But some of you are very daft. In a country where there is a raging crisis, your president cannot address you live. You come, you lament, you complain.
You come, you lament, you complain every blessed day. You claim you have a president who cannot address you on any topic, any issue live anymore. Never. And you all of you accepted it. And you want me to regard you as a human being. Living in a Republican democratic setting, you claim you have the republic. You claim you practice democracy. The person you claim you voted for is there, cannot address you in a time of crisis. Then when is he going to address you? To tell you that the Fulanis are playing with all of you. They are playing with you. And I should say that the reason why they have succeeded so far is because of the deference we have for authority and for elders. But all that nonsense has to come to an end anyway. It must and should come to an end. It must and should come to an end. Do you know what the Fulani told Autumn, a TV man from Benue? If you want us to stop killing your people, you must give us Ruga. And some of you don't know what Ruga means. Ruga means exactly the same thing that the Fulanis did to Hausa people when they came into Gobert, the present day Sokoto state. Sokoto, the name is Gobert, G-O-B-I-R. They came to Gobert. They said, oh, we want our own Fulani settlement, our own Ruga. That was how they started. Fulani quarters. From there, as they said, till today, the rest is now history. They swallowed the Hausa race and rendered Hausa useless. The only thing the Hausa people have is just their language. Everything else is gone. Their ingenuity, their industry, their creativity, everything, even their humanity. Fulani even took away Hausa humanity. Because a Hausa person is a nice person. I believe the nicest group of people in the zoo called Nigeria. Very nice. Decent, humble and truthful. A typical Hausa man is decent, humble and truthful. Even Fulani took that away from them. Do you know they're saying to Governor Autumn of Benue State, give us land or we continue to kill you? Don't take my word for it. I'll read it out for you. This is the statement from the president to the victims of a genocide. Adopt Ruga if you want peace in Benue, Buhari tells Autumn. And you wake up in the morning and you say you're a Nigerian. This is our country. Let's salvage our country. Where people you claim you voted for are telling you, give us your land or we kill you. No, not we kill you. We will continue to kill you. And we write, we rant, we talk, we go to sleep. We eat pomo the next day. What's that one that is red? They say it gives blood, it gives oxygen to blood. I don't know what they make it. Or you drink brukutu or fladinu, you go to sleep. The next day, some rubbish. They are killing us. President did something. He said, in the evening, you go to sleep. I mean, you impregnate your wife or your girlfriend. The next day, you will send rubbish. Every year, some nonsense. Now, don't worry. 2023 is coming. And you can vote in whoever you like. With INEC in charge in Abuja, declaring results for you. Or all those criminal vice chancellors you have, dressed like the mayor of London, leaving rubbish in the middle of the night with candle. You people have no shame. You have no shame. You people, there is not one iota of shame. And you wonder why white people are racist towards black people because of the way we behave and how we reason. Despicable. Every day you lament, you complain, you lament, you complain. Some problem is there. And you have a solution. Impeachment is there for a purpose. When the head of state is not performing, you kick the idiot out of office. He must complete his 8 years. And these are people that went to school, you know. They went to school. Child. Zoo. Hey. Zoo, a very useless place. I I'm giving you facts and figures. So tomorrow morning, when you're debating with a zoo animal, you can destroy them with facts and figures. You're in a country where you claim you have a president, yes, and things are happening. All we are now hearing is Garbashir. And I'm going to place a curse on him, because it seems to me now that he is now the new head of the cabal. And I will place a curse on him, on Garbashir. And the same curse I placed on Buhari, the same curse I placed on all of them that claim they are the ones wielding power in the zoo. It seems to me now that your new president is Garbashir. All over the world, as old as Joe Biden is, he still comes out to speak and address the people. Angela Merkel is addressing the people every blessed day on a national crisis. Ordinary COVID, all of you have forgotten about COVID now, COVID-19, coronavirus. Every government of the world they address their people almost every 4 days, live update from the president or head of state himself or prime minister. But in the zoo, nobody is even talking about coronavirus anymore. There is a raging insecurity. Yet the person you call your president cannot address you, and you want me to see you as a human being. You want me to have regard for you as a human being? You are an idiot, you are a fool. I can't talk to you. Because you have no brain. Give us your land or you die. Some of you have forgotten what Fulani nationality movement said. Do you know the funniest thing? Their DSS, no one has invited them for questioning. No, you don't invite Fulani now. It's their voice. In fact, even when they go there, they will start reciting the Quran together. All over the world, Nigeria is the only country given to Fulani people by God, according to Fulani nationality movement. And all of you are clapping, waiting for 2023. All of you are clapping, waiting for 2023. Shame on all of you. The Fulani nationality movement. They said this thing as far back as January 13th, 2018, that Nigeria is theirs. El Rufai was, they deceived Kanu. They deceived Tinubu. They thought they were all being one Nigeria. Nobody knew that. In fact, I knew. These fools never knew that these people, Fulani, they have another agenda. And as I keep saying, Tinubu is the modern day Afonja in Yoruba land. And he will destroy, because for his sake, the Yoruba race will be in a very serious mess unless they abandon that idiot now. I call him an idiot with every reason in the world. A fool. A certificate forging criminal. Then he went to Toronto University. A drug pusher in Chicago. Go and do your research on Tinubu. A drug pusher. A kleptomaniac extraordinaire. A thief of unimaginable, a living rogue, a stealing machine. All of you were there during election. Bank bullion van that used to carry money went to his house. All of us said, Jagaban, let's go. A thief. It doesn't even end there. He's also a murderer. He was instrumental in the slaughter of young Nigerian youths at your so-called Lekki toll gate. Have you all forgotten? Black people, have you all forgotten? The same Tinubu. And to make matters worse, I am 53 years of age. I don't hide my age. What for? God created me when he did. This man, before your eyes, all of you so-called Nigerians, lied about his age. He lied about his age. He took 10 years off his age. He is now older than his first daughter by 9 years. And some of you still have the presence of mind to have regard for such a person. And you wonder why you are poor as a black person. You wonder why God has virtually abandoned black Africa. You people, you love and you support evil. You love evil so much. That is why God abandoned you people. Because this same type of nonsense, there is no white country that will tolerate it. Never, ever, it's not done. You have your birth certificate. It's a very simple question. They will say to you, if you can lie about your age, that means you can lie about anything else in life. Do you know that white people started calling black people liars when they discovered that your footballers always lie about their age? From that day, if you are saying anything, they say, no, you people are liars. And they're racist. No, I don't believe that they are. They are telling you the fact. Before your eyes, Tinubu cut his age to 69. You accepted it. Yoruba people have no reason not to condemn him. Pantami, the terrorist, is still a minister. El Rufai, that he said, I went outside to pay Fulani killers to come to Nigeria to kill. He's still a governor. Some are even praying, some pastors are even praying for him. The same man that supplied guns to Fulani murderers in southern Kaduna to slaughter people. Some of you have been talking about him as a future president of Nigeria. Nobody has condemned all these people. And you want me to condemn Fada Mbaka? Why? Let me tell our people something they don't understand. In a normal country, so to speak, the condemnation of Fada Mbaka, you can welcome it somehow. I know that sometimes, regardless of our shortcomings, we are puritanical in how we think. Biafrans are very puritanical, very, very pure. They see what is bad and they say it's bad. It doesn't matter who is doing it. That is the reason why a lot of people came down heavily on Mbaka. But I'm telling them, yes, in Biafra we can do anything we like to him. But in Nigeria, insofar as Nigeria is concerned, never ever condemn your own. Only those that use their mouth to condemn themselves. Like that minister for gutter and drainage in Lagos. Those ones, there's no forgiveness. Even in hell, they can be forgiven. Mbaka said, impeach this incompetent idiot. Instead of people to focus on what Mbaka said, to see if there is merit in it or not. You abandoned what he said and you started to attack his character. Typical black people. Is there any merit in what he's saying? Exactly what they did to IPOB. What they did to me. They will always abandon the message and begin to attack the messenger. Take the man's message. This idiot there should be impeached. And some of our people foolishly jumped on the bandwagon. I don't know why they're doing it. Nigeria is not normal. When we get to our Biafra, we can be as normal as we like. But the zoo is not normal. Why do you think I campaigned for Nifulef like all those Okal? As idiotic as he is. I campaigned for him to be released. I campaigned for Bisametu to be released. Where do you think we did it? You think we did it because of what? Nothing. Because they are your own. They are your own. Defend your own. You know, some of you did not grow up in the village. Some of you attacking Mbaka did not grow up in the village. Because there's a saying where we come from. When the cat comes to pick up the chick belonging to a wayward hen, a stupid mother chicken that took the babies to venture where she shouldn't go to, occasioning the loss of a baby chick to a kite. I'm trying to explain this in a manner that mothers who are listening back home, oh, grandmothers are listening to us. That is why I speak the type of English that will make it possible for them to understand exactly what I'm saying. You know kite, you call it where we come from. When the kite is coming to pick up the little chick, Despite the fact that you know that the hen should not have taken her chicks to wear the kite, to make it easier for the kite to attack, you first of all start screaming to drive the kite away, and then in the evening, when the hen comes back with the chick, you now blame that hen. But as soon as that hen is under attack, you must avert danger by driving away the kite. Fulani people are blood-sucking demons. When they come after your people, believe you me, you must rise up to defend that very person, regardless of their sins in the past. Because if they take one person, they'll come for the next one, they'll come for the next one. That's how they behave. That is why everybody must. We must defend them better. He may have done some things wrong in the past. It's between him and his God. He says he's a preacher of the word of God. It's between him and his God. You live in. Again, where we come from, Onyenachia, you and your God. It's between you and your conscience. But right now that he's under attack from the Janjaweed, we must defend him. Because I want Garba Sheku to address the main point that Mbaka was raising. Address the issue. You are telling us again for contract. Now, publish the names of all those who have been to Asrock before for contracts. Publish all of them. Let us see. Publish all the imams, publish all the sheikhs, publish all the Pentecostal pastors that have been going to Asrock to ask for money. Publish their names and the money to get to them. Publish it and ask me. So if you tell us Mbaka came for contract, we say, hey, Mbaka Tofiakwa, you went for contract. You think you are foolish? The contract is asking for, is it not from the same oil wells that comes from his land? You that is telling us he came for a contract. What do you contribute to the economy? Fulani, what do you contribute? Zero, nothing. You think we are foolish? Our people must reason. Let me give you one simple secret in life. In the zoo, life in the zoo. Anytime Fulani comes after anybody, you know that that person is saying the right thing. And that's how they operate. Can you imagine the left people who are dying in Niger State? They brought to squad 1, Mopol 1, Mopol 8, Mopol 14, MGX, SS. They are trying to do, like Morse code. You think that they are smart. After typing that rubbish, within 5 minutes we have it on our hands. Mopol 8 move to Oka, Mopol 9 from Mina. The same Mina that is suffering move to Eket. They think we are stupid. You don't know Fulani. I know them very well. Somehow you don't know. You don't know those the demons. You don't know them. You must defend them better. Nobody should write any nonsense. When we get Biafra, we can bring him back and blame him for what he said. Did you say? Did he say? But right now in the zoo, that they're attacking him, you must defend him. That's how it's done in our land from time immemorial. Don't allow yourself to fall foul of these people. They mess up your own people, but when you want to mess up their own, they will tell you no. Pantami is not going anywhere. Nigeria will burn if you remove him. Then you want me to condemn him back at God punish you, you idiot. We must proceed. Allah gave the zoo to them, and they are doing all they can to make sure that your lives is a misery. Oduduwa Republic, they held a rally today in Abeokuta despite police ban. My love for them is increasing every day. As I told you a short while ago, I have no regard for the elders, so I'm being honest with you. I'm not going to waste you. I'm just telling the simple truth. All those I have Yoruba elders, apart from Paya de Banjo and the Pafachoranti, all those other idiots. And my dear good friend, may you so rest in peace. Yinko Dumaki. Talking rubbish. All this elder is our rubber, rubber crap.
Yoruba youths came out today to rally in Abeokuta, and I support them. I tweeted actually on this very issue today. And as I keep telling you all the time, you must be on Twitter. You must be on Twitter. All of you must be on Twitter. All of you must go and open Twitter accounts. Please. Open it. Twitter makes you to think. Facebook makes you to gossip. That's what Facebook is, a gossipy platform. Twitter is where you reason. You think. And things will happen. Because imagine when you tweet 4,000 retweets, 5,000 retweets, 8,000. If you tweet and you tag somebody to your tweet, each time you retweet, that person gets it. That is why Twitter messages, they travel far and wide more than Facebook. Facebook is just for gossiping, to show off. Twitter is where you have to task your brain to produce something in a very short paragraph, a short sentence, to encapsulate all that you're thinking. All of you must be on Twitter. And as you join Twitter, you follow one another. Oh, Zobo, that's the name, Zobo. And local yogurt. I got to the bottle. They go by the side and pick up all those bottles, all those plastic bottles. Table water. You know the plastic bottle. They put Zobo in it. And what you say, typhoid. After drinking it, you start suffering from typhoid. Because once you go to, they say it's typhoid. These people. It's Zobo. It's called Zobo. Mad people everywhere, and there are mad people to the right, to the left, front and back, and there are mad people everywhere. Lunatics. You think they have brain? They have absolutely nothing. Nothing in their skull. They go outside, they go and they pick up, they don't know who drank from that bottle. They pick it up, they claim they wash it, and they put Zobo in it. My brother, what is wrong with you? He said, typhoid and malaria. Everybody typhoid and malaria. So you're drinking Zobo. Zoological Republic. The greatest fraud in the history of humanity is Nigeria. The greatest. That's why everything they call somebody a fraudster. Oh God. Nigeria are as rock rulers. Nigeria army, Nigeria police, all they do is propaganda and gossip. How can is bringing bombs from Lagos? Can you imagine such nonsense? How can somebody bring bombs from Lagos? So are you saying that you do the Agitators are manufacturing bombs for us? Or we imported the bombs? So if hey, Zoological Republic, let me ask DSS something. If you got an intel that they're moving bombs down, did you ask yourself where did they get the bomb from? Is it Yoruba people that gave us bombs? Or did the children that gave us the bomb? Or we manufactured it in Lagos? Or we imported bomb from abroad? This is how foolish they are. And some idiots will believe them. I want indigenous people to Nigeria, people who are ancient on their land, not flying that came 2 weeks ago. Anytime Nigeria is attacking IPOB, attacking Eastern Security Network, attacking Nnamdi Kanu, believe you me, what we are saying is the truth, which they do not want you to hear. Imagine such idiotic propaganda. They are importing bombs, they are bringing bombs from Lagos. We sustained and fought Britain for 3 years. We did not fight Nigeria. If we fight Nigeria, we defeat Nigeria anytime, any day. We fought Britain for 3 years. We manufactured our own bombs, our own aircraft, everything, artillery, everything we manufactured. And in this internet age, this new age, we now go to Lagos to go and bring bomb. When what we are using to defend our land, we are the ones making it ourselves. People are crazy. And some of you will listen to them. Some of you will listen to them. Only for calling for the resignation of a Fulani presidency, because there is no Fulani president. What have his presidency? There is no Buhari at all. All hell broke loose. Everywhere, madness everywhere. But did this, he came for, and so what? He became for contract. Yes, and then so what? So, okay, but Shell can come from Netherlands to take contract, yes, and drill our oil, yeah?
And Halliburton can come from Texas, yes? And Texaco from Texas, yes? And Elf can come from France, yeah? Ajib can come from Italy to drill oil and make money. But the Mbaka cannot ask for contract. Who told you that? Can Jordan himself? Who told you that? Who said he cannot ask for that? Why not? I'm asking you. He's a Nigerian. If any freedom fighter goes asking for contract, of course some of them do these days, then you can blame that person. Mbaka never said he is not a Nigerian. So if white people can come to the zoo called Nigeria to look for contract and they are worried, why can't Mbaka ask for one? Let us even strip down all this to the barest minimum. Who said that Mbaka cannot ask for contract, given the fact that the oil and gas comes from his land that is sustaining the whole of Nigeria? Okay, a white man can come and look for contract and get it here to drill oil and gas, yes? The same Fulani Janjaweed can own oil well. Even in Nnamdi, they own oil well in Nnamdi. The person that owns the oil cannot ask for contract. Are you people well at all? I think it's called bandwagon. Everybody just want to jump on the bandwagon to just to be noticed. I don't know. You people, I don't know what's wrong with you, to be honest. I don't know what is wrong with you. Mbaka did nothing wrong asking for contract. Why not? Why not? Don't other people go to ask for contracts? I'm asking you, all of you, don't other people go and ask for contract? You ask for contract. When the person that owns the oil asks for contract, you start talking rubbish. Unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Ndara. So Ajib can come from Italy. What's that? Total can come from France. Total. Oh, my uncle is working in an oil company, in Total Oil Company. Yes. So you don't want Mbaka to have his own. Oh dear. This your GF do not attack your own. Never again. Anybody who attacks his own is a fool. Only when that person have used his or her mouth to condemn himself. You must understand this very clearly, please. And not when that person is making a very valid point against Fulani Janjaweed. The time now is 12 minutes past 8 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. We are live and we are direct. And even heaven itself is bearing us witness. The Zoological Republic. Shoot at sight, yet a Fulani cannot be shot at sight. I want to bring another information, please, this evening. I'm basically trying to lecture. We are under siege. The chief leader cries out in Nasarawa. These were the same people that the Fulani people convinced during the war that Igbo man is their problem, Biafra is your problem. Kill them, and they came down and joined in the slaughter. They are now begging Governor Sule for protection in Nasarawa state. These TV people in Nasarawa, TV nation is also in Nasarawa. I don't know why all of TV people cannot come together and form a nation. What is wrong with you people? Do you know a place called Liechtenstein? Liechtenstein, I think they have only about 150,000 people, but it is a nation. How many people are in Andorra? How many people are in Malta? How many people are living in Iceland? Our problem, our population is positive. It's a good thing for us. You know, rubbish. I went back to the scriptures and I told you something. Abraham and Lot are related by blood. Abraham said to Lot, your cattle is growing, my own cattle is growing, my sheep is growing, your sheep is growing, my goat is growing, yours is growing. I don't want one day for your sheep to bite my sheep or my goat to bite your own goat. Because of that, please, look at all these huge expanse of land. I've cut it into two. Take one and I'll take one. You know what Abraham said? So that there may be peace between us. This same story I've just told you is in the Quran. This story I've just told you is in the Bible. Every intellectual has access to Bible. Every sophisticated moron has access to Quran or Bible in the West. They cannot see it. They cannot even see the meaning being conveyed. Hey, this UG, black people, black. Hey, I'm going to church, I'm doing vision, read the Bible very well. Instead of us to fight and be quarreling every day, be on your own, now be on my own. Is that not what the Bible said? Is even in the Quran. Now, why are you forcing us to be together in one damnable zoological republic? Why, I ask you? Let us ask people from TV in your own country. You claim the president of the TV youth organization in Nasarawa State, Pastor Barnabas Zayol, has cried out over the incessant attacks on deaf communities in Nasarawa State that has claimed the lives of people and injured many more, with over 50,000 displaced. Yet the army and police that should be protecting them in Nasarawa, they're in Zombo. Zoo. And you're telling me there is no conspiracy here between the Fulani Janjaweed Kabal ruling all of you and their bandit friends? And their bandit friends, yes. It's a plan, a very big plan. TV people are crying out in Nasarawa. TV communities in Nasarawa. Why can't you bring all the TV people and give them one state? Because for them to destroy you, they need to take away your identity. The white man taught them that. That's what the white man did. When the white man came, they named you Nigeria. That has no meaning. So as you're struggling and grappling with the meaning of your identity, it will take you about 60, 70 years. By the time you realize the mess you're in, you're already dead. And your children will quite simply inherit your stupidity and continue from where you left off. That's what's happening to us. Ask them this question. Instead of having TV people in Benue, TV in Plateau, TV in Nasarawa, why don't you create a state and say this is TV nation? What is wrong with that? They are black people. Black people. Anybody who believes in Nigeria is demented, mad beyond madness. And they all believed in one Nigeria. I'm sure this barrister, when he was wearing his horse wig cap, hey, they could let me remind. Look at a lawyer in Nigeria, you want to vomit. Let me tell you where the Fulanis are wreaking havoc. Doshima, Ansa, Doka, Angwanyara, Ikiayo, Tagema, Setor, Chia, Umurai, Duga, Gindanrai, Ajikamaka, Ankoma, Gidanrai, Zayol, Doka Atiko, amongst others in the state. These are TV homes. Fulani are just simply slaughtering them. And you are busy discussing Mbaka went to Asarok for contract. And at this point, I will ask you very simply, who did this to you? This UG. Black people, who did this to you people? You abandoned what you should be discussing and talking about trivia, more or less. The cry is even coming as community leaders have also appealed for the deployment of security operatives to the troubled areas of Kiana and Doma LGAs, where over 50,000 farmers have been displaced by Fulani terrorists. They are begging for police to come. In Imo State, we did not beg them for police, but they came. They even added the army and the navy as well. But the communities that need it in the north, nobody is asking after them. And you're telling me that your average Nigerian is normal in the brain. Of course they're not. Of course they are not. Is it? There is many.
There's many. Let me also give you news that is coming. I just want to dwell this evening on the Fulani Janjaweedism and what they're doing to all of you. This news broke, I think it was 2 days ago. Ogoni women allege headsmen invasion and destruction of farmlands. Ogoni. If I send ESN now to Ogoni to go and start fighting to remove the Fulani terrorists, what I will hear from Daily Trust the next day is that Nnamdi Kanu wants to take over Ogoni land and their oil. But in that caption, they will not tell you that all the oil wells in Ogoni land is owned by the Sultan of Sokoto. It's owned by the Emir of Gwandu. They won't tell you that. See how clever they are, Fulani Janjaweed. They are very good at diverting attention. They are masters at it. They first of all use their daily thrusts to divert your attention, to lie. And all of you follow it. They'll now come and destroy you from the behind. That's what they do. Now, you know, my goodness me. Ogoni is in River State. That and parcel of Iguacha. Let me read it for you so you understand. That the world may know what is happening in the damnable zoological republic. The same Ogoni people that said, "Hey, we are not Biafra. We don't want to fight of Biafra. Hey, we are fighting our own struggle." So fighting your own struggle. You think you can do it alone? How far? Look back. Mossop, not Masop, not the hotel building criminal. Mossop. Formed before Masop, have been in existence for years. Common to clean Ogoni land they have not achieved. All they manage to achieve is to line the pockets of those that claim they are representing them. That's what they have done. Ogoni land is under siege. Ogoni land is being controlled by the little demonic Hitler. These farmers are all women. This is according to Punch newspaper. It's in fact a zoo paper, because Punch wants Nigeria to continue so that a Yoruba man can go in, a fellow Omo, so they can be enjoying. People have their sense. These farmers are all women. They said they have suffered huge losses due to the destruction of their farmlands, pointing out that they were unable to access their farms for fear of being attacked. In River State, but we have never sent the army to Ogoni to safeguard those women. But we sent army into Obibo to go and kill people. Now, I don't know if I'm making any sense. Do you now understand what I'm saying? We cannot send the army to go into Ogoni to safeguard the farmlands for the women to farm. But we can send the army to Obibo to go and kill people. Is that normal? Do you see why I hate him and I despise him? Do you see why I wish I can get up tomorrow morning and hear that Wike is no more? Because the man is evil. The people you claim, I want to protect River State, I want to make sure that all that rubbish. Now the women are being attacked. They are being attacked right now in Ogoni land. What are you doing about it? Absolutely nothing. But if it's IPOB now, you send army, you send helicopter, you send air force, they'll go to people to kill people. Tell me why such a person should be allowed to exist. Such blatant evil. Wike is behaving like a typical Fulani man. The only thing that he pays channels and he comes and he talks rubbish once in a while, that's all. Ogoni land, the women cannot farm. Wike, I have not heard that idiot say to the army, go to Ogoni land and drive away all those terrorists from there. Never. But you're going to synagogue in a house of prayer, which is against international law, to go and arrest people who are praying. Because you hate Judaism. Wike, with your little Hitler mustache, you go into a temple, into a synagogue of God, a house of God, to arrest people. For those of you who are historically blind, should I say, really, I wouldn't know, how can I put it? For those of you who are not gifted with intelligence, and for some people in DSS that were writing that I introduced an alien version of Judaism into Biafra, or into Nigeria as a whole. I have news for you. The same place that Wike went to and arrested people who are praying is the same building that Jesus Christ prayed in when he was alive. Jesus never went to any church. Jesus went to a synagogue and a temple. For your information, the church came about only when Jesus Christ died. I hope you're following me. Wike, you went to a synagogue, a temple of God, to go and arrest people who are praying. But Fulani that are terrorizing and killing people in Ogoniland, you cannot send army and police to go and rescue our mothers in Ogoniland. That tells you all you need to know about the Zoological Republic. Now listen very carefully to this, please. Some of the women, they have their names here. Mary Amaniko, a native of Luweku community in Yokana. Mercy Glory of Soro community in Kana. And Yeye in Kani, a native of Eleme, all in Ogoniland. And for information, my aunt was married in Eleme. I have my cousins in Eleme. I used to go there on holidays. My people are there till tomorrow morning. My relatives are in Eleme. In Ogoniland. By blood. My aunt, Dapatu. For your information, they say we want our organization. Go now and try and see if you succeed. We need to rise up together to confront a common enemy. After that, we all go back to our respective nations to control our lives and our resources. That is the very simple template for Biafra. Biafra is not going to be a monolithic nation. One nation standing, one idiot somewhere saying he's prime minister or president talking rubbish every day. No. We are going to be free. Once we capture Biafra and we are free, in that Biafra, every component ethnic nationality will be on their own. If they want to merge with other people, then there will be a place beside. There will be a referendum. Let's say in the new Biafra that Ibibio recognizes that there are more Igbo than anybody else and want to be part of an Igbo nation, they vote to be part of it. If Efik wants to join the Ibibio to form a nation, they vote and they join. Biafra, our political blueprint. Our political blueprint, believe you me. The whole world will marvel. Mankind will marvel. They will say, we never thought that black people are capable of reasoning this way. I'm telling you the truth. I am telling you the truth. We are live and direct and the whole world is listening to us, of course. We can go to Ogoniland and do that thing that you wanted to do. You cannot do it. Hard man. When it comes to Fulani, you're running away because the man wrestling you, the Sokoto state governor, you want to be vice president. A wretched slave like you. Wike is a slave. Forget about rubbish ranting he makes. He's a slave, complete slave to the Janjaweed. A slave he is. And he must be exposed. Women are dying and being raped in Ogoniland. Any day I send ESN there now, believe you me, in 48 hours, you will not hear about our mothers in Ogoniland lamenting anymore. We will drive them away. But you will send army and police to go to people to go and kill, to go to synagogue to go and abduct people. Because you are doing the work of Hitler. That is what is happening in Ogoniland. They say they are Nigerians. And they brought Fulani Janjaweed to them. That's what is happening. What is that cocaine snorting madman that thinks that of Hitler? Where are you? What are you doing about it? Nothing. As with every other every other idiot, you people only derive strength when it comes to attacking your own people. To go and attack your enemies, you cannot do it. Fulani is in Ogoniland, stopping our mothers from farming, raping them, abducting them. You cannot do nothing. Any day, Ogoni elders ask me to move in. 48 hours, there will be no Fulani Janjaweed in Ogoniland. 48 hours, ESN will be 48 hours only. Abola Hammo, they'll be gone. They'll be gone. That's what I'm waiting for. We cannot go to Ogoniland until they invite us to come. I'm being honest with you.
ESN is for the whole of Biafra land, yes, but there are some sensitive areas. You got to, they want to take us over. The same thing they did during the war. Fulani will go and arrange with Britain. They use Biafran flag. That's why I don't want anybody carrying Biafran flag in the open anymore. They will use Biafran flag. They will go and kill people. They say they're Biafran soldiers. They attack people in Calabar. They go to Oron. They attack people. They go to Ogun. They kill people. They say it's a Biafran soldiers that did it. Subterfuge. That was what they did during the war. So I don't want to go to Ogoni land. And tomorrow they say, Igbos have come again. They want to take over our land or other rubbish. No. You have to invite us to come. You know who to meet. We have Biafrans from Ogoni land. We have Biafrans who that profess and proclaim IPOB with their mouth. Go and meet them. Ask them to pass the information to the leadership that we should come to Ogoni land. 48 hours. Then they would be gone from there. And then they know what? We've met them before. We've met them before. Do you see how cowardly these governors are? Even those that I felt had a bit of common sense, now they're denying. There was something that was making them, which of course is true. Ugwan, when he implicated Buhari as part of the conspiracy. That's the mistake the governor made. The governor put a call across to Buhari when Nimbo was under attack. Go and Google it, please. Go to Google and type in Nimbo massacre. It was a massacre by the Fulani. Google it. When that attack was going on, you know that journalists don't know how to ask questions. When the attack was going on, they told Ugwan and he started crying. He called Buhari, his mentor, to help him. Buhari didn't pick the call. He called HT division, nothing happened. So if Ugwan is saying he did not place any call to Asarok, what did you do? It's a very simple question. What did you do when Nimbo was under attack? Tell us what you did. Give us your phone log for that very day. Do we have access to your phone log? Because if we go through your phone log, we will see that you placed a call to Asarok and nobody answered your call. True or false? They've called him from Asarok. What are you doing? Do you want to expose Mr. President or Mr. Impostor? He withdrew his comments. I don't know what is wrong with our people. I don't know what's wrong with them. Also, one was under attack. Nimbo, under attack. He placed a call. Nobody came. The high and mighty of Enugu State, all they did was to weep, get together, including wood. They weep. It will happen again. It will happen again. After 2 weeks, another one happened. Since we came into the fore, and doing this very job, with the exception of those that this idiot invited to come and kill our people, Umahi. You know, it was Umahi that arranged the few massacres to try to discredit what ESN is doing. That's what he did. Let me ask all of you a very simple question. Since we started this very defense of our land with ESN, do you hear about all these frequent Fulani attacks anymore? The answer is no. Absolutely no. Because they understand the consequences. That every force has an equal and opposite reaction. They understand it very well. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I want to also inform you, Tiara, that if you kill one of us, you kill one of you, you people will die out before us. Because we outnumber you by over 100 to 1. You people have visited us to the zoo. It was the idiocy of the Hausa people that allowed you people to be doing all that rubbish you're doing. You cannot bring it to the east. You can't, and you know you can't anywhere. There's no need dwelling on it too much. You know you can't. Our own madness is more than your own madness. You know that very well. Our own insanity more than your own insanity. People like Ugwan, stop being afraid of Mietiana. Ugwan, stop being afraid of these people. They cannot do you anything. Apart from Abaribe, who else is talking? Do you think they can touch Abaribe? Of course they can't. Only Tonson, bringing a rock. Only Tonson, our commander on the ground. And everywhere is boiling. And as I said, 2,000 heads. He will be buried with 2,000 heads. And he's being accumulated as we speak. 2,000 heads for his burial. The other beginning is 100. He also is 2,000 heads. And we are not going to stop until we get those heads, 2,000 of them, before we bury him. You can lie all you like. Hey, Pusadima, let him come out and speak to the people. Is he now like an imposter in Nazareth? Come out and talk to the people if you're back. Come out now and speak to people. Idiot. You go and stop being afraid of these people. They cannot do you anything. And as usual, somebody who, when your life is a misery, when you have lost every hope in life, when you are very, very foolish, you have two things you can hold on to. One is hard drugs, the other one is alcohol. Mayok. Anywhere you go in life and you see people who are addicted to hard drugs or alcohol, call them over and interrogate them. They are not happy with their lives. Their life is a misery. And let me tell you the drug that Nigerians are on. They are useless. In zoo, animals, they are useless. But Fulani has a drug for them. It's called election. Once you announce election, everybody forgets. Hey, BCG, black people. Yes, my dear brother, ordinary. Only ordinary was a war commander. Only consider. Imagine when they touch Abaribe. Oh my goodness. We'll bury him with the head of the Sultan himself. Only consul. They're running around and begging. And I said, no. We can't stop. It's too late. So in your next life, nobody would dare touch one ESN, one. I didn't even say commander, one. Anywhere now they I hear that an IPOB family member has been arrested, the DPO will go down of that area. DSS very soon will remember you people. DSS, one thing to will remember you. Small time. Keep abducting. Until you go in a June, your cup will soon full. And once it's full, then you will see hell. I told the people that we have come with a type of insanity you have not seen before. A combination of two types of madness, acolyte and the village one. Two mixed together. And in the history of man, nobody has suffered from the two before, only us. And I'm number one. Two types of madness combined. Arouse abhor, two types of madness combined into one. A very potent mixture. I feel sorry for the zoo. I feel sorry for the zoo. My voice, if you're on Facebook, then nobody here because if you're on Facebook, please move to what's it called again? Instagram. Or you go to Twitter. Forget about Facebook. Of course, they are messing it up for themselves, not for us. In my next life, I will not see black people. I'm being honest with you. This UG, black. People who cannot reason properly. They have announced their date for election. As I said a few days ago. Now, forget that Fulani people are raping your mothers and abducting your sisters. Think of voting for Tinubu for a better tomorrow. They have announced their dates for election, trying to divert your attention. Electioneering is like your own opium. It's like your cocaine, your crack cocaine, your methamphetamine. They are your ganja you take. Because your life is useless. So you wait for election to come so you can be high once again. Now you understand it, don't you? The same way that a hopeless person clings onto a bottle of gin is how in your hopelessness in Nigeria, you're clinging on to the hope of 2023 elections. And as I said, there will be no election. I'm not saying you're going to boycott. No, that one is too small. There will be none. So people of Anambra, be prepared. They are going to bring army, police, everything into Anambra. There will be no election. I assure you. There will be none. That heaven will fall this year. Eli Bangada will fall this year. There will be no election. So you want us to go, so the same Fulani man in Abuja will do to Anambra, the first son of Biafra land, the first son of the Igbo race, where man began itself, Anambra State. You want Janjaweed to come and put somebody in Oka, as they did in Imo State. I said, oh, forget it. It's a democratic dispensation next time. And another idiot like Hope Uzodinma will be put in office. Now we are, you people are mad, honestly. It won't happen now. The only way election can happen in Anambra State is if we, the people, announce the result. It will be announced in Anambra State, not in Abuja. There and then in the polling booth, as the people are voting, they are counting it there and then, they're announcing it there and then. Not in Abuja. It's only INEC in Abuja that has the constitutional mandate to announce the result, so you can read it. There will be no. So rather people calling me and saying, oh, please now, take it easy. Let's have election. No. Go and tell your INEC that all the results will be announced live there and then inside Anambra State. No. We are live and we are direct. We are moving ahead and nothing, absolutely nothing is going to stop us. I don't know if I tweeted this one or not. I want to read the news for you that happened 2 months ago. It's for Tinubu and for Basanjo, for all the sophisticated morons of the West, including some of their pastors. Because this is the type of news that you never hear them write about. If you go to a Punch newspaper, you never see it. You will not. Let me go back a little bit. I don't want people to say that I am not a Democrat. I don't want people in Anambra to vote. No, I'm not saying that. I said I don't want somebody that will come last or 8 or 9 to be imposed on us by Garba Shehu as Abba did in Imo State. I'm saying no to that. All of you can see that Ozodinma is a complete disaster, bringing an army to invade his land. The same army that was backed by the British 50 years ago, that did a lot of damage. This fool went and brought them into our land. Do you want the same thing to happen in Anambra State? If we allow elections to proceed in Anambra, they will announce the result and put in one APC idiot in office. Is that what you want? You may want it, but we, the people of Biafra, we don't want it. We are the majority, we don't want it. That is why there have been elections in Anambra State. None. Unless INEC comes out to say, we will announce the results there live from polling station there. Every polling station there and then you announce it live. Only then will I concede. Unless you're prepared to do that, to hell with your elections. Another Hope Uzodinma, after going to the north and razzling you're wearing pampas, you come back, you're telling us rubbish about one Nigeria. In a number of all places. The first place that we began. All of us are from Anambra for information. All we did was Ethiopia. We kept moving until the Atlantic Ocean stopped us. And for those talking nonsense, oh, I'm Mason. All of you are from Arochu. Go and do your research very, very well. Then your eyes will clear. Let me read the news for you that they will not share with you at all in the zoo. The Headsman Debacle. It's a publication by the New Diplomat. The person who wrote this article is Dotun Akintomide. Dotun Akintomide. I think I pronounced it right. Dotun Akintomide wrote this about 2 months ago. Now let me read it for you. For Yoruba sophisticated morons, idiots hiding under stupid, wishy-washy grammar to be writing rubbish. This is for you. In Yoruba land, in your one Nigeria, where you want to vote for Tinubu to become president. Ogun residents numbering about 5,000 have reportedly fled their villages to seek refuge in Pobe, P-O-B-E, a Beninois border community, which is Benin Republic, located about 100 kilometers from Cotonou, the commercial hub of Benin Republic, Nigeria's western neighbor. The mass movement of Nigerians in the last 1 week to Benin Republic followed reported herdsmen attacks in various villages located in Yewa North local government area and parts of Yewa South area of Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. Are you listening? Yoruba people are in Benin Republic. At the last count was 5,000 people. And some, the same Yoruba, some are in Lagos and in Abuja, talking and writing rubbish about one Nigeria, how they love one Nigeria, how to save their nation, Nigeria. Are you sure these sophisticated morons are okay in the brain at all? Are you sure they're all right in the brain? How about your, let's say, conservatively speaking, 5,000 people from Ogun State who are refugees in Benin Republic? Okay, oh no, they will have to wait until you vote in Tinubu, then they can now come back. Is that what you're saying? Intellectual indeed. Sophisticated. No wonder that person that came up with the name, sophisticated morons, I love him so much. I'm telling you, that describes you people, honestly. And who are the people that drove Yoruba people away from their land into becoming refugees in the Republic? They are called headsmen, they are called bandits. But we know they are Fulani terrorists. Very, very horrible, nasty set of people. Very, very horrible set of people. And what is happening to them? These people that drove Yoruba people into exile in Benin Republic, what is happening to them? Let us hear from one of their hard men. The minister, the Honorable Minister of Defense, Magashi. What did he say? I condemn the idea of killing bandits in this country. The same people that they said came from Mali, came to Yoruba land, drove Yoruba people into the Republic. The person charged, their grammar is tasked with ending banditry. I have now changed the service chiefs. These ones are going to end banditry. He started by saying, I am against the killing of bandits in Nigeria. Defense Minister. Fulani is just messing about with you people, honestly speaking. The Minister of Defense, Bashir Magashi, of course, of Fulani Janjaweed. Their own people are killing. I want Igbo intellectuals to listen to me. Intellectuals, listen very carefully. He is a defense minister. On ascending that very office, he did not say, I'm in Nigeria and I'm detribalized. Go and kill all the bandits. He said, no. You see those bandits, nobody should touch them. Intellectual, what can you learn from your defense minister? Defending his own Fulani brethren who are murderers, rapists, kidnappers, land-grabbing demons. Compare him to yourself, you idiotic, you foolish intellectual, condemning those who are fighting for your liberation at the hands of the same people. The same people that drove Yoruba people into exile in Benin Republic. Now you understand it, don't you? Mogashi was quoted as saying in a post on Twitter by an aide to the President Muhammad Buhari, Loretta Onoche, on Tuesday, according to the famous harlot now, she has put on so much bleaching cream that bleaching cream no longer works on her. That palm wine drinking, harlot and human trafficker in Asarok. I don't share the idea of killing. This is a presidential aide for information. She works for Fulani presidency. I don't share the idea of killing bandits. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Can somebody say that to Hope Osadema, please? Do you see how foreigners are behaving? Do you see how an Igbo intellectual is behaving? Or should I say, the Sadiq Fulani of Imo State? Are you following me? I don't want you to leave your pen and paper when you're following this program, please. The Minister of Defense of Nigeria, a Fulani man, said, killing Fulani terrorists and murderers, rapists and land-grabbing demons cannot be tolerated. But the same people sent army to go to Imo State to fight people who are fighting Fulani terrorists. And after all this, you want me to be a Nigerian? I can't understand it. I can't understand it. And how, even Hope Osadema is, I don't know what is wrong with bleaching cream. These people are bleaching. Even Hope Osadema is on bleaching cream. As light or not, they are bleaching their face. Even the president of the House of Senate, is it Lawan? They call the monkey. He's on bleaching cream as well. Look at their faces. You know about Guaco. Their faces are all burnt. Bleaching cream. These are the people that will save you. These are the people that will save you. A man who will spend time putting on bleaching cream on his face. He wants to be light. Hey. Unbelievable. According to Onochie, I don't share the idea. The Minister of Defense said, I don't share the idea of killing bandits. Everyone is innocent unless you're IPOB or you're Biafran. And then you're not innocent until proven guilty, they kill you there. When we send people into Obibo to kill, to slaughter, and to pillage, he's a lawyer. Mike is a learned man, learned colleague. He forgot about the rule of law. That is why Mike cannot live. I want us to do something to that man that the world will think to themselves what happened here. Then when we get to The Hague, I will ask them, in your country, do they teach lawyers to obey, to follow the rule of law or not? This idiot claims he's a barrister. To obey the rule of law was difficult. But when it comes to Fulani people, the same terrorists who are killing us, they tell us about obeying the rule of law. That is why we cannot forgive them. There will be no forgiveness. None whatsoever. This is the same, under this climate, is Tinubu trying to sound like a statesman, a born liar and a criminal. I don't even know why Yorubas will have the face to present such a man or even canvass for him to become a president. Anybody canvassing for him has no shame. Tinubu is a born liar and a criminal. As I said to you the other time, I will do a special program on that very man. I don't know why some Yoruba people still allow this man, this certificate forger and thief, to be parading himself as a statesman. This man don't know that I was following him all the way back in 1999. This man rejected, go back and see it, he rejected Abdul Salami's Islamic 1999 constitution. Today, he is a supporter of that very constitution. He was saying, I am angered. What did he say to his fellow Yoruba people? I am angered, troubled by terror across Nigeria. When you yourself, you brought terror against those who are peacefully protesting at Lekki Toll Gate. You see how they are. Oh, so those protesting at Lekki Toll Gate, the use of force to disperse them to kill people is not an act of terrorism. It's not. This was the man that Katrina Lang visited. And after that, thugs were unleashed from Mushi. Those of you that call yourself Nigerians, you're not ashamed of yourselves that you're coming out to campaign for this idiot. I will do a special program for him. Very special. That even Katrina Lang, the UK High Commission to Nigeria, will no longer visit him. I'm telling you the truth. I will do a special program on this thieving criminal, Tinubu. He wants to sound like a statesman. A chieftain of APC has expressed displeasure at the terror. Why did you not express this displeasure when young people carrying Nigerian flag were being shot dead inside Lekki? Because of writing to get money. You people think you are fools, yes? Anyway, you can deceive some of your people, but not us. Not us. He said that Benue has been troubled by criminal headsmen who have been killing and maiming people. And which other one? Did he mention us? Kamlayani. I think he knows not to mention the East. No, he never mentioned the East. It's just Benue. We must not tremble. They will be vanquished in the end. The tolerance, justice, and compassion shall win the day. Which justice and compassion? Let me ask you this question. So you think that you have shared the zoo between yourself and your Fulani masters, enjoying the oil. You are a multi-billionaire, stolen funds. You were hustling, you were in America, pushing your cocaine here and there. You were arrested and taken to court in America as a cocaine peddler, cocaine pusher. Oh dear. Zoo. May the good Lord have mercy upon your darkened souls, all of you. All of you in that zoological republic. If the Yoruba race fail to rise up now and deal with these idiots, believe you me, history will forever condemn them. But I do trust this generation. I trust them immensely. Immensely. That is the news that some of you may have forgotten. But I wish to bring to your attention this very evening before we close. How my 15-year-old daughter was abducted and forcibly converted to Islam and married off to MS Palace. Katsina farmer laments. It's happening in Nigeria. It's not on CNN, is it? I'll read it for you. This man is 75 years old. He's a farmer. 75-year-old farmer and father of a 15-year-old girl, Aishat, who was said to have been recently converted to Islam and forcefully married off without the consent of her parents in Ugwa, Dandada, a sleepy agrarian community with a population of around 1,500 people in Kafur, local government area of Katsina State. Before your eyes, is that the type of Nigeria that you want? Your daughter forcibly married off to maybe to Shekau. Is that what you want? Do you think that had Nigeria dissolved, say, 10 years ago, that Leah Shuaibu today will be a captive and mother of 4 or 5, being repeatedly raped by these savages from the Sahel? Fulani savages from the Sahel abducted her because you are in one Nigeria. Not just Leah. That's another one, another 15 years. You know, they love them young and small. I am Mani Bajo. I am 75 years old and I'm a farmer. I was born here in Ugwa, Dandada in Kafur, local government area of Katsina State. I grew up here and I married here. I have lived here all my life in this community. I am a Christian and I accepted Christ into my life when I was 30 years old. I was never a Muslim. Somebody from Katsina State is never a Muslim. I told you people before. There are minorities that are suffering in the north. And I want those minorities to understand that only Biafra can save you. You think that if Nigeria collapses, your life will be a misery? No, I assure you. It will be the beginning of a new dawn in your lives, I tell you. He is a Christian from Katsina State. But if you hear the name of the daughter. The daughter's name is Aishat. You will think they are Muslims. You condemn them. You say, oh, they are Fulani or they are Hausa. No, they are not. They are Christians inside Katsina State. Indigenous to Katsina State. Now you understand. Oh dear. She's been taken, married off, forcibly converted and married off. No police can enter into MS place. But they stormed the palace of my father to kill people. And you're telling me that Nigeria is sustainable. It is not sustainable. The 12 northern states in the zoo, courtesy of why is it that Obasanjo allowed them I don't know, why was it that when the North agitated for Sharia, they got it? Anything they want, they get. People from the side of Nigeria for restructuring, they can never get it. But the Sharia did not. That is why I said Obasanjo is a slave. People don't know who Obasanjo is. He is a slave, I'm telling you the truth. Obasanjo gave them Sharia. They didn't have to agitate for long. But why is it that the agitation for restructuring has been going on in the South for decades, yet no movement on their part? What does that tell about them? Maybe they need to come and take all these intellectuals and sophisticated morons from the South. I pray that the Fulani will come and take your daughters one after the other. And not the old ones, so 15, 14, 13, and take them to the North. Convert them to Islam. And then start raping them. Your stupid eyes will clear by force. To clear by force. You know that the Fulani is also running NNPC. Are you aware of that? And NNPC has no money anymore. Are you aware? There is no money. Look at Fulani doing quantitative easing. You know what is quantitative easing? It's printing of money and segregating into the economy. When US did the same thing, quantitative easing, or the UK, because I'm an economist, so I know, they gave the money, they used it to underwrite soft loans, basically. They gave it to the banks and then asked the banks to start lending money to businesses in order to kickstart the economy. That is what quantitative easing is used for. The minting of money. Not backed up by any other monetary instrument, be it gold or silver or reserve or any of that sort. But do you know in Nigeria they are printing money? Fulani is printing money without no backup. And Fulani is printing money and using that money to distribute to states to pay workers, not to stimulate growth in the economy. And these are the people you're in the same country with. These are the people that you claim that went to school. Lord have mercy. Only in the Zoological Republic. Only in the zoo. Only in the zoo. I don't know wonder they're sharing money anyhow they like. They're sharing money anyhow they like. And I heard that Dave Umahi said earlier today, that his non-existent Ibubago is not for ES. And I'm saying there will be no Ibubago at all. There will be no Ibubago anywhere. If we catch them, they're finished. There is no Ibubago. It's an audio something. You can be writing. Maybe it sounds nice. Ibubago, it sounds so sweet. And the Janjaweed would like you to float something, but it's too late. But let me warn everybody this evening so that they understand, those who are listening. No country needs a referendum in its constitution for a referendum to take place. So we know what we're asking for. All those intellectuals and morons that they didn't go to school. You don't need a referendum in the constitution for a referendum to take place. Because in the United Kingdom that created Nigeria, they do not have a written constitution. Everything is done by precedent. Yet they have referendum after referendum all the time. There is no written, not even constitution, there is none written, it's not anywhere to be found. There is no document you can lay your hands on and say, this is the British Constitution. No, it doesn't exist. So you don't need a referendum in your constitution for you to hold a referendum. Because power belongs to the people. You are in a democracy. Anything the people want is what they are going to get. Anything the people want is what they are going to get. And what I find as something is this. The UK granted referendum to Scotland. Yet there is no constitutional provision for that in the UK. Nobody went to Scotland with army and police killing people and said, unity of Britain, unity of UK. You allowed the people to express their opinion. Why can't we do this? Oh, sorry, they are white and we are black. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. They are white and we are black. Black people are not allowed to express their opinion. Only white people can. And who said so? We are coming to turn all of that upside down. That is why we are tweeting with the hashtag UK Let Biafra Go. Allow us to go. Sudan was once the largest country geographically in Africa. Today there are two countries. The almighty Soviet Union, with all their nuclear arsenal, they broke up. Yugoslavia broke up. They're all Slavic people. Yugoslavia means the land, the unity of the Slavic people. The same unity you're talking about today. They speak the same language. They are Slavic people, the same race, the same people. Yet they could not stay in one country. Talk less of myself as somebody from the Futajalon, from Senegambia. Nachinama, a cattle a savage. I can't stay in some country with you. Never. These are the things that our people ought to understand and learn. But this evening I'm praying to the Almighty in heaven to change our attitudes so that we can live in peace with each other. Because separation is the only solution. If Abraham and Lot can do it in the Quran, if Abraham and Lot can do it in the Bible, if Abraham and Lot can do it in the Torah, because everything you have, both your Christianity and your Islam, you are all practicing Judaism. Because Jesus practiced Judaism. He was a Jew, for your information. If Abraham and Lot can say, let's go our separate ways, then let us go our separate ways. We are asking Elohim to remove us from the zoo. That's what we're asking for. And all this nonsense between Aguleri and Umueri, I must repeat, should stop and stop immediately. I don't want that to continue. I'm saying it again tonight. And I must warn all those who are coming to Biafra land to go to come and do your show of force. You will die there. And on that note, we have come to the end of our broadcast this very evening. I am going to do question and answer in 2 days because I won't allow the Janjaweed to rest or to sleep. If you allow them to rest or to sleep, they will use their narrative to distort the truth in the zoo or what is happening in the zoo. I will be back on Monday morning, 7 a.m. Biafra land time. Question and answer this time around. Because the zoo has already fallen. I want all of those calling and begging and pleading with us to stop. ESN is armed to defend our land against all forms and manner of criminality. Even if that criminality is coming from the army or the police, we don't give a damn, we'll fight it. And go back to your history books once again. Once any freedom fighting movement picks up a gun, it's over. It must end with a negotiated settlement and sovereignty afterwards. We're not going to stop, or we all die. Thank you very much for listening to us this very evening, morning, depending on where you are. As always, to you, Biafra may mean separatist secession, a country that existed for over 5,000 years. To others, it could mean a part of Eastern Nigeria. But to us, Biafra is much more than all of these things put together. Biafra is our religion. The same way that Pantami, the terrorist, is saying, I don't mind dying for the religion of Allah. The same way that Biafra is our religion. And we don't mind dying for it. Here on Radio Biafra, this citadel, this holy platform is where we worship. because Chukwu Kikabiyama Benigwe, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, Tamuno, Olisa, Abasi is our God. From me, from here, and believe it or not, with all the love in my... Good morning, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are. Around the world, we are welcoming you to our live presentation this very morning, our question and answer session this very day. But first of all, before I proceed, I must profusely and profoundly apologize for our late coming this morning. We're about 6 minutes late or thereabout. I was undergoing some medical examination, so that was why the doctor was a bit late. I was struggling and trying to get him to finish on time, but now they are done, so I must apologize. I hate doing anything late. I am a very good timekeeper, I should say, and I do not like people who do not take their timing very seriously, so I do apologize. And I believe that you have forgiven me for being 6 minutes late this morning. I do profoundly and, should I say, deeply apologize for coming late this morning. But we are here, we are live, and we are direct. And as always, heaven is bearing us witness. I understand that all our platforms are go. All our platforms are working. There is no problem. We are on Instagram. Please, for those of you who do not know, at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu official, please, on Instagram, try to share that very link as much as possible, especially for those of you who happen to be on Facebook, because I do believe that when this very program hots up, the forces of evil and of darkness will try to interrupt our transmission on that very platform. Therefore, I am asking you, please, to be prepared to switch to either Twitter, to IPOB Community Radio, to Instagram, to Radio Biafra app, to TuneIn, anyhow you wish to listen to us, even on YouTube. We are on YouTube, on University of Radio Biafra. You should be able to participate this very morning. I am warning those of you who are listening to me via my official Facebook page, the fan page itself. In fact, we are also on my own personal page on Facebook. Not a lot of you know this, but that very page is authentic, it is genuine, it is mine. How you know is if you go there now, we are streaming on that very platform. I welcome each and every one of you. And this very morning is the last morning I will take calls from those of you who are not on Twitter. Anytime we have question and answer session again, or we have an interactive session, if you do not have a Twitter account, I will not take your call. If you do not have a Twitter account, you will not speak on Radio Biafra, please. Very, very critical, you understand. You expect everybody to be on Twitter. Even if you're not doing anything, just follow us on Twitter and simply retweet. If you don't know what to do, everybody must be on Twitter. Everybody must be on Twitter, please. Very, very important this morning. And I am going to pray. As soon as I finish praying, of course, we shall proceed to open the lines for us to begin to take your calls. But as I said, today is the last day of grace. When you call next time, you must be on Twitter. And you're not going to lie to me, please. Everybody must be on Twitter. I don't care if you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 accounts on Twitter. The more, the merrier. Go to Twitter and open a Twitter account. Is an order from me, please. Very, very important, because the forces of darkness and of iniquity on Facebook, they are trying to stifle what we are doing. We must continue our relentless march towards freedom. Please, I welcome all of you, and also welcome those of them who are around you. There are some people who are still sleeping. There are some people who, for one reason or the other, may not be able to reach their listening device this morning. Endeavor to inform them that we are live and that we are direct, and this very morning. And as always, the truth and the gospel of redemption will be preached on this noble platform, this glorious platform, this Radio Biafra. Let us pray very, very briefly. And I will, of course, pray, as always, the Lord's Prayer. A very simple prayer. And after praying, then I will address the nonsensical, idiotic, and hopeless propaganda by DSS. A bunch of liars, as Lugard quite rightly said, that the Fulani people are liars. You cannot trust them. That's what Lugard said, the creator of the zoo. And this morning, we shall put to bed their lies against me and this very noble family regarding the state of worship in the land of Biafra come the 30th of May. Our Lord and our God who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Let thy kingdom come, thy will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power and the glory, now and forevermore. We pray. He say, that is the prayer that Yahushua prayed when the disciples asked him and said to him, Rabbi, teach us how to pray. Because we are all the children of God Almighty in heaven. That is why we must pray to God now and always. And this very morning I am going to give you a series of phone numbers to call. Of course, some of you may be able to get to us via Signal. Some of you may also be able to get to us via WhatsApp if you wish to do so. Because I made an investigation, we can at least, for the purposes of this very presentation this morning, we are willing to take your calls via WhatsApp as well. But in terms of intra-communication, our Android is almost ready. It's ready, and we are waiting for our iOS, which is an Apple, then to now launch our app that is very safe and very secure, and we can begin to switch over to that very platform. So it is very imminent, and we are working very hard to make sure that we do that. But before I open our lines this morning, first of all, I want to address a cheap local Tombo bar. You know Tombo? You know, we have bar, we have wine bar, and we have Tombo bar. There is a kind of gossip going around. Tombo gossip. You know the one you have in the village bar, where they eat oil bean seed or bar with hunkobi. And you know Tombo. You know when you go to wine bar, you drink wine, you drink cocktails, you're well dressed and all the rest of it. When you go to Tombo, you can be coming from maybe harvesting angara in the farm. You come in and you branch into Tombo bar. You want to drink a bottle of palm wine with Tombo. You know the type of gossip you hear there is different from the one you hear in high-end exclusive wine bars. You know that very well. DSS has descended to what I call village Tombo gossip. I woke up this morning to some ridiculousness. I think there's a limit from yesterday. That somehow there are not going to be any church services on the 30th. If we don't go to church, if we don't go to the temples and the synagogue to pray for the safe repose of the souls of those that have died, where are we supposed to do it? Every church that very day in Biafra land on the 30th is going to pray for the souls of our dear departed, including the very gallant Ikonso. You don't understand that? That's what's going to happen. Nobody is going to ban any church services. Nobody has the right to. Because you cannot, nobody can interfere with the faith and worship of people. Do you understand it? That is number one. And number two, I also read this morning, of course it's DSS, because I came out to defend them back. They have to look for a way to try and strike back. You know the way they behave? As idiotic as they are, you know how they behave. They say that when Biafra comes, every Catholic church, every Anglican church will be converted to a synagogue or a Judaic temple. These people are fools. They are so useless. I have said it time and time again on this platform and in every other place where I have been interrogated on this issue of religion. And allow me to clarify this morning, and with which I think that some of you that actually know me will understand that I cannot say such a thing. To start with, that is the Fulani in their desperation to bring their age-long divide and rule. No, that's what they do best. To see, can we put enmity between them? Let us try and lie about Nnamdi Kanu to see if they will hate him and stop following him. The same thing they did to the people so-called South. The same thing they did to those of them who foolishly refer to themselves as Niger Delta. The same thing they tried to do between Anambra and Imo when the East was there. The same division they brought between Ikwere, that is Igbo, and the Igbo land itself. The same thing they tried to do with the likes of the great harlot herself in Abuja, Loreto Nochie, and Nioma, and also Igbo land. The same thing they tried to do with us and the Igbo people who are in Cross River State. The same thing they tried to do between us and the Igbo people who are in Akwa Ibom. The same thing they tried to do between us and the Igbo people who are in Kogi State. They have come again now with church. Because they know that some of us are very foolish and very stupid. When it comes to religion, all our senses, all our thinking faculty goes to the dustbin. Allow me to reiterate very categorically and unequivocally this very morning that in the land of Biafra, if you want to worship one area, a chick, you know, picking of chicken, let me put it that way, you are free to do so. You can worship because nobody can interfere with your mode or who you worship. That is why in the greatest religion of all time, which is Biafran religion, a modern interpretation of which is Judaism, they do not do preaching, they don't go on evangelism. Because it is between you and your God. Anything your conscience tells you, well, I'm more is what you're going to do. And nobody can interfere. That is why in our land, in times gone by, in various communities or villages, depending on their, should I say, on their disposition, they choose to worship whatever deity they want. It's not your business. Have you ever heard in times gone by that people from Ibeku can maybe go to a place like Esme and tell them that Agraba Ajala, you know, the Chokolese, they are the local deity, that they shouldn't worship it anymore? Have you heard of that before? Because nobody can interfere or come between you and your God. That is why every great religion, in fact, the greatest religion you have is Biafran religion. You don't go about trying to convert people. No, you don't. It is between that person and his God. That is why anything you want to worship now, until Biafra comes and beyond, you are free to do so. Nobody is going to interfere with church services. Never, not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Nobody can even stop you from going to native doctor. If that is what you want to do, that is entirely your business. Nobody can. So we must put to bed all this stupid, wishy-washy, idiotic propaganda by DSS of the zoo. That's all they specialize in. Bandits are ravaging their villages, making their life a misery. All they can do is to sit down somewhere and gossip about something they know nothing about. There will be church services on the 30th. People that want to go to church, they are free to do so. If they want to, but every church must pray to Elohim in heaven for the safe repose of the souls of those that died in the Holocaust. That was the Biafran War, and ever since up until this very day. Now our lines are effectively open and we are going to take your calls. For those of you who do not know, I have over 26,000 missed calls, unbelievable. 26,000. 26,000. Can you believe that? 26,000 missed calls. Can you believe that? On Signal alone. Let me give you the number this morning with which you can and must be able to reach us. If it will open, I know that some of you have it already. This +44. It's a UK number. +44 77 61 82 53 46. I repeat, +44 77 61 82 53 46. That is on Signal. That is the Signal line. I am now going to give you the line for WhatsApp as well. The WhatsApp line, what you see there is Radio Biafra University. The WhatsApp line is +1 34 63 99 01 88. Let us take this very call this morning. This first caller this very day, give us your name and where you're calling us from. We are live and we are direct. Even heaven and the angels are listening.
Good morning, sir. I'm Evangelist Susan Kumoki calling from Biafra land.
Thank you very much, Evangelist, for calling.
I continue to strengthen you. You see? Please, what I want to find out from you this morning is that I was told that you suspended all prayer programs on radio, including the Passover. I've been trying to find out, because I know that you said what we are doing is 90-something% spiritual.
Yes.
So the normal prayer the IPOB pastors organize on radio, they said you suspended it.
I cannot suspend prayer because I pray before I start this program anytime I'm on air. I pray for all of you 7 times every blessed day. I pray 4 times in the morning. I say 4 prayers in the morning, and I say 3 prayers in the evening on your head and the head of every IPOB family member and every Biafran and every lover of freedom. I even pray for Ududuwa nation to come. I pray for Middle Belt nation to come. I cannot, will not stop prayers. Please go back on air and continue to pray, because right now we have people who are dedicatedly praying for the restoration of Biafra, because something people do not understand is for a nation to move forward, there must be those praying for that very nation 24 hours every blessed day. We have those who are holy praying for us every blessed day. Their job is to pray. They are everywhere. They are in synagogues, they are in temples, they are in churches. They are praying every blessed day, I can assure you. The same way it is even in Rome. When you go to Rome, don't have convent, don't have monasteries, people praying. If you go to England, the same thing. If you go to Germany, the same thing. If you go to Russia, the same thing. If you go to the US, the same thing. If you go to Canada, the same. Even in Japan, Shinto monks are praying for their nation. So prayer is very, very important, and we must continue to do so. Thank you very, very much. Return back on air and continue to pray. I have another caller on the line. This caller, give us your name and where you're calling us from. This is Radio Biafra. Can you hear me? No, they are not paying attention. The caller on the line, please, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Mazi Positive.
Please give us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, sir. My name is Chimdeka from Texas.
From Texas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mazi. I was actually reading through a write-up about the Fulani agenda, which is something that you have always talked about. But Mazi, I wanted to talk about 2 things. First of all, the assemblage of the native doctors by the Ebonyi State Governor, Umahi. I know, that's a topic that should not really be discussed on Radio Biafra, but I just want to speak out to any one of them or anybody that has their information to make sure they get as much money as they can from that man and pay it into years in account, because we need all that money from the government, the ones that Umahi has stolen and slashed out away. And on Mbaka, our father, Reverend Father Mbaka, now that, we are supporting him as we should, as our own that he is, he should as well speak up more on the issue of the Biafran people, and he should be in defense of IPOB. And if possible, he should encourage his members, he should open a unit there at the Adoration Ground, because we are all indigenous people of Biafra, and that is something that he has to do. Then the other one is the Arabic school in Ebonyi State. The information that I got is that these hoodlums, these terrorists go over there to hide, and from there they launch their attacks. So the unknown government should pay them a visit. I know it's not ours to discuss, but everybody that knows what to do should go and do what they need to do over there. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very, very much. And regarding the issue of Mbaka and preaching of the gospel, and for him to set up a family unit, there is something that we must try to understand. Did you hear when Mbaka was talking about Biafra and myself, the way the crowd responded? Go and watch the entire clip. He said many things and the crowd responded. When he mentioned my name, go and observe how the crowd reacted. Everybody there is a Biafran.
Even Mbaka himself is also a Biafran. Sometimes it is a case of misunderstanding or people not being able to appreciate the enormity of this very project that Elohim has mandated us to execute here on this very earth. Sometimes our people do not understand. The same thing with the governors. Because of the penny afro, the peanuts they are picking up from the table, because they want to appear relevant, they do not see the potency of what we are preaching. They don't understand the liberation that will come via this very noble family of IPOB. Or sometimes they know, they choose to ignore it. That's entirely their business. And regarding the other things that you mentioned, of course, I don't know who the non-government are, but I do know that wherever they see injustice, they will tackle it in our land. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me, please? Yes, please give us your name and where you're calling us from, please, if you may.
Martinez, calling from Indonesia.
From Indonesia. Your name is what?
Yes, sir. Okemri O. Martinez.
Okay, please go ahead. We're listening. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So I want to thank you for all your effort that you're doing towards our living, because your fight is for our living. I so much appreciate your effort, and I so much appreciate the love you have for the Biafrans. Where I want to point hand on is based on the issue of misunderstanding IPOB and the other Biafra groups. I want to emphasize on that by saying, how can we collaborate with them to work together? Because the case now is that if any other issue that comes up now, the way the agitation is going on, one may fight each other. The way I'm saying things, please, how can we collaborate with each other to make sure that everybody carry along? Like aside Okobo was the councillors of them. Please, how can we collaborate and make sure that everything works together? Because we are in the battlefield that we don't need to have any differences. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Are you implying or suggesting that we should collaborate with people who are openly working for the zoo, working for Mietiala? Is that what people are saying? Are you telling me that somebody that collects payments from Saudi Arabia is somehow going to be a part and parcel of what we are doing? We must be disciplined at all times. The discipline we have in IPOB, I do not believe that any other collection of people have it. That is why, okay, how come they started before us? Let me ask you this question. They started before us, but they are being invited to a meeting courtesy of what IPOB has been able to do, not because of what they themselves have done. The only reason why people are calling for a meeting is to see if there is any way they can bring IPOB to the table. Is that not correct? That's what they're trying to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, let me ask you a question. If these people that you're asking us, why can't they come and join IPOB? Why must everybody open their own shop? Oh, come, let's collaborate. How many of people are there? The hotel building moron that keeps yapping every blessed day, how many people are following him? Let him come out for a rally. People will stone him outside. I passed through Owerri and Owerri was locked down in 2017. I was only passing through Owerri. I did not go to, I passed only through Owerri. Owerri was closed down completely. I want that hotel building demon working for Yetiala. Let him come out and hold a rally outside. You'll be stoned. You will not see up to 500 people there. Let him go and try and see. Now, you see, we must, there has to come a time when we stop behaving like fools. We must stop behaving like fools and stop being sentimental for the sake of it. These people that are everywhere organizing themselves, how many people are you? How many of you?
Sir, sorry for interrupting. Sir, those people don't have numbers. But they only have few people that they're using as a saboteurs.
Then it is, listen to me, it is your job to subdue them. Listen to me, it is your job to subdue them with the superiority of your argument. If they bring out what they are doing and lay it side by side with what IPOB is doing, nobody in their right senses will follow them. Nobody with brain in their skull. All they do is they gossip. Do I talk about them? I don't talk about them because I know they have nothing to offer. I focus on
join IPOB? Why not? Why must it be on your own? Because let me tell you one thing. Any day we go to that meeting now, they will record anything that we say. They go to their masters in the north and say, oh, I know how to get Nnamdi Kanu to calm down. We were in a meeting together, trust me, as they have been doing. They will take money from the zoo government. They will take money from the governors. Even the governors we are going to Aso Rock and collecting money, saying they can reach me. They don't know I will hear all these things. The same people that they met said, oh, please, we want to dialogue with you direct. How do we get hold of you? And I told them that the time hasn't come yet. We must avenge the death of all those that they killed. When we are even, when we are equal, then we can consider that. The only thing we can even discuss is referendum. Look at those people. What have they done? People get together, issue press statements, and what have you done on the ground to sensitize people? Do they know how much money we are paying in Washington for our consultants over there? Do they know how far we have gone all over the world? Do you think that Britain can wake up one morning and say to Nigeria, we can no longer help you? Just out of the blue, people did not do any work. Do they know the amount of work that even you yourself is doing? Do you think that those of you who have all the e-warriors that we have, do you think that your job is in vain? How do you think that EU, Angela Merkel, can come and tell Nigeria, go and solve your own problem? EU told Nigeria, you know the solution to your problem, apply it, which is dialogue. Telling the Fulani what to do. Go and do what you must do to save that place that you call your country. Why do you think that happened? Do you think that Britain just woke up one morning and decided to call IPOB and the other persecuted people? If you are a freedom fighter, listen to me carefully, all of you who are listening. Yes, freedom fighter, if you are a freedom fighter, you must be consistent. You don't change. And I'm not saying that if you get a superior advice, you will not take it. When people advise us, we take it. If you advise me this morning and your advice is good, I will take it. Heaven knows I will take it and I will apply it. But not when you have nothing. The only thing you have is envy and jealousy. The only thing you have is negotiating with Dangote to bring you cement so you can build a hostel. The only thing you know is to sit down with BBC and be talking rubbish every blessed day. What are your plans? What plans do you have? You know you have nothing. Now what I expect the idiots to do is to collapse that nonsense that he has and ask these people, go and join IPOB. Because that is what the idiot said yesterday. I was listening to him. I hate talking about people, but I will talk about him this morning. The fool said yesterday that if they are serious about getting Biafra, they must join hands with everybody. But you told us that Biafra had come already. That's what this idiot told us, that Biafra is already here, that he has a government, he has a prime minister, all of them claiming they have Biafra government. Why can't you go to Bunya fight Fulani headsmen? It was IPOB that did it. IPOB did it in such a way that at the end of the day, Umahi opened his mouth and said, we no longer have Fulani headsmen in Ebonyi. It was done by IPOB and our volunteer command. Do you understand me? What have these people done?
Yes, sir.
They have absolutely nothing. They have done nothing for our people. It's only to be gossiping, yapping rubbish every blessed day, making noise so that they can be noticed by Abuja to give them money. We cannot work with them. Never, ever, ever. If they want to work with us, they should come out publicly and say, IPOB is the moving train. We are going to join them, as South Africans did with ANC. Thank you very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? If you can, please be kind enough to give us your name and where you're calling from, if you may.
Yeah, Mazi, good afternoon. My name is Mazi Chinedu, calling from Cambodia.
From Cambodia, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mazi, I just want to just put a light on what I've said before for the benefit of doubt. Because I happened to run into some people where they were arguing on some statements you made some time ago on your broadcast, when you said that all the Igbo governors have been promised the president and the vice president, and they were like arguing how can all Igbo governors be promised a president and vice president at the same time. So I just asked them a simple question. What I asked them was, have you seen an Hausa man fighting his brother in opposite party? And they were like shaking. Now I have to clear the air. So why I'm making it public so that people may understand more what the Fulanis are doing to our people. What they are doing is that, from what I understand from your broadcast, is that the people in PDP will be promising those in PDP, their fellow party members in PDP from Southeast, that they will do this for them. And those who are in APC will be doing the same thing, doing their own bidding, trying to disorganize those in Southeast and making them believe that they are together in this struggle of getting the president, you know, without knowing that all of them are doing the same thing. Just like what they are doing in what's it called, in police and the army formation. They will use those Hausa people trying to buy our people. And when they get to them, they will promise them heaven and earth, and they will be fighting each other. So my advice is that our Southeast governors should know themselves, irrespective of their parties, and know that these people are using them. They should know themselves and stop doing the bidding of the Fulani herdsmen. They are destroying our people. They are making us to hate ourselves. Why they are uniting in the north and working to destroy the Southeast people? So please, my advice is to our Southeast governors for them to reason for once and see reason from what we are saying. We Biafrans are saying that enough is enough. They should stop killing our people. They should stop killing our brothers and forget about Fulanis, that they have nothing to offer them. This is what I have to advise them, Mazi. Thank you very much. And God bless you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you for that. Somebody is saying that the volume is low. I don't know what they mean by that the volume is low, but we shall endeavor to try and raise the volume as much as we can. But here this morning, we are live and we are direct. Even heaven is bearing us witness because we preach the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That is why this very noble family is the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. It is not by accident. It is because here we speak the truth. And everything that we say, we follow it up with action. They claim that the Pampas wearing Sarikin Fulani is back in Imo State talking as usual. Okay, say to Mama, it will set very, very soon. All of you talking before, talking rubbish, you can hear what the idiot is saying. You can hear what the idiot is saying. So that you don't forget. Let us take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. They're not paying attention. The caller on the line, can you hear me? People are coming on but not saying anything. Can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? No. Let me take another one. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, my director. Good morning.
Good morning to you, please. I want to bring your volume up. I want to bring it up, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, director, my name is Chidi Obonaya. I'm calling from London, UK.
Chidi Obonaya from the United Kingdom. Please go ahead. We are listening.
Yeah, director, there is one thing I want to suggest. Is it possible that all our ESN commanders be on satellite phone so that
even if they're going to be on satellite phone, is here we have to give me this advice? Why don't you write privately? You don't know that if there are, how many satellite phones are there in the world? Maybe about 4 maximum. Hausa Fulani, I wouldn't say Hausa Fulani, I do apologize to my Hausa friends. Fulani Janjaweed, they have over $30 billion war chest to keep Nigeria warm. They will bribe anybody, they will cajole, they will assassinate, they will kill, they will do everything within their powers to keep the zoo one. That is how they can sustain the ownership of oil wells in Bayelsa by the Sultan of Sokoto. That is the only way that the Emir of Gwandu can own oil wells in Akwa Ibom. That is the only way they can continue to dominate and make our lives a misery. 30 billion. If you mention satellite phone, they can go and buy up every satellite phone provider in the world. It will even cost them up to 4 billion. They will buy up all of them. Do you understand? Because they control the means of wealth of Nigeria. They can do whatever they like. The vast amounts of money at their disposal is limitless. They can do anything. So there are some advice. You don't give live on air. I accept what you're saying. There is need for secure communication on the ground. But the very first way we can start securing our people on the ground is by those in the diaspora not calling our camps on the ground. That's number one. People, unless you are, in fact, nobody is allowed from abroad to contact commanders and men who are fighting on the ground. You are not allowed to do that. You don't know who's listening to your phone, who's tapping your phone. You can be with your friends recklessly and be making mouth, and you compromise the security of our men on the ground. What you have said is welcome, but we must look for alternative because you have said it live on air. We can no longer implement it. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line for the last time, can you hear me? I don't like people who are cold. Hey, my goodness. Very, very cold. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Please give us your name and where you're calling from.
This is Wilson Iboji. I'm calling from Benin Republic.
From Benin Republic. Please go ahead. We are all listening. Go ahead.
Mazi, I must commend you. Yes. I must commend you so much for your efforts to say that you emancipate this most ancient nation on earth, Biafra.
Very old. I
must commend you so much for that.
Very, very old. Very old.
Yes. So what I want to chip in this morning is this. There is this anonymous that has been predicting every lot of information that are going to happen in the future, and it seems that some of the things that these guys say always come into accomplishment. And the guy also said that there is one Slovakian man that was paid to come and assassinate you, and that the Nigerian army is planning to raid bombs in Imo State. So I want to give an advice also for you to please be very, very careful. Even the way you walk, the things people around you, please, we can't afford to lose you. So when I got the news, I was so much worried. So I want to give you an advice. And also I want to encourage each and everyone who has been trying in one way or the other to make sure that this sovereign nation is restored. I want to commend all of you, and God is infinite mercy will always show us favor and kindness.
You say, thank you very, very much for that. Thank you very much for that. We have callers everywhere. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling us from?
I'm Benedict. I'm calling from Italy.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I really want to thank you for the eye-opening you brought to us in Nigeria. Because I'm not a Biafran, but right from day one, I'll be following you. Because I used to educate people about this Biafra of the things, as in the civilization it will bring to Africa, the benefits, everything. So I used to see some people argue about this Biafra of the things. Some people are opposing it. But to my own view, I know that this Biafra of the thing is an eye-opening to Nigeria, not only Nigeria alone, but to Africa. Because we as a Nigeria in diaspora,
yes,
for bearing down in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So this is an opportunity. I want to encourage everybody out there to support this.
But where are you from? Where are you from? What I want to ask you, where are you from? You say you're not a Biafran. Where are you from?
Okay, I'm half Delta, half Igbo. My father is Yoruba. So
okay, so you are Yoruba. You are Yoruba. We come from where our father comes from. So you are Yoruba. Yeah, you do. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I want to encourage everybody out there not to neglect this movement. It's really something that everybody should stick to, and you are a blessing. You are a blessing to us as in Nigeria. Yes, because sometimes before you say something, I used to argue a lot with many people out there. Even before I came to Italy, I used to argue with people out there, as in I used to tell them that you are doing a great job, that people they're supposed to support you with everything. directly or indirectly, they should support you and promote you, because this is what we have been waiting for. Yes, our forefather, they didn't do enough. They didn't do enough because we have been oppressed for too long. I don't know, because sometimes let's come to reality. Let's come to reality. When you see all these Hausa people, let's say these Fulani people, it is when I traveled to the northern part of the Italy. It was then that I begin to understand that we don't relate to these people in any form. As in, the food we eat, there's no place in this world where they call a country when you can't see the people that they don't relate with something, one thing or the other.
Yes.
But when you come to the reality, we are this Fulani, there's nothing, one single thing that I can pick up that we used to relate with them. So how will you call such type of a place a country? For crying out loud. There's nothing you can use to compare that. Yes, they look like more Nigeria. Even we look more Ghanaian more than the Fulani and all these Hausa people. Ghanaian we look similar like Ghanaians and all this thing. But the Hausa, we don't have anything similar at all. So the thing is killing. It's my head is just, I don't know. So I want to encourage everybody out there to support this movement. It is a great movement and it is eye-opening. So are they waiting for our generation to pass out before they want to put load into our generation with our unborn children? So we have to make this thing come to reality, even if we don't even benefit the separation, but let our children, we are fighting this fight for our children, our unborn children.
Of course.
So this is just it.
Thank you very much.
I will still keep encouraging people out there to support this movement, sir.
Of course. Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very, very much. I think when he started, he wanted to say, thank you very, very much, my dear brother. He wanted to say half Yoruba and half Igbo, but the mom is from the Delta part, from Igbo land. They put into Delta state, so to speak. So maybe I mistakenly said half Delta, half Igbo. I wanted to say half Delta, Igbo, and half Yoruba. I welcome that very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Myself, I have blood relatives who are Yoruba, for your information. I have blood relatives who are married to Yoruba people and vice versa. One thing I do know is that at the end of this very race, Yoruba, Oduduwa and Biafra will be one. At the end of this race, Oduduwa and Biafra will be one because we reason. Can you see how brave they are, young people we are behaving yesterday in Abiyokuta? Very, very brave, because they have reason. They can reason, they can think. They now understand that Tinubu is their problem, that Obasanjo is their problem. All these people all over the place, they are their problems. Now they have realized they have woken up. Who is it down to? Radio, Biafra, IPOB. Not all these gossip merchants. Gossip merchants. Akoinyo, everywhere they go, they are gossiping. They have not done anything. The reason why the zoo is collapsing today is because of these indigenous people of Biafra. Nobody else. So if you're calling your meeting and you want to call the entire village, that is your problem. The reason why you want to call a meeting is because of IPOB. Then focus on IPOB and call the meeting. It serves two purposes. It will tell the other people that it is only IPOB that got us to where we are today. Only IPOB that is doing the right thing, because the rest are not doing anything. They're not doing nothing. Anybody can wake up tomorrow. I'm Biafra independent movement. Come and join me. Let's mix together. I'm Biafra liberation council, all that rubbish. You have done nothing. Cannot do anything. Did not defend our land. When the history of this very battle is written about, they will say, our children will ask their teachers in schools in years to come, teacher, who drove away Fulani from Ebonyi State? They will say it is IPOB. Now you understand that? How will they remember you? People that you're asking us to go and meet, let us come together, join together. I'm asking you, what have they been able to do? I ask of you, what have they been able to accomplish? Absolutely nothing. You cannot start very well doing, let's say you're a mathematician. You cannot start very well and then you get the answer wrong. You say, oh, but you can see I started well, but I got the answer wrong. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all.
People who were at the helm, who had the courage or who had the grace to stand up to mention Biafra from the beginning, why did you derail? Why did you derail? These are the questions they must answer themselves and stop trying to interfere with. Do you know the plans we have for the zoo? Everything we are doing is step by step. Let me tell people something they don't understand about our method and how we intend to go about what we are doing. This parrot, the yapping yesterday, maybe I think Dangote Cement is hitting him very hard, so he needs more money. I think cement price has gone up to finish one of the hostels he's building. When such people speak, you listen to them. Are you not mad? That means you don't know what freedom fighting is. You have no idea what freedom fighting is all about. Accumulation of wealth, personal wealth, is not freedom fighting. It's not freedom fighting. When you have the guts to rise up to mention Biafra from the beginning, you should have remained consistent regardless of the circumstance you find yourself in. You should have remained consistent, not dancing about with politicians, not collecting money to put to culture whoever in power as a governor, not these people. You people are mad, I'm telling you. You're not well. How many buildings did Mandela own? How many universities did Mandela build? How many people who are tormenting their oppressor is living with that oppressor in that land? 3 places: grave, prison, or exile. If you are leading any serious freedom fighting movement in the world, if you are serious, as an Ambazonia president is in jail, the leader is in jail, his lieutenants and commanders, they are outside and they are fighting, they are battling every blessed day. What does that tell you about those who are relaxing in a mansion? Their swimming pool is almost Olympic size swimming pool, swinging around from side to side. They're telling you they're freedom fighters. We are freedom fighters, we are here, we are rubbish. Dining with your enemy. Ndara, and you have time to listen to such fools. That is why all of you must be guarded in what you do. If you want to talk to IPOB, you talk to IPOB. Not telling me you want to bring this and bring that. And did those people cause you problems before? Is IPOB not the reason why you're calling for this meeting? Why add this and add that and add that and add that? During any negotiation anywhere in the world, you go to the lead movement. It is there in the United Kingdom submission, in their policy statement, in Canada, in the USA. The lead people struggling for Biafra is IPOB, no other person. Not your grandmother, your grandfather. You want to bring. Of course, only if they are part of the family, of course. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? This is Radio Biafra, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, the calls are so plenty. My goodness. The calls are too much. They are way too much. They are way too much. The calls are too much. The calls are plentiful. Very, very plenty, please. Take it easy. Very, very plenty. Oh my God. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, the lines are jammed, you know. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Sir, I want to tell you something.
Go ahead.
Which is bothering my mind.
What is that?
There's one I will tell you offline. I'm in Aba. I'm calling from my here. So what I wanted to tell you is that
you're not paying attention. You want to listen to your voice. You're very, very stupid. Very, very stupid and foolish. You want to listen to your voice. Is that the case? You want to hear your own voice. Is that the case? That's why you called us, to hear your voice, so you can tell your girlfriend or your woman that did you hear my voice on Radio Biafra? But he is wrong. Mad people everywhere. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Mazi, good morning. My name is Nnamdi, calling from Bremen, Germany.
from Bremen in Germany. Please go ahead. We're listening.
Mazi, good morning. So let me just go straight to the point. I don't want to waste people's time because it's early in the morning. I have to give you a great thanks for all you have been doing for us. And I have two things just to bring into today's question and answer. And I will plead for you to please. It may sound funny, but I just say you should look into it because it has been bothering my mind. Because it has been a long time I tried to put some things together. If we can go do some things in Nigeria in a very special way. But I said maybe if it comes into your hand, maybe it will go more easier and better. I was just thinking if it would be possible to arrange some musicians in Biafra land. So, and these musicians, if they can, I think the son of Fela, which is Shiu, if he can be contacted and with our own brothers, all of them that have been with us, to try to see if they can have connections with some foreign singers to just bring some songs together about the history of what is going on in Nigeria these days.
And why can't they put it down on a book? Why play it in a song? So we can be listening to music and making merry and not take things seriously. Fela, listen to me, listen. Fela was a philosopher. So also was Bob Marley. So also was Lucky Dube. So also was Sonny Okosun. In case you don't know, go and listen to all their music. Go and listen to Fela. Listen to Bob Marley. Listen to Lucky Dube. Listen to Sonny Okosun. They have put all their thoughts, all their thinking, ideology, and philosophy of liberation into music. All we do is that we go to nightclub and we dance to it. After dancing, we go home and we rest and sleep. It needs to be put down on a book so you can read.
Okay.
You can read and you understand what is happening around you. Not music. We use music to praise God in heaven. We use music to remember people and all the rest of it. Apart from that, it serves no other purpose. If you want to philosophize, if you want to teach people, if you want to propagate an ideology of liberation, the best place to put it is in a written format, in a book. So those who are keen and interested can purchase and also read it. Thank you very, very much for your advice. Thank you for that. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me?
Thank you, my lord. My name is Chinedu. I'm calling you from Aba.
Chinedu from Aba. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mazi, I have 3 suggestions that I want to make. Then I have one question. One of my suggestions is Mazi. I am asking if you can introduce an online training for our coordinators, a special training for all our coordinators and IPOB
officers. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you completely and totally.
Yes,
I agree with you.
That course will just be for briefing. It will be an online course. My suggestion to it is that they will even be given a certificate and they will take an exam. Because one time you told us that you are preparing writing a book.
Yes.
So before this book will come, what I am suggesting is that you will start up an online training class at least one time every week. All of them will get connected so that they should be. I want you to bring out the topic reason and the common sense. Bring out every courses that are inside the reason and common sense and they teach them everything. I know that some of us know, but let us also go and hear. Part of those things that you wrote in a book, put it in that training for them, put an exam for them, let them write that exam, because many coordinators in some areas, sometimes due to pressure or due to certain challenges, they derail from they cannot withstand the strength of the test of time. So by the time you have these online classes with them, I think it will make them to be strong. That is my number one submission. My Lord.
Hold on to number 2. Let me answer number 1, then you go to number 2. I did a training on your phone is on speaker. I did a training on Friday.
Okay.
On Friday, I have my certificate now. I did an online training on Friday. And everybody who is a commander on the ground is going to go through the same training. There is a training ongoing right now being arranged for all our finance officers. And I'm sure that Mazi who runs IPOB on a day-to-day basis as the head of the Directorate of State, will also make sure that every coordinator gets trained. I think our media people, they go through training as well. So we must be training ourselves all the time. What you said is very, very important. We need to be undergoing training on a regular basis so that when you're reallocated to another position or relocated to another position, you don't start whining, grumbling, and looking for a janjaweed to sell our secrets to, or looking for where our money is so that you can grab it and run away. Thank you very much for that. Yes, your second one, please, and very, very quickly because others are waiting. Very quickly.
Number 2, thank you. Yes, please, my lord. You know what? Apart from number 2, I will even go to number 3, but let me quickly go to number 2. Number 2 is this: because we are utilizing the resources in social media, which has also helped us. Because during the time of our Lord Ojubu, there was no social media. Now social media has come. But then another thing has come up again. I am asking, it's my personal suggestion. Can we tap into cryptocurrency as a method of payment?
No, not now. Not now. Because we don't know what is happening to cryptocurrency. We do not know. Not yet. We do not know. Not yet. So when we are sure of that very means, then we can afford to be able to use it. And thank you very, very much for your call. Thank you very much for your call. We welcome it. Thank you very, very much. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, my name is Nnamdi. I'm calling from England.
Chukwuemeka from England. Please go ahead and raise your voice for us, please. Raise your voice for us, if you may.
Okay. Okay, sir. So I just want to make a little bit suggestion.
Go ahead.
Is it not all right you asked Garba Shehu and Lai Mohammed where you placed Nyesom Wike?
Yes, because there is something about Africa and their sense of primitivity. And now let me tell you one thing that people don't understand. Do you know why the End SARS protest collapsed? Because people said you cannot come from the east to Lagos to violently protest or to avenge the death of those that were murdered or slaughtered at Lekki Tollgate. In other words, you should have allowed it, since it is in Yoruba land, in Yoruba territory, you should have allowed Yorubas to deal with it. And that goes back to the heart of what I've been preaching to Africans from day one. We are tribal animals by nature, we Africans. We are always ethnocentric in our approach to things. If you know that somebody coming from the east to Lagos to protest violently against injustice is bad, why are we in the same one Nigeria? That is the question that some of them in Yoruba media working for Tinubu has not been able to answer. I'll give you another example as to why we are tribalistic. Do you know that Obasanjo came out yesterday to say he is not necessarily in support of Tinubu, but for the Africa Development Bank chairman, Adesanya, whatever his name is. You know, he's a dapper, he's a young man, he looks very bright, he looks very intelligent. Perhaps if I believe in the zoo, which I don't, I will never believe in, he is the type of person that I may consider to even be a president. I don't mind. He looks very clean and neat. The Africa Development Bank chairman, he's Adesanya, he's a Yoruba chap. Yeah. But do you know that Obasanjo could not recommend any other young, vibrant leader from the East? There is Donald Duke. I remember the time during the first part of this useless rubbish they call dispensation in 1999 to heaven knows where, 2011 or whatever. Donald Duke was doing very, very well. In Cross River State, people even suggested that he should be the president of Nigeria. But Obasanjo did not recommend him. This was a man that held political office in Cross River State and did exceptionally well. Obasanjo did not recommend him. Obasanjo recommended his own brother again. This is to tell you that people are very parochial, people are very tribal, people are very ethnocentric. They always gravitate towards their own people. That is why Nigeria can never stand. I don't know why people always want to argue foolishly about sustaining one Nigeria. Please go ahead.
Okay, one more thing I want to say, sir. I think our people should not take David Umahi's comment serious that Ebubago is not against ESN.
There is no Ebubago. If you see them, we eat them alive. I have Andrew. Always in if you think that you are doing Ebubago, come out to see you outside. You can do Ebubago inside the government house, 15 or 20 of them. You can do Ebubago maybe around the government building or whatever. Any day we catch of those idiots wearing those water uniform. Those water uniform. Any day we catch them outside, they are finished. That their vehicle will turn it into our own. Watch and see what is going to happen to them. Let them come outside now and patrol. Let us see. Come on, like I said to Hope, if you say if anybody wants to doubt our resolve or say we are not doing anything, I want one single community to host Hope. One community. And go say that thing they want, they will see it. Some idiots are going about saying, oh, they are attacking their own people. These idiots were there when they came to my house to kill me. They didn't say anything. These bastards were there when they came to my house and killed 28 men. My father and my mother died as a result of it. My mother-in-law died as a result of it. These idiots never said anything. They were there when the same Nigeria police and army went on war and killed people. They said nothing. They were there when we were rallying for Trump. Not even for Biafra in Uganda, only for Trump. They were killing us with their snipers. Nobody said anything. Now the shoes in the other foot and now they're talking rubbish, thinking they can use emotional blackmail to get us. If you want peace in the land, you must set up an open, independent panel of inquiry with a South African white judge, not a black man. You go to South Africa, you bring a white judge, a white man from South Africa, or white woman, a judge, to come to Biafra land and preside over the case of the slaughter of the innocent by the police and the army that nobody wants to talk about. People talk about unknown gunmen. I'm asking you, when unknown soldiers were killing people, what did you say? When Obasanjo sent unknown soldiers to go and kill the mother of Fela and Nicola Kokuti, did you do anything? When they sent unknown parcel bomb to Delegiwa to kill him, did you say anything? Because anything that calls itself a Nigerian is a natural born hypocrite. And that is why the zoo is sinking and sinking very, very fast. Boko Haram is in fact, ISIS in West Africa, only 1 hour from Asorok, that they are deploying soldiers to Jukubonka. There are soldiers near my house right now. They have come. The same with Jukubonka, they have come. Any day they die, they start looking for who to blame. They are the ones looking for trouble. They have come. They are the ones shooting people dead in Owerri. None of you can talk about it now. Nobody can. That idiot, that hotel building, stinking, filthy looking idiot, a fool, complete fool, did not even talk about the first year students shot dead by the army because they gave the idiot money. Our people must understand we are not going back. We're not going to stop. Let that heaven fall. It's only tear that will come out, not blood. For very many years they were killing us. Nobody was saying anything. They kept killing us. They went to MNN in broad daylight, DSS. When Fulani was attacking Nimbo, also one, DSS did not go to stop them. DSS never abducted any Fulani Janjaweed terrorists. Never. It's only us. They came to MNN to come and kill us because we are asking for freedom. The same thing that Azikiwe asked for, Awolowo asked for, Tafawa Balewa asked for, Ahmadu Bello asked for. Nobody killed them. That we are asking for, and you want to kill us, and you want us to fold our hands while you're killing us every day, and we keep writing that. That is why anything that they give us, they will receive it twice, double. They'll get it up. I said I will bury Ikonso with 2,000 heads of army and police, and it's going to happen. God punish them. Thank you very much for your call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
Good morning, sir. Mazi.
Good morning to you.
My name is Mazi, Frank India Kamange. I'm calling from the Republic of Ghana.
And where are you from? Your name sounds a bit
Of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yes, sir. In respect of our test of this month, your broadcast, yes, you did mention about that you allowed, you've given them option to can declare the winner at the public place and the vote booths. Yes. Then I begin to ask question, because if we can replicate what happened to Imo State, my state, what of after announcing the winner and they allow the winner to run for few months or days as usual, they use their normal court order or court whatsoever to impose another person? What can we do to that?
They cannot, because they are not that foolish. Janjaweed are not that foolish. They are not. They have a few of them that can still reason. They are not that foolish. Once that person is publicly announced and duly elected as the governor of Anambra State, I'm not sure anybody is going to stop them or try to tamper with the result. But what we are telling them stands. We don't want anybody to announce any result in Abuja. It has to be. They must give guarantees. Or else they know what is coming. They know what is coming. They know what is coming. Thank you very much for your call. Thank you very, very much for your call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
My great leader, may God bless you. May Chukwuka be kind with you.
You say, always. And you too. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
My name is Obase. I'm from a place called Akeze, one of the smallest republic in Igbo land. I thank you so much for what you've been doing. I don't have much to say, but I said you should continue to hold them on the balls, on the scrotum that you're holding them.
Of course, we are not going to allow them to do anything. Absolutely nothing. They understand it. The Janjaweed understand the way we operate. We cannot allow them any breathing space until, if they want peace, give me a referendum. If you want peace, give me a referendum. If our people don't understand that, as I was responding to the previous caller and the useless hotel building shameless idiot somewhere in nowhere, one thing they must understand is this: we are doing everything we are doing incrementally. If what we are doing, if we had launched ESN, let's say last year, people will misunderstand us. There is a time for everything. Any action you're taking to dismantle the zoo must be guided by heaven itself. If we had introduced ESN in 2017, 2018, 2019, oh my God, people won't understand what we're doing. But now that we have done it, everybody have come to the realization that what we have done is good. So everything takes time. Yeah. When the time comes for us to cripple the economy of the zoo, we'll cripple it. That time hasn't come yet. Allow the people to feel the pain. Let them understand that Fulani never meant well for them. I want them to understand that Tinubu, Obasanjo, all these one Nigeria slaves that neo-colonialists are using do not mean well for them. When we get to that stage, then you sing the zoo. When the Avengers came before, Avengers came a little bit too early. That was why they stopped. They gave them money and they stopped. That is why cavorting with politicians is a very dangerous thing. I'm telling you the truth. That is why we can never honor this their useless meeting that they're calling us to come and do with them. We won't honor it.
Exactly.
We know the way look at what they did to Avengers, and today Avengers is dead. Avengers dead, and nothing was accomplished. Please go ahead.
Yeah. When anybody is talking about you colliding with other people for this struggle, you have to remind them to a man called Robert Sobukwe. Robert Sobukwe was one of the stalwart of ANC during their liberation struggle in South Africa. He left ANC because there was ideological differences between him and Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu. He said that the ANC has to be made up of only black people of Africa, so that they will take the glory when they have the
Walter Sisulu. You mean Walter Sisulu? Yes.
No, Walter Sisulu, Mangoliso, Sobukwe, and Nelson Mandela, and Walter Sisulu was in one argument, one side of the argument.
Yes.
So Mangoliso is saying that the ANC has to be made up of only black African people. No Indian, no white, no Jew, nobody. so that when they get this freedom, they will be proud to say that they get the freedom. Then Nelson Mandela said no, that we Europeans have been here for centuries. So if there is any European that is genuine, they can absorb them in ANC, both Indians and Pakistanis. So this was why Roboso Bukwe left ANC. He was one of the leading stalwarts of ANC, just like Edozie is to you today. He left ANC, but he left ANC and formed a political movement called PAC, Pan-African Congress of Azania. But one day, he never attacked ANC. He continued to attack the apartheid regime that was that they were targeting. So he never said anything against Walter Sisulu or Mandela or other liberation struggle leaders. But he focused on the apartheid regime with his new movement with other people that left ANC at the time. So what I'm saying is this, that when people are saying come to meeting, come and join, you have the opportunity as well to focus your energy on the Fulani whom we are fighting against. We don't have to be with anybody in order to achieve what we are looking for. We already know in IPOB that we will achieve it by the grace of God. So anybody coming and say, come and follow, come and join, you have to remind them that man, Roboso Bukwe, his party is still in South Africa till today. You know, ANC is still there. So, and they are still in different ideological movement in politics today. So that is what I want to say. Then again, there's somebody who made a comment last time. We are hearing a rumor of Vaclav from Serbia.
That is Vaclav. The Vaclav must be afraid of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
Should be afraid.
Vaclav is somebody. Some of us already know his profile for a very long time, but we know a lot of things are going on. A lot of things are going on in your head. We know that because of some of us who has been outside and who has been on the street movement as well. We know what these people are capable of doing because of their money. We know that they have been pushing hand everywhere, to terminate whatever is going on. But the only thing is that we will be praying, and now we ask you to take personal precaution as well.
Of course, it's only I have been taking precaution for very many years. It didn't start today.
Yes,
they came to my house to kill me. They surrounded my house and they couldn't kill me. Is it one wretched Caucasian that will? Who is the idiot? Who is the idiot? Where I am, if they see any white person around that very place, they'll kill the idiot. So let him come. Who is the fool? What stupid Vaclav. Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please, if you may. The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The calls are too, oh my God, the calls are too much. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, my lord.
Please.
Mazi, they are paying people 50,000 naira to come online and agitate that Nigeria is fixable. That is what is going on now. They are paying 50,000 naira to people. Somebody collected their money and ran away. They gave one guy money. The guy ran away with the money. So there is another one Yoruba boy that they gave 150,000. His name, he said he's doing Niger Life Matter. So he collected the money. The guy gave me the profile of the boy and every information of what he used to deliver the money. IPOB, we work with fast and figures. I have the fast and figures and we post it online. 50,000. What they are doing. Where thunder fire them is that the Fulani that will do the work don't know how to do English. They don't know anything. They cannot do anything online. So that is where thunder fire them in that angle. And now they come to Biafra land looking for 50,000 naira to share people to go online to tell people that Nigeria is fixable. Nigeria is not fixable.
My dear brother, you made me laugh this morning, honestly. They are paying the 50,000 naira. Zoological Republic. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Please, your name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
My name is Nnamdi David. I'm calling from Thailand.
From Thailand, please go ahead.
Yeah, sir. I want to ask a question, sir. Now the Janjaweed Zoological Republic of the Zoo is disturbing us through this from their agent, Mark Zuckerberg. Last time, there was a time we talked about our own application and how to start using our own application. So I want to know what we are doing to get our own application so we can leave their devilish Facebook for them and for us to broadcast on our own platform where we can be
We have gone very far in that. We have gone very, very far. Simon Epa has briefed me on the progress we are making, including my secretary, and we are making a whole lot of progress. The Android is ready, but we are waiting for the iOS to be completed. You know that security is key. When you're launching such a project, you don't even want your enemies to know where it's being hosted and what is happening, because they'll go and simply buy over the company. It's happened to us before. Nigeria bought over Satlink before in Israel. I went to Israel, I went to Tel Aviv, and I signed a contract with Satlink, Israeli satellite provider, to be carrying our signal on Amos 5 satellite. And lo and behold, the Nigerian government went and bought over the company for $28 million. Bought over a company in America. That American company now took over Satlink. The first thing they did was to write to me. They emailed me and said, "Oh, please, can you bring your contract that we have with you? Oh, why don't you change your..." They asked me to change my tone, how I preach and how I castigate Nigeria. I still have the email. And I told the woman, with all due respect, go to hell. And that was how we left Satlink and now moved to the new people that we're with. That tells you what we are. People don't understand the enormity. Look at now, the people 50,000 naira to go online and be writing Nigeria can be salvaged. Nigeria is free, because they know everybody knows. Even ant on the ground knows that the zoo is not fixable. But that is black people for you. After all, it takes a black man to colonize and enslave another black man. That's where we are. Thank you very much for your call. Thank you very, very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Uchenna Ibe. I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
From Houston in Texas. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank you and appreciate you for a wonderful work, sir. My question on this one, not really a question, it's advice kind of, we've spoken before on this issue. They keep scaring us with what will happen when Biafra is restored in terms of using South Sudan as a reference. My question on that advice is, what do we need to do? We need to do everything possible to make sure we do not fight each other,
Who is going to fight us? If the zoo, army and police cannot fight us openly, who is the idiot that will try to fight us? Who is the idiot? Is it because we're keeping quiet? If I want all these idiots there, I'll give the order to them. By tomorrow they will all be massacred. Who is the idiot that's going to start a civil war in Biafra land when Biafra comes? Who is the bagger? I ask you. Who is the idiot? Or you think that making one 10-minute video sitting on your balcony entitles you to let him bring out his army? Let us see. Let the idiot bring out his army. Let's see. Is it because we're keeping quiet? And if we fight a civil war, then so what? Did America not fight a civil war? America fought Britain, became free from Britain, the same greatest country on this earth. USA fought a civil war. Then so what? I ask, if we have to fight a war. If they bring it to us, we'll fight it. Thank you very much. But asking Ohaneze, asking IPOB, this great family that is responsible for destroying the zoo, you invite us, you invite all these other cockroaches. You are dreaming. They are mad people. The caller on the line, can you hear me? What is your name and where are you calling from? He is not paying attention. He is listening to his own voice as usual. And this UG, we hardly ever listen. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? They cannot hear me. They are busy as always, waiting and hoping to hear their own voice. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Emmanuel. I'm calling from Akwa Ibom, Biafra land.
Akwa Ibom is doing me proud. I'm telling you, I am so proud of Akwa Ibom. I'm so proud. The land of Philip Effiong. So proud, I'm telling you. So proud of the men there. So proud of them. Please go ahead.
Mazi, please, I have something to contribute.
Go ahead.
We in Akwa Ibom here, we have been misused so much that so many people are ignorant of this very movement. Not because of anything, because of our leaders, our wicked leaders, because they are not leaders, they are bloodsuckers. If you notice that we have oil in our town here, we are the most oppressed people, that even in our parastatals, in our local government, you find nothing than Fulani working in our government.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
I'm telling you. And what I notice is that the command you give is not being effectively working in Akwa Ibom. Like the land grazing of a thing. If you go to Idoro Road in Akwa Ibom here, you will see cattle running everywhere. You go to Aka down to Aka Road, you will see checkpoints everywhere. But Mazi, that is not the case this morning. The case is that we have some resolute ones that is determined to join ESN. They don't have the direct link now to join. And the boys here, including me, we are ready. We are ready to die for anything to bring Biafra, our country. Because of there is a question I asked my dad ever since I've started following you since 2019. You said, go and ask your parents where are you from? Who is your indigenous? Where is your indigenous home? And now I went to my father and asked him, you're about 50-something years old, like you told me. Okay, now you are from Nigeria. Where was your father from? My father cannot give me that answer up to date. Imagine, and I've been trusting my roots because of the lectures I've been getting from you. Believe me, man, I am from Biafra land, and nobody can doubt me that. As in, no one can tell me that I am not from Biafra. This zoological republic, I am tired of this country. I am going to contribute any quarter to end this country, because of this is not a country. This is a zoo, and I want to be in this zoo. This Mazi, what I want is that I would like a link that can direct us, because of we like my friends that is also determined like me, that really wants to join ESN. We need a thing to join ESN to defend our father's land, because this is our mother's land, and we need to defend it with all we have.
We are going to, I will send you a link right after this very program, and you'll be contacted on the ground. You have spoken very gallantly, and as I keep saying to our people all the time, they keep talking about what I said. No, the closest relatives the Igbo people have is Ibibio. As I have said time and time again, when the white man came, they could not distinguish between Ibibio and Igbo. It's because of Ibibio, that was why they named Igbo people Igbo, IBO. Because the white man said that Ibibio and Igbo are the same people. And as I'm talking to you now, I want you to take this thing back again to your father and let your father understand one simple fact. The same thing that the Fulani Janjaweed are doing today did to them during the war. They will dress their people up. Janjaweed dress them up in Biafran army uniform. They will go, Britain taught them to do this. They will go and commit atrocities that people may say it is Biafran soldiers that are killing them. Why it is not Biafran soldiers? It is Fulani Janjaweed killing them. This is the thing that our people must understand. This is the thing that they must understand. Now, let me read this thing for you so you understand. Are you Anang? Are you Ibibio? Where are you from? Oran, where are you from?
I'm from Ibibio. I'm from Ibibio.
Now, listen. As I'm talking to you right now, my dear brother, I have gone online. As I'm talking to you now, you know I can multitask. As I'm talking to the whole world, yes. I'm also typing. People don't know this. I can multitask very well. Now, listen very carefully. I am reading to you a Wikipedia entry of Ibibio people, that every Ibibio listening right now may understand this. And after reading this, our people will indulge me, please. I will also read the one for Efik. I will read the one for a job so that people can understand. I have not written this thing. These are things that are written independently and verified by other people. Now listen very, very carefully to what I have to say. The Ibibio people are a coastal people in southern Nigeria. They are mostly found in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, and on the eastern part of Abia. Ibibio people are in Abia State. Are you listening? Abreba, precisely. It is here. It is here. Not me writing it. It is here. Abreba, that is part and parcel and core Igbo land, is also Ibibio. People don't know this, but I'm telling you. Now, let us continue. Do you know what they said? They said Ibibio people are related to Anan Igbo. Is here. And Efik people. Which means we are all one people. Forget about the differences in language and all the rest of it. If somebody, if Ada baby, Ada Nsuka, that I cherish so much, if Ada Nsuka goes into Nsuka dialect, I will not understand what she's saying. I will not hear one single word. If I go into proper Ibeku dialect, nobody can understand what I'm saying. They are all Igbo language. People must. It is saying, who are the people? Who are Ibibio people? Ibibio people are found in Akwa Ibom, in Cross River, and in Abia State. They are related to Anan Igbo and Efik people.
Very correct.
Child, we are all one people. They want to divide us, but they can never succeed.
I have found it myself. Like my village where I come from, we boundary with Oluchuku.
Okay. We
boundary with Oluchuku, and we have been very close in tradition. Mazi, please, I would like to contribute something.
Please go ahead.
I will ask this as a request also. If you can host a class to lecture just Akwa Ibom people, because of why I come to realize that we have so many ignorance people around the state here. People don't understand what we are doing on ground. Like me, I've been following all your brokers from day one, even from where I did not even join till date. I've been following up, and I can be very proud that I am well educated on what you have been teaching, because of with the fact and figures you have been giving to people when you are always online. Man, I am happy, and what I will say that may the Almighty God strengthen you more, give you the grace, the knowledge, the wisdom to deliver us, because I know you will do. When they say that people are sent by God, I do not believe it. You are the one that have proven to me that, man, I don't have to that people are sent by God. You are the number one example, and I will say that God will always strengthen you. I don't have more. I
am going to call you. I will have this conversation with you in a short while.
I want to join that. It will be possible to stop.
I have now gone to Efik. You say, thank you very much, my dear brother. My dear brother, please stay on the line. Stay where you are. I'm coming now. Going back to you. Stay where you are. I'm coming back to you. My dear brother, please stay. Please, those of you who are online now, to go. My dear brother, please stay on the line. Stay where you are. I'm coming back to you. Stay where you are. I'm coming back to you. Just give me some time. I want to clarify something. Stay where you are. Stay where you are, please. I want to clarify something. Stay where you are. I want our people, please, those of you who are online now, to go and Google Efik people. Go to Google and you write Efik people on Google. Write it and join me as we educate our people. I told you that all of us are from Anambra State. That is what I said before. I said we are all from Anambra State to start with. Even our people that you're seeing. Everybody's from Anambra State. When I say that we are all Igbo people, people say, Igbo man, you want to colonize us, you want to go back. I want them to understand, not from me, because everything here has been verified, and I want to read for you. Efik people. Our dear brother called us now from Akwa Ibom, Ibibio land. I now want to bring to the attention of the whole world I want mankind to understand what I am saying this very morning about Efik people. Listen, open your ears, and I read. The Efik are an ethnic group located primarily in southern Nigeria, in the southern part of Cross River State. Now listen, the Efik speak the Efik language, which is a Benue-Congo language of the Cross River family, including Igbo, of course, but they didn't add it here. Now listen. Listen carefully, please. Efik oral histories tell of migration down the Cross River from Arochukwu. These people from Arochukwu founded numerous settlements in the Calabar and the Creek Town area. People from Arochukwu are Efik people. The day you see that pig in the creek, and all those idiots yapping their mouth, we are a job is separate from this. I will destroy you with historical facts and figures. It is here. Those that founded Efik people are from Arochukwu. Efik, it is here. The Nzuzu people without brain. You will be there, a white man, and not even a white man. Somebody will come from Kotangora to come and tell you that your own brother is not your own brother. Where is Laili Moke from? Where is he from? Donald, where is he from? I don't know Igbo people of Cross River State. I don't know Igbo. It is here. Efik, oh, including the Obong of Calabar. Efik, it is here. It is here. Oh. They think you don't know I do my research before I say anything. Everything I tell you is 100% correct. You see Efiko, you see Ibibio, you see Anango, you see Igbo. All one people. All one people. It is here. People migrated from Arochukwu the same way idiots like Wike is saying that Ikwere is not Igbo. Because that is who we are. Autonomous community. The only people with autonomous community in the whole world. Gospel from heaven. People say, Igbo nation, live Efik. You claim you are an intellectual. Simple to do research and ask yourself, why is Nnamdi Kanu insisting that he's going to go with Efik, with Ibibio, with Anang, with Ejo? You have not done that research. If you do the research, my dear brother or sister, you will come to the same conclusion. It is here, it is written. Efik, you're hearing. Obong of Calabar, Efik this, Efik that. We are the same people. There are people from Arochukwu. Migration. We started migrating when Elohim said we should live. I have preached this thing so many times. They don't want to listen. The Biafra you have today are made up of three people. Three distinct groups of people. One are the Bijango people. The very old people. Those that know, that gave the world palm oil processing, how to process palm oil. The Bijango people, very, very old, the oldest people on the face of this earth. Ndibo, old people. They were in our land. The first wave came from Egypt when the movement towards the Holy Land, when Elohim called his children, Chukwokikabiama, to go to Holy Land, some decided to migrate. You know, we are very stubborn people. You know, it's normal. They missed the road and started coming. They came through Sudan. They came through the western axis of Mali. They came via Yoruba land, which is including because Yoruba Empire is even not up to Benin Republic, and they came and settled in Igbo land. Second wave, the third wave came from the Holy Land itself, after the Assyrian army invaded and collapsed it. And that is the part of Israel where I stay in. Anytime I go there, you know, the funniest thing is that the earth, the sand there is also red. They have our Georgia, red sand. That's what they have there. In a place called Harish, in Israel, the sand is red, like the sand you have in my village. They came from there. That is the calling of the house of Ephraim and Benjamin. There's something I don't want to tell you about Biafra yet, because I want your brains to develop before I tell you that very story.
the calling of the house of Ephraim. And they started traveling and they went to the Afar region of Ethiopia. They sojourned there for very many years. They started their migration. They went through Rwanda. They went through Congo. They went through Gabon. They went through Cameroon. And they crossed the Omambala River. And before they crossed the river at Omambala, stones fell from heaven and gave them steps through which they stepped on to cross. And once they crossed, Chukwu Kikabiama said that this is the land I'm giving to you. Those are the 3 people there that made up our land. And from there, Oweri came about. From there, Arochukwu, the priestly clan, our own house of Levi, Arochukwu, their job is to pray to God, and that is their name, Arochukwu. That is where you have where the light of God shines upon the children of men. The light of God shining upon the sons of men in Arochukwu. From that same Arochukwu, they continued their journey, and they founded the great Efik nation that you have. My God in heaven, only if our people knew their history, who they are, because they understand that the only way that the Sultan can control oil wells in Bayelsa is by dividing us. Everybody from a Joland, you are from Arochukwu. A Zon is Arochukwu. Efik is Arochukwu. Fact. And you know, we are doing, do any of you know we're doing our DNA sequencing now of all these people to bring it conclusively to the table that we are all one people. We are going to shock the whole world. Just forget all this nonsense. We are calling the meeting. ESN is coming to a meeting. We want to call Masop. How many a day in Masop? Are they up to 50? Let them come out and march. I am not in Biafra land. If I give the order for people to come out on the streets, my Lord God in heaven, I'm sure you know what the result will be. Idiot, busy buying rod and cement and molding block. You refer to such a person as a freedom fighter? That means you don't even know what freedom fighting means. You have no idea. Let us go back to our line. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling us from, if you may. I have a caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? No. They cannot hear me. They cannot hear me. Let us go and take this one. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Please, your name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
Yeah, my name is Ebedemi. I'm calling from New York.
Sorry, what is your name? What's your name?
My name, I'm an Oduduwa lady. My name is Abidemi. I'm calling from New York.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for your great job. Thank you for opening our eyes. Thank you for letting us know that we have been sleeping. And I would like to say one thing. The Yoruba race, the 21st century Yorubas have woken up. Obasanjo is not speaking for us. The old Afenifere, they are not speaking for us. But Adesoya is not speaking for us. And nobody, they are not speaking for us. We, the Yoruba youth, we have risen. And let them say whatever they want to say. Yoruba nation has come to stay. We have come to stay. We are not going to let them dictate our future for us anymore.
Wonderful.
So we've told them, and the Yoruba, we are doing our agitation right now, which is the next stage that we are right now, and we've told them no governor of any kind can stop us from agitating. Any day because we heard the news that they want to start a lockdown in Yoruba states, and because of the rally we are doing, and we've told them any day they are going to start the lockdown, that is when we, the Yoruba, are going to go to whichever state to do our rally, and they cannot stop us.
Amazing.
So we, the Yoruba people, we don't support whatever all these big fools are doing. They are not our voices anymore. We reject them in total, and they cannot speak for us no more.
Wonderful.
And we, the Yoruba people, we stand for a Yoruba nation. And we, Yoruba people, if you look at our history very well, you will know that we have so many things to do with the Igbos, the Biafrans.
Of course.
They are like our brothers
of course.
from another mother.
Of course. That's
we
true.
have everything in common. Our education, everything is together.
Yes.
So these people cannot speak for us. They cannot tell us what to do at this stage of our life. There's an adage that says that the children are the futures of tomorrow.
Yes.
But we have realized that our elders decided to be the futures of tomorrow. When they say these days, it's the adage that says that when a young man, what a young man sees clamping an iroko tree, that an elder sees sitting on whatever. No, it doesn't work these days anymore. This is a jet age.
Yes.
This is a jet age. We will tell them what to do. They don't have the right to tell us what to do.
I agree.
We are the leader.
Yes.
We want to take the leadership away from them. And I'm using this opportunity to tell Tinubu in Lagos. We are bringing the rally down to Lagos. Tinubu and his so-called slaves called Oluomo of Oshodi or whatever is saying that Yoruba nation should not come to Lagos. We are telling them we, the Yoruba youth, are coming to Lagos, and nothing will happen. Any state that they shoot anybody and we have any casualty, that state is going down.
Wonderful.
That is it.
Hey,
it's
hallelujah.
Going down.
Hallelujah.
That state is going down. That is the spirit of a Yoruba. And all those Fulani that came to Ekiti-Pupa, we have given them 14 days. If they don't go back, there will be fire in Ekiti State. And all those stupid leaders, the governors that are so corrupt, because of their corruption, they cannot speak. All the obas, these people are crazy. We the youth, we have risen, and we don't care. They should not support us. If you don't want to support us, don't talk. But when you talk and you're not supporting us, then you're going down. We are done with all this shit they are doing. They are all going down. We are going to start cleaning from the top. We don't give a fuck about all these stupid leaders that corruption has eaten into their deep brain and they cannot reason anymore. Our people cannot be killed in the farm, and you people say they took people to the police station, and what they did is they lock up the people that took Wakili to police station. What kind of country is that? Double standard. We don't want it anymore. We don't. Yoruba nation is coming, and Yoruba nation has come to stay.
Wonderful. I'm very, very grateful to you, my dear sister. I am amazed. I can't say I'm amazed, because what is happening now is what we knew would happen. And for hotel builder, that is something that IPAB has been able to do, to wake everybody up. People are now listening. Even Hausa is listening also in this way. I have them communicating with me. Hausa people are communicating with me, telling me how they are grateful that we have opened their eyes. Our brother that called from Akwa Ibom, you can hear what he was saying. He listened to Radio Biafra and went and asked his father a question. The father has not answered him since 2019 till now. The father has not answered that very question. Yet to answer it. We are, as I said, some of you don't know this. I said there are 3 people that make up the Biafra nation. The original aborigines of the land, the ancient people. Ndibo. The first wave of the migration, and I told you that they passed through Yoruba land. That's what I said. They passed through Yoruba land. I am going to shock you. There are people in Yoruba land that answer the same surname with the same meaning as some of us in Igbo land. You don't know this, but one day I will reveal it. And now they have realized that their problem is Obasanjo and Tinubu and all the rest of them. These corrupt people. Allow my 8 years to finish, talking rubbish every blessed day. We are the people. We determine what happens. If in the future Biafra votes to be in the same nation with Oduduwa, that is your business, that is your prerogative. I am not the people. The people will speak. But I'm saying that what unites us is very, very deep. Every time you hear, if you ask them, what is your, classify Yoruba language, say it belongs to the Niger-Congo family. Efik, Niger-Congo family. Igbo, Niger-Congo family. It tells you something. Just do your research. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? I want to know if you can hear me. Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from?
I'm calling from the zoo.
Hey, it wasn't showing. The line wasn't coming up. You cannot place calls. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible place. Do bear with me. Absolutely terrible. I have a caller on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
My name is Chijoke Basi from Mafia in Biafra land. Hello? Chijoke Basi from Mafia in Biafra land. Chijoke Basi from Mafia in Biafra land. Chijoke Basi from Mafia in Biafra land.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead, please. And where are you calling from?
Mafia in Biafra land. Chijoke Basi.
Please go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say is that the Fulani are trying to use the strategy which Frederick Lucifer used, which is this warrant chiefs. Warrant chiefs, you know, when Lugard could not conquer the Igbos.
Give me your name, please. I'm sorry to bring you back. Give me your name again, please. Your name again?
Chijoke Basi.
Basi.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the answer Basi in Akwa Ibom and in Cross River?
Of course I know.
Is your name Basi for real or you're joking?
No, my surname is Basi, my grandfather's name.
And where are you from? Arochukwu?
Ahafia.
You know, it's Arochukwu and Ahafia, that is something. Your surname is Basi.
Yes, sir.
Hey, please go ahead. It's for the Fulefus to hear. We want Igbo nation only. Igbo nation only. Come and see your brother answering Basi. Maybe you will deport him to Akwa Ibom or to Cross River. And it's from Ahafia. Please go ahead.
You know this Ahafia is doing the reason why they called Ahafia is because when these were people that were coming from a journey, so they settled in a forest. So when people were passing, when they see them, they say that these people, as in Oha means a group of people. Then Ohafia means forest. That's Ohafia. That is group of people living in a forest. That is where they got the name.
And let me tell you your history also. Ohafia people came from Ahaba, Asaba, present day Asaba, the so-called Delta State. Ohafia migrated from Ahaba, which is the capital of Delta State, Asaba. That's where they came from.
Yes.
They came and they passed through Ibeku. That is why Ibeku cannot fight Ohafia people. Ohafia cannot levy war on Ibeku forever and ever. It was a blood covenant, a blood oath, taken at a place called Odedanyawo, the present day Umuahia North local government area headquarters. Ibeku people gave Ohafia people land there to stay before they moved to where they are today, into the bushes and the forests, adjoining Arochukwu. So that the people must understand this. So half people can even claim that they're not Igbo, they are from Niger Delta, if they want to, because that's where Zoo alumni, God forbid. Please go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that the introduction of warrant chiefs during Lugard was to conquer the Igbos, because the Igbos were not receiving order from any king because we had no kings.
That is true.
And if you look at the Fulani now, this is the same strategy they are using by bringing warrant slaves in the name of Eastern governors so that we can take orders from them.
Warrant governors, you mean? I've heard a new one today. Yes. Warrant governors. Yes. Before it was warrant chiefs. With the likes of the Pampas wearing Sarikini Fulani of Imo State, is now warrant governors that we have.
Yes. Now, they say that once they impose somebody on us, somebody who can give orders, if they can control that person, they can control us. So I'm suggesting that our strategy should be on how to take away this blockage in the name of warrant governors or warrant slaves. Now, there is this question I want to ask. You know, we are in a democratic regime where fundamental human rights are recognized even by the United Nations. Now, I want to ask, is there no provisions made in the international court where we can sue the 1914 amalgamation, because this amalgamation was not from the consent of the people. The people were not consulted, and that is a violation of human rights, a violation of a right to association, to belong where you want to or where you don't want to. Is there no provision made in the international court to sue this 1914 amalgamation?
There is provision, but you cannot sue them because there is a statute of limitation on it. That's number one. And number two, the court, you are going to also have colonies in Africa as well. So it's not going to all go well. But we are doing things. It's not everything that we are doing that we're going to reveal, but we are making immense progress. Immense progress. We are making immense progress, I can assure you. And thank you very much for your enlightening call. I'm so happy. I'm in love with your surname. That somebody from Ohafia is Basi. I'm so happy and I'm delighted.
Not only listen, it's not only my family. There are many of them that is in Ohafia that is answering this Basi as a surname. It's not only my family.
So what we are going to do is there's one experiment we're going to do. We're going to send you to an Ibibio meeting or an AFIC meeting, and you go there where they'll be talking rubbish about Igbo this, Igbo that. And then you will stand up and introduce yourself as Mr. Basi. After speaking, you say you're Igbo. I want to see their faces. I will pay anything to see their faces after that. Thank you very much. Gigi, okay, thank you very much.
I think the notice about the Nigerian military in Ariara Junction, where they situated their camp. They use this cement bank to build a fortress. If you don't raise up your hand, you can't pass from there. They've been embarrassing people a lot in Ariara.
No, don't worry about that. They know their end is coming. It's only a matter of time. They know that. Then it's inevitable. The angels will find them and send them to Elohim for proper judgment. Thank you very much for your call, my dear brother. Hey, this morning, our sister, all of you that contributed this morning to making this program what it is, I commend. The calls are plentiful. Very, very plentiful, I tell you. Many people are still calling us, but I'm sure I'll be back again live in the evening in 2 days' time, and then the other 2 days I'll be live. I will also try and make sure that I will also make sure that we are live every 2 days, as I promised you, because the zoo is collapsing, and we have collapsed it completely and totally. I thank all of you this very morning for joining us. It's been interruption after interruption. People trying to meet with me, but I shall see them very, very shortly. I thank all of you for listening. Once again, from me, from here, in 2 days' time, we're going to reconvene 7 p.m. in the evening. It is good morning.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are. This very evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you're domiciled, depending on where you're listening to us from, we welcome you to another extraordinary broadcast here live on this glorious platform, Radio Biafra, going out to the entirety of humanity. Therefore, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. We are the only indigenous broadcaster out of Africa being listened to right across the surface of this very planet Earth. And as always, as I'm welcoming you, please endeavor to welcome other people as well. Share the links as widely as possible. And as always, house rules and protocols dictate that I must tell you how we operate on this very platform. You are listening to us on a multitude of platforms, I must say. We are simulcasting this very broadcast. We are on FM in Biafra land. We are on satellite. We are on IPOB Community Radio. We are on Twitter. We are on Instagram. We are broadcasting on Facebook. We are everywhere. If you wish to, and of course YouTube. I keep forgetting YouTube. University of Radio Biafra is on YouTube. Try and share that as well, especially those who are in civilized countries where data doesn't cost very much. If you're listening to us via Radio Biafra app, it is a low data usage platform. So also is IPOB Community Radio. If you experience any difficulties, please go to Twitter or you go to Instagram. It is very clean, very crisp. So also is YouTube as well.
I welcome each and every one of you. Heaven has given me a message to preach, and I must preach it this very evening. Biafra land time now. The time now is 4 minutes past 7 p.m. in the evening, which confirms that we are live and direct. If you look at your clock right now, or your wristwatch, or your timepiece, the time is precisely 4 minutes past the top of the hour. Regardless of where you are, I welcome each and every one of you. I welcome our Oduduwa brethren who are listening from right across the world. And for the very first time, I also welcome Middle Belt as well, because they have listened and they have raised their banner as well. We have seen their coat of arms, we have seen their flag, and we welcome them to this very family of liberators and those wishing to extricate themselves from the damnable Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Before we go any further, I am going to pray as tradition demands. And as I hand over our proceedings this very evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, to the Most High Elohim, I ask you please to get your pen and paper ready, because somebody made a very serious joke, which I think I will allude to in the course of our program this very evening. Do not forget your pen and your paper, because the whole world is listening. Every government of the world is listening. Every intelligence agency around the world is listening. People are listening. And I'm told so also are immigration officials from Canada as well. Everybody listens to Radio Biafra. They all do. If you go to Abuja now, everywhere is calm. Every government house you have in the zoo, people are attentively glued to their listening device to receive this very gospel that Elohim has mandated me to preach. And I must preach it. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this earth, the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Once again, I must warn those of you who are listening via Facebook, my official page, you know it is heavily sanctioned. I will ask you please to be prepared to switch over to Instagram or to Twitter at a moment's notice, because very soon, when this very program hots up, they will begin to interfere, because they wouldn't want you to hear what we're saying. And in fact, I was asking somebody to compile the names. I want to do a very, very special post on my page tomorrow morning. And I was compiling the names of all the journalists in the zoo who are influential, all the journalists responsible for sustaining what is in essence unsustainable, this very regime of tyranny, a regime of terrorism, a regime of backwardness, a regime of poverty, piloted by the Fulani Caliphate. I will compile all their names. Please look for also those of them who are running Facebook as well. I want to add their names. I want them to understand what the Fulanis are doing to Yoruba people. I want them to understand what the Janjaweed are doing to the Yoruba race. As they are busy trying to fight to defend what is in essence indefensible, their land is being taken over. We must preach this very gospel this very day. Ezi onye nwanyi na Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile, Chukwu okike abịa ma bi n'igwe, onye jupụtara na nsọ, onye dị ebube ma ruo mgbe niile ebighị ebi, onye anyị na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala nye, onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ Chineke nna, ịbụghị mmadụ. O mekataghị ka iwe bụrụ anakpa ahụ nke gị onwe ikere eze ebere ngozi. Ị nọ na mmụọ onye nwe m, ebe obibi gị bụ ebe kachasị ebe niile elu, n'ihi na ịdị nsọ wee karịa nghọta nke mmadụ dị ndụ. O nweghị ihe ọbụla bụ ihe eji ama atụ sị na ọ bụ ya yiri gị. O nweghị ihe ọbụla bụ ihe gị onwe ikere eze ebere ngozi a pụrụ iji wee si n'ihe dị etu a dịka Chineke nna nke bi n'igwe. Ọ bụ ya mere ndị gboo ji wee tụọ gị aha n'igbe ebighị ebi, n'ihi na enweghị mmalite, enweghị ọgwụgwụ. Ahapụ m, aga m eto gị ụbọchị nne n'ime ndụ m, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nke usu niile nke ndị agha. Ọ bụ naanị gị na-epuru anyị ụzọ nna nke ebere. Ọ bụ naanị gị na-alụrụ ndị gị ọgụ, naanị gị na-abụrụ anyị ọbụ, onye nwe m. Ọ bụ na ọ gbadara aka gị ka anyị nọ ka e were Biafra nke gị nwee ikere ezi ebere ngozi wee nyefee gị n'aka, ka i wee zọpụta ụmụ gị n'aka ajọ ihe. n'ihi na akpagbu dị iche iche dakwasara ndị gị Chineke nna nke igwe. Ọchịchịrị wee si ebe o si wee kunie, eleghị anya ọ bụ site na akparamagwa ọjọọ anyị maọbụ mmehie. Mana onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna biko gbarịọ ka anyị na-arịọ gị iwe gbaghara anyị mmehie anyị niile. Ọ bụghị na anyị toruru mmeso ọma gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, kama anyị wee na-arịọ gị iwe echeta okwu ọgba ndụ gị n'isi anyị, n'ihi na isi na mgbe ọbụla anyị kwuru na iwe echighata azụ wee cheta na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna na ọ bụ gị bụ nna nke ụmụ Biafra, na ị ga-azọpụta ndị gị, na ị ga-abụrụ anyị nna anyị wee bụrụ gị ụmụnna nke igwe. Anyị wee na-asị n'oge ahụ eruwekwanụ mgbe nọ n'ụwa ji alaghachi na-akwụ ya, ka ị wee zọpụta ndị gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Na ala Biafra bụ ala nke gọziri agọzi nna nke igwe, ọbịa iji wee mee ka mmadụ izi n'elu ụwa wee si na Biafra wee kunye. Anyị wee na-asị gị gosi mba niile dị iche iche na ọ bụghị bụ Chineke nna, na ike niile nọ n'ọbara aka gị na ọ bụghị n'ọbara aka nke Britain bụ mmadụ dị ndụ nna nke igwe. Gosi ụwa na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nke ụmụ Biafra. Anyị were ihe na nke anyị onwe anyị bụ nyefee gị n'aka wee na-arịọ gị mma gị na ebere gị amara gị n'ọnụ iko ebe ndị gị nọ, lekwa ụmụ gị ọbụla ndị nke eji eji. Anyị na-ekele aha nsọ n'ụzọ pụrụ iche n'ihi na ọbụla na ha bịabịa nwụrụ fara mbaka n'ụbọchị nke taa. Igburu wee daa n'Enugwu wee hapụ ya, etu aka ga-esi wee hapụ ndị ọzọ bụ ndị eji eji. Agbanyeghị ihe niile mpụ niile nke ndị nọ na-eme, ma ndị ohu ha, ndị odibo ha bụ ndị nọ n'ala nsọ gị nna nke igwe, ndị dị etu aka nsị ha ga-aba ha ọnụ n'otu n'otu. Ị ga-ejide ha wee laa ha n'iyi, ka ha wee ghọta na Biafra bụ nkwa nke ikwere ndị gị n'oge erukwa mgbe ị ga-eji wee mejupụta ya. Anyị wee na-asị gị otuto na nsọpụrụ na ịja mma niile dịrị aha nsọ onye kere eluigwe n'ụwa, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, ugbu a ma ruo mgbe niile ebi ka a na-arịọ gị ise ise ise. Ọkwa n'ozi ọma Chineke. My goodness, you will allow me to preach this very gospel this evening. For those of you who are old timers on this very platform, this Radio Biafra, I want to reconfirm to you, I wouldn't call it a prophecy, I wouldn't call it a prediction, I will call it words spoken under divine inspiration. That is why the accuracy of our prophecies is unmatchable. Those of you may remember in 2014, when they were campaigning, jostling, and politicking in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria that man created for the habitation of animals, called Nigerians. I made it very clear to you then. If those of you who are listening tonight, or some of you can remember, I said to all of you that Buhari is the one that holds the key to Biafra. I don't know how many of you can remember this, but I preached it on this hallowed platform, on this Radio Biafra, this God-ordained radio station for the restoration of the children of light, that they may enjoy the sovereignty that God Almighty promised them. I preached it here on this very platform. I told you, do not despair, do not panic, that the Pharaoh is coming, and it is Buhari. I told you so on this very platform. I'm sure that some of you can remember that. I said that Buhari is the surest way for us to get Biafra. Is it not happening now? Everything I tell you is gospel. Remember when I said that Buhari will give us Biafra? Those were the exact words I used. And it is now manifesting before our eyes. Everything happening today in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria is because they refuse to let us go. I remember, I think it was in 2015 to be precise, or thereabouts. I was in the USA and I was granted an interview by Rudolph Okonkwo, if I'm not mistaken, and I told him that if they do not give us Biafra, that Nigeria will be worse than the fact that Somalia will be a paradise compared to Nigeria. What is happening today? These are words on the marble. These are, I wouldn't call it prediction. These are prophetic pronouncements on this very hallowed platform that all over the world today, people are witnessing and confessing to its accuracy. Everything happening today in the Zoological Republic is because they refuse to let Biafra go. And I also want to tell them this evening, or depending on where they are, that the more you continue to delay the coming of Biafra, the more calamity you're going to face. And I want to point it out. I want to speak very calmly this evening so they can understand what I'm saying. Remember when I asked you to allow Biafra to go and you refused? I'm now speaking to the Sultan of Sokoto and the entire Janjaweed Caliphate. These very horrible people that have brought death, destruction and mayhem upon the lives of very quiet, peace-loving people, not just of the Middle Belt, but across the entire South. I want you to listen to me very carefully this evening. Because of your delay in allowing Biafra to go, now you will lose Oduduwa as well. I want you to understand that the more you hold on to this very rigid, idiotic, should I say, unwavering position that Nigeria should remain the way it is, the more you're balkanizing it, not just in the spirit, but also in the physical realm. Why am I saying this now? Oduduwa agitation has hit a crescendo, and for the very first time, they have now also identified some of their leaders as being their problem. They are no longer blaming anybody else. And when people begin to blame their leaders, as we have been doing, I think they have cut off the whole thing. I believe that I don't know if Facebook has cut off the video on my page. I have no idea, but we shall see. Let us continue. If they kick you out, please find alternative platform to listen. People should go to my page and share all the links that people are using to listen to us, so that those who are on my page, who are suffering as always, will be able to listen via other means. After this very program, Ikechi will work very, very hard to ensure that the SoundCloud is uploaded as quickly as possible. I must preach. I asked you to let Biafra go. You said no. Now Oduduwa is with us. We then pleaded and said, allow Oduduwa and Biafra to go. You said no. Now Middle Belt has joined. If you say no to Middle Belt, Oduduwa and Biafra becoming free very soon, the Habe Republic of Hausa land will rise up again with their own banner. Fulani, you have nowhere to go to. What you're now going to do is to unleash your dogs of war. That is what you're going to do. You will think that by tricking the Hausa people to believe in you, to come and join you to fight other people, as you have done in the past, you will think that will be a viable option to take. But I'm telling you to spell your doom. I warned you before. You people should have let Biafra go on time, and to all of you shouting, insecurity everywhere. We are dying. Look at our country. Come and speak. I warned you in 2014 and 2015. If you do not let Biafra go, everybody is going to suffer. And today, everybody is suffering. But I'm sure, Fulani, they have this very primitive, almost a very satanic stubbornness that they have. They will say no. I want Fulani to understand something I said to Britain. You see, United Kingdom, those that created Nigeria, which I believe, Britain, they also go in the realm of the spirit to do their own incantation. They may be top scientists, they may be an advanced country, they may be a civilized country, they may be enjoying the grace of God because Britain is blessed, believe it or not, highly blessed people. But I'm sure they see things. And I told Britain, the same pride that Britain had in the past in relation to Biafra is the same. Fulani has a very crude and primitive format of it. I want people to pay attention to what I'm saying tonight, very, very critically, please. I said, the pride, that pride, we are white people, we created you, who are you to tell us what to do? And here again, live on air, I said to Britain, God Almighty in heaven will divide you into pieces. And when you are being cut up into pieces, your soothsayers will be telling you this because of Biafra, but your pride will tell you it is not. How can God love those niggers from Africa? Those monkeys is not possible. But I'm telling you again tonight, maybe now that your policies have changed slightly towards Biafra, you may have a reprieve. But I'm telling you this. if you maintain or insist that Nigeria should be one, this is for Britain. I'm sure that I don't know why I feel like recollecting what I've been saying in the past tonight. If you insist that Nigeria should be one, God will destroy Britain. And as Elohim is destroying Britain, your pride will not let you accept it's because of these black people called Biafra. The same thing I'm saying to Fulani tonight. We are the children of God Almighty in heaven. We are the children of Elohim. You see, that is why we answer the names that we do. That is why we answer Wachubu, if you understand what I'm saying. That is why we answer Chibuzo, Chibueze. You must understand the reason why we answer these names. It is because we are the children of God. That is why we answer Wachubu. No matter how badly we upset and offend God, ultimately we are His children. Is going to forgive us and rescue us from whatever mess we may find ourselves in, as it is now with the zoo called Nigeria. Fulani, you will end up with nothing. The best thing for you to do is to stop all this all this show that you're doing. Come and negotiate with us the date for a referendum, that we, the children of light, may go and play the role that Almighty God in heaven intended for us to play in the advancement and development of black people all over the world. Or else you will lose everything. When I told all of you Nigerians that delaying the exit of Biafra from the zoo will bring unmitigated disaster upon you, you did not believe me. I told you Somalia will be better than you. Allow us to go. You thought I was the one who is going to fight? No, not at all. The host of heaven is now fighting on our behalf. And I'm warning you. Even Britain can see the handwriting on the wall. You, Janjaweed Caliphate, I am advising you, as fellow Africans, if I can call you that, the sooner you let Biafra go, the better, or else you will lose everything. And you see Sokoto State, that is the seat of your power. A war will be fought there for 136 years. After that, you will lose everything. I'm advising you, don't allow the demons that you worship to deceive you. Biafra has come to stay. There is nothing any mortal can do about it. It is the word of God. There is nothing man can do about it. I am warning you. Oduduwa is now with us due to your delay, because in 2014, 2015, Oduduwa, they were not serious. They said no, one Nigeria. But today, Oduduwa is more fanatical. I can even say, as fanatical as we Biafrans are about their sovereignty and their freedom. Only a few days ago, Middle Belt have now joined us. And I can assure you, if you continue, the Habe Republic of the Hausa kingdoms will rise up in the north to demand for their own independence. And I can say to everybody tonight, as I've always said, anybody that raises their banner and their flag to seek independence will get free oil and free gas from Biafra land in perpetuity, forever and ever. I want you to understand this. Therefore, every security agent in Nigeria, every soldier, every police, every naval man or woman, every Air Force personnel, those of you in civil defense, you must each go back to your villages. Go back to where you come from to defend it. Because as you are being slaughtered, as those of you from the south are being killed in the north, they are sending people from right across the Sahel. These are deadly scavengers to take over your land. You must bear this in mind. You must go back to your fatherland right now to defend it. Because I want all the army and the police people to do a very simple survey. Maybe tomorrow morning. Because I know all of you are listening to what I'm saying tonight. Do a very simple slide survey tomorrow morning. All of you in the army, all of you in the police, I want you to do something very slight. Call your respective villages. I'm not saying where you're living in the township. Call where you come from, your village. Ask anybody in your village. I'm talking about those of you serving in Nigeria Army, serving in the police, serving in the Navy, serving in the Air Force. And you are not Janjaweed, you're not Fulani. All non-Fulani personnel in Nigeria security services or security agencies or whatever they call themselves, pick up your telephone tonight, even as I'm doing this broadcast. Call home. Ask them, are there Fulani terrorists, headsmen, Mietiala in my village? How far are they from my house? Just make a very simple phone call. That will convince you that as you are busy defending your one Nigeria for the Fulani, inadvertently, they are busy conquering you. It's a very simple experiment. You are a soldier, you are in Navy, you are in Air Force. Pick up the phone. I'm not saying because you are born in Ojuelegba, you should call and say, is anything happening in Ojuelegba? No. Call your village where your father comes from, where your grandparents come from. Because we are patrilineal, we lean towards our father. We come from where our father come from. Call your village. Ask people in your village, how close are the Fulani terrorists to my house? How close are they to where I'm living? Or supposed to be living? They will tell you. Only then will you appreciate what we've been saying for long. That the more you fight for one Nigeria, you are doing it for the sole benefit of the Fulani Caliphate, because they are busy taking over your village. They are keeping you busy in the army and in the police. Meanwhile, they have taken over your village. You know, when people say to me that there are people from the Middle Belt who are still in the police and in the army, serving in various locations and trying to defend one Nigeria, I feel sorry for them. Go back to your village and see what life is like there. They are in refugee camps. That tells you all you need to know about the zoo and why you must heed my call this evening. You're not going to die of hunger. Abandon the army, abandon the police. Go back to where you come from and defend your land, because the Fulanis have come in to take it over from you. You must go back home and defend your land right now. Has it not dawned on everybody that the defense of one Nigeria as presently constituted is only aiding the march of the Janjaweed Caliphate to the Atlantic? Because the more you're in Borno serving, you're in Yobe, you're in Taraba. The same way you come from, the Fulanis are there trying to take over your land, killing, raping, maiming people. Did you not see the batch they sent to Yoruba land that was intercepted today? But there are Yoruba people who are fighting right now in Nigeria Army in Borno as they are moving towards the north to go and defend their so-called one Nigeria against Boko Haram, which incidentally was created by the same Fulani people. Another consignment of Fulani killers and murderers are heading into Yoruba land. Does that make sense to anybody at all? These are the things we are trying to get you to understand, but for some reason, some of you can't get it. You're moving to Yobe, you are being posted to Yobe, to Taraba, to Adamawa, to Borno, to go and fight insurgency. Is that correct? On the way, you are passing Dangote trailers and trucks coming into your land with the same insurgents, the same bandits coming to your village to rape your mother, to abduct your sisters, your nieces, and in most cases your nephews as well. I want people to actually sit down tonight and rationalize what I'm saying. Those of you in the police fighting for one Nigeria, those of you even in the print media or the electronic media, all those journalists trying to keep Nigeria one, call your village and ask them, what is the status of security in my village? They will tell you the Fulanis are everywhere. Doesn't that make a mockery of all the things that you claim you believe in? You know, sometimes a lot of people have what I call misplaced, sense of patriotism. You see, in Nigeria, the only people you owe your loyalty to is to your tribe or your ethnic group. That's where your loyalty should lie, and nowhere else. Not because Nigeria is an artificial creation. No, I'm not even going that far. But because the more you fight to keep Nigeria one, the more you're making it easier for the Fulanis to conquer you. That's what it is. I want people to understand this even. People are asking, why am I speaking in this tone? And because I want it to sink in very well. I don't want anybody to say, oh, because he was insulting me, I wasn't able to understand what he's saying. That is why I am preaching the way I'm preaching tonight, so that you can understand it very, very clearly. We must end Nigeria as quickly as possible. I'm not talking about months, but in weeks. Why am I saying that? Because the Fulanis have perfected their plan to start an all-out conquest by the year 2022. By the year 2022, they want to start their full conquest. So we must stop them before they commence. If they commence, we cannot stop them. Because if they commence, all those territories they have taken from Benue State, all those territories that they have taken from Plateau State, all those territories they occupy in Kogi State, believe you me, if we continue to wait, any day that the world steps in to say enough is enough, they will claim that very territory as their own. They would have advanced all the way from Sokoto to Katsina Ala in Benue State. What does that tell you about your future? What does that tell you about your future? You must listen very carefully without prejudice tonight, please, as we preach this very gospel. All of us, Biafra, Oduduwa, Middle Belt, and Hausa, these are the indigenous populations that we have. These are the true owners of Nigeria. Fulani people, they are less than 10% of the population. They are not indigenous to Nigeria, not at all. And in Africa, you must come from somewhere. You must come from somewhere. They have promised them that Nigeria is theirs for the taking. For them to succeed, we have to be as foolish as the Hausa people were. For them to succeed, we have to be as politically naive as the Middle Belt people were. For them to succeed, we have to be as moronic as the Yorubas have been for years. For them to succeed, the Biafrans will have to be as foolish as they have been for a very, very long time. Or should I say, those that call themselves the political class or intelligentsia, but very, very daft and foolish, if you ask me. If we remain this stupid and foolish, the Fulanis will take us over. They will take our land from us before our eyes, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. Do you know that in Olu today they were shooting? Today they were firing everywhere, trying to scare people away. The same thing they cannot do when they confront Mietiala terrorists with their cattle and the AK-47 in the forest, killing, pillaging, and raping people. They have never confronted them. But they are on the streets of Owerri and Olu, firing and shooting indiscriminately. Anytime I tell you something, please take it very seriously. And as heaven told me many, many years ago, the late dead Buhari did all he could and left the rest to Abba Kyari, to Isafuntu, and all the rest of them. They have done their best. The Fulani Caliphate have done their best to destroy Nigeria. But it seems that they are not alone in all of this. We must help them to destroy Nigeria and bring it to an end as quickly as possible. Somebody called it a pantomimized country of Fulani terrorists. It is only going to get worse. A country where a minister professes to be a terror sympathizer and 200 million people could not remove a single minister. How do you think you can remove a president? Or so be it somebody that they are ruling in his name. Pure common sense. You cannot. The Fulani stranglehold is everywhere. Look at all the kidnappings and killings in Benue, across the Middle Belt, all the way from southern Kanu. Even those in Borno, even those, they call it the Northeast. Look at their plight and look at their lives. Who are the ones doing the killings? I asked you to ask yourself this question last week. They are Fulani. Who gave them the guns with which to carry out all these murder, sackings, mayhem all over the place? This is where Nigerians do not reason, where they do not think. They don't think and they do not reason. I want to ask them. Look at all the kidnappings, the killings, the land grabbing, the forcible conversion of Christians to Muslims happening in Niger State and elsewhere. Look at all the things that have been happening. Who gave guns to these people? They claim they are jihadists from Mali, from Senegambia, from across the Sahel. They came into Nigeria either with guns or without. If they came with guns, how come they were not stopped? If they came in without guns, these people are from Mali, mind you, and all the rest of them, how come they managed to acquire guns? These are the things you must ask yourself, and the sooner you find answers to these questions, the sooner you realize how foolish it is trying to defend what is in essence indefensible, which is one Nigeria. Who helped them to come into Nigeria? The same Fulani people today telling about one Nigeria. Let's keep the country one. There is insecurity everywhere. Insecurity is there. Who brought in these murderers into Nigeria? Nobody is asking the Fulani Caliphate this question. Because they organized it. El Rufai, all the Fulani governors. Because they believe the nonsense that Nigeria belongs to the Fulani race. It is theirs for the taking. And they actually believe it because of idiots like Wike and that great harlot, that bleaching, palm wine drinking harlot in Asorok. Look at what is happening all around you and ask yourself, who gave Mietiala AK-47 with which to intimidate, to kill, to pillage and to rape? Who gave the Fulani terrorists all these weapons they're wielding everywhere? How can a Fulani nomadic cattle herder know where to find a dealer that sells bullets? You know, have you ever actually, when you see that lonely Fulani boy with AK-47, how do you think he replenishes his stock of bullets? Who gives it to him? So you think he'll leave his cattle? Let's say they are somewhere around, what's it called, at Amancia, you know, with his AK-47. Maybe he has gone, he has raped, he has kidnapped, he has killed a few people. Ask yourself this question. How do they get a resupply of bullets? Who gives it to him? A Fulani cattle header. Have you asked yourself that question before? Any day you do, you will understand the hopelessness of one Nigeria. Do you think that this invasion and conquest of Middle Belt would have been so easy had Middle Belt seen what Ojukwu saw in 1966 and 67? If not for the prejudice of the people that call themselves Nigerians, do you think that you'll be seeing what you're seeing today? Had all of you supported Biafra, do you think you'll be losing your land today, losing your head, losing your faith, losing your religion? Do you think that Leah Shreibu will be more like, I don't know, a breathing, whatever it is, for Fulani terrorists? Is that what you think? I want Nigerians to understand this. God is punishing all of you for what you did against Biafra. All the mayhem, all the killings. Ask yourself, why is it only in Biafra land that the Fulanis do not have any genuine stronghold? No foothold in Biafra land. Why do you think so? God is punishing every part of Nigeria for the crimes you committed against his children. I'm not expecting you to believe what I'm saying, but you know it to be a fact. That is the fact. But today, thankfully and mercifully, the brute is no more. To tell you how miraculous God is. Buhari is dead, we know. How do we know that Buhari is dead, you may ask? Because God gave us brain to be able to use it to reason. That is why we are not animals, because that's what Mary Wollstonecraft said. The reason, the only difference between you and the Fulani cow is because you can reason. Listen to me very carefully this evening. Buhari is no more. But the Fulani Caliphate, to tell you how merciful God is. When Buhari died, had they said Buhari is dead, Osibajo would have taken over. Osibajo is more learned, more urbane, more conciliatory, more progressive. Nigeria will still be one. That would have made our work very, very difficult. Because maybe Osibajo will come down to discuss and to negotiate, to say, oh, let's restructure, let's go back to the regions, either 1960 Constitution or 1963, whichever one would have continued in the zoo. But to tell you how miraculous God is, he hardened their hearts. They said, no, it's our turn. It's our turn, we must remain in power. The time that we are doing it, they never knew that that would lead to the end of Nigeria. They never knew that. Elohim hardened their hearts. And today, the Fulanis have run Nigeria aground. And they are being openly vilified by everybody. Even Britain is fed up. USA is fed up with them. EU is fed up with them. Now you understand it, don't you? They themselves are the ones now canvassing for coup. Forget all this nonsense you're hearing. They use one man called Clark, who said he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. Senior advocate of what? I have no idea. A senior advocate. Asking army to come in to take over power under a civilian democratic dispensation. And he is a senior advocate of Nigeria. A supposedly learned man. When I tell you that they're not educated, I'm insulting them. Senior advocate of Nigeria. Advocating for army to take over. Can you believe that? What is wrong with the people taking over? In a revolution, instead of Mr. Clark to call for a revolution, he's asking military. Very lazy way of approaching the issue of all the ills bedeviling Nigeria. Now listen to me very, very carefully, please. I beg of you. How do you know that Buhari is no more? It is very, very simple. I want to prove it to you that he is no more. Very, very simple. Because sometimes you may be shocked that 1 + 1 is equals 2. Always. Buhari, when IPOB started to torment the zoo, Buhari came out to give a live press interview. Not once, not 2 times, not 3 times. Only IPOB giving them problems. This was between 2015, 2016. Before the idiot died on the 27th of January of 2017. I know the exact date he died. Before Buhari's death, he was having media chat discussing every blessed day, live, unscripted. Nobody would tell him what to say. Most of the times he was talking rubbish, but at least nobody ever guided him or asked him to say A or B. He had a mind of his own. Now, the Senate of Nigeria, listen very carefully, in a democracy, the Senate of Nigeria, or should I say part of them, came out to say, we have not heard from our president despite the daily killings. That on its own is an impeachable offense. That on its own is an impeachable offense. You are telling me that a president is alive in a country bedeviled by insecurity left, right, and center. They are minting money, they are printing money every day. They call it quantitative easing. NMPC does not have any money anymore. The Fulani, they sell the oil and they pocket the money. the zoo is sinking. You have not heard from somebody who claims he's a president. Compare the character of the mask-wearing idiot now to the Buhari you had before. Are they the same? You know, sometimes in life you expect people to be able to reason properly. I am asking you people, you Nigerians, the thing that you're seeing now, coming from who you claim is Buhari Nasarok, the mask wearer, is it the same attribute of the man that you used to know? I'm sure the answer is no. A whole Senate of the country lamenting, we have not heard from the president. The country is collapsing. There is going to be war very, very soon. And he cannot speak. Do you know why he cannot speak? Because they know we are watching them. The fear of IPOB. They know any move they make, we are going to dissect and analyze. That is why they cannot bring him out to speak. Not even common live presentation. They cannot do it. And all of you went to school. Most of you are graduates. Most of you have PhDs. Are you telling me that your common sense, that I'm sure that all of you possess, I haven't told you yet that there is nobody there. In every other country of the world, ordinary COVID-19, they receive almost weekly briefing. Now, let me shock all of you. Do you know that before, even during Buhari, during Jonathan, during Yaradua, during Obasanjo, and even before that, have you asked yourself this question? How can Nigeria go through a whole calendar year without no official visit from any head of state from outside? Official state visit with state banquet. Because all over Africa, all over Europe, although there is COVID-19 lockdown, heads of states are visiting each other. Have you asked yourself that question? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Now the Senate, Nigeria's own Senate, is now saying, let me read it for you so you understand. A Senate where you have democracy. Any other place in the world, the Senate will go into a session, they will vote and say, we demand to see the president address the nation. That's how it is done. That is why it's a democracy, the rule of the people. And the Senate and the House of Reps, they are the people, which the presidency is answerable to. If they are serious, all they need to do is to lay down a motion on the floor of both houses to say, we have overwhelming, uncontainable insecurity in the country and we demand that the president address the media in a media chat. To be bye-bye for everybody. But they know that the man there is not Buhari. They cannot bring him out. Unless they set the stage, unless they choreographed everything, unless they plan it perfectly well. And I'm asking you people, as those that claim they are learned, what does that tell you about Asok? Let me read the news for you. The Minority Caucus of the National Assembly on Tuesday lamented that President Muhammadu Buhari has remained silent despite insecurity in the nation. Now, your primary duty as a head of state, I am not a head of state, but my primary duty is to make sure that the IPOB family all over the world, that they are fine, in good condition. When there is a breach of security, I make sure, even in the middle of the night, I wake up and I make sure I address it. If I come on air, I speak about it live. A country of 200 million people. If this man couldn't speak under COVID, he could not speak under raging insecurity, almost civil war status, when is he going to talk? It's a simple question I'm asking Nigerians. That tells you that there is no Buhari, he's dead. The clown they put there, all they can do is to script something, use deep fake, artificial intelligence to mimic the voice of Buhari through a microphone. You think it is the idiot who is speaking. There is no Buhari. That is why, despite this raging, even to address people live, I said live on TV, he cannot do it. Once in a while, they package him, they bring him out, they say, oh, he has spoken. Oh, yeah. And the Yoruba people who are eyeing 2023 will just simply concur and wait for their turn to come. It's only 2 years away. Why can't we just wait? And we'll start enjoying oil and gas money. The caucus also said that the APC-led administration of President Buhari has continued to breach the constitution. We have not, according to Abaribe, we have not heard from our president, despite the daily killings that are going on, and have turned Nigeria into a killing field of unimaginable proportion. Nigeria is at war on all fronts, basically, fighting Fulani domination and impunity. People are dying every blessed day. The person you claim is a president cannot speak. What is his job then? I'm asking you. Do you see how we know that Buhari is dead? That even the Senate is begging for him to speak in a democracy. I'm advising them today because some of them, they claim they're educated, but they are not. I'm advising you on what to do. Constitutionally, you have the powers. Go and pass a motion on the floor of both houses, send it off to Asarok and say, we demand to see you to address the nation live and answer questions from journalists regarding what is happening in the country. Not just address. You must be interrogated. We want to ask you, then you will see that the idiot will fall apart. Because we have planted a press man there. I'm not going to tell you his name or his network. He is going to ask him a question in Fufude, the native Fulani language that the old dead tyrant Buhari spoke before he died on the 27th of January 2017. I stake my life on it. I have said to them, if you can bring out this man and prove he's Buhari, I will drop Biafra agitation and apologize. But I know that the idiot is dead. They are shielding. The only reason why they cannot speak is because, you know, they thought I will remain with... They don't know how we discovered that Jubril had fled. They were shocked. They thought I'll be saying Jubril all the time, so that Western intelligence will say, oh, he doesn't have his facts right. I know when they switched from Jubril to Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Niger Republic. That is the new Buhari you have. That is why you cannot see him. That is why he cannot do tours. That is why you cannot see him come out to receive heads of state. That is why nothing, everything is secrecy. You can be killing, people can be dying. You never hear a word from him. They are shielding Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from talking because the day he grants any live, unedited, unscripted interview, the political class in Nigeria will commit mass suicide. Because I'm sure that's what they will do. Rather than, come around and say, oh, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu has been right all this while, they would rather die. That's black people for you. They will commit mass suicide. That thing in Asarok, as I told you in 2017, is not Buhari. If you say he is Buhari, I want him to have a live media chat, the type the old Buhari had on the 31st of December of 2015. It's a challenge. If you claim Buhari, that idiot there is Buhari, let him come out and address the security situation in the zoo called Nigeria. In a live media chat, he will never ever do it. That day, the shame of Nigerians will be open for the whole world to see. The world, right now, a lot of countries, in fact, Nigeria is the only country in the only passport that you require visa to go to almost every other country in the world. But because of how useless it is, any day, that thing there, Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed grants any live interview or media chat. If you say you're a Nigerian outside, people will spit on your face. They will say, we know you people as fraudsters and criminals. We never knew you were even this stupid. At least criminals are supposed to be very smart. You people are equally very, very foolish. So Abaribe, the Senate, and they can talk all they like. That thing there can never grant any live interview for anybody. He will not do it. Any day they do, they try it, they are finished. And they understand that very well. That is why he cannot hold a live media chat. People are talking about impeachment. Let us impeach him. As my dear brother Mbaka said, Let us impeach him. Do you know why Fulani is against impeachment? Because Fulani wants that boy to leave. They want to remove Buhari, that name Buhari from Asarok. That is what they want. Oh, forget all this nonsense that they want planting it everywhere. The only reason why they said no to impeachment and why they are running after Mbaka, that I'm glad they've released. I didn't want to talk about him or write about him or tweet in the afternoon. We are just waiting to see if they will hold him. And then that thing they want, they will see it. But luckily for them, they released him. Let me tell you something you don't know. The reason why they're against Mbaka and everybody talking about impeachment is because once you impeach him, listen, he will be forced to come out to respond in the open. Journalists will interview him. That is why all of them, they are running helter-skelter. Nobody wants nothing. They don't want you to talk about it, because any day you vote in the House of Senate or in the Senate or in the House of Reps to impeach him, you will now give him a right to reply, because the article, as Trump did in America 2 times, because the articles of impeachment will outline his crimes and misdemeanors, and the law of natural justice dictates that you must give him the right to reply. Who is going to reply? Buhari is dead. Is it Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed that will reply? The cabal won't allow it. Now you understand, don't you? That is why they're against impeachment, because you cannot impeach a dead man. The Fulani Caliphate control all of you in the zoo using Yoruba media and your political leaders. They have captured the 2 critical, in fact, there are 3 critical constituencies in life. Media that brings you information and enlightenment, your political leaders, traditional rulers, and also your religious leaders. That is why anytime they sense danger, they will send DSS. People are trying to destabilize the country. They want to remove Buhari from office in order to sow seeds of doubt and confusion amongst you, so you can no longer be together to ask for what is right. Asking for anybody you claim to be Buhari to address the nation is not causing trouble. It is not. It is called democratic accountability, isn't it? These are the things you must bear in mind. This thing about coup that they sent Mr. Clark to talk about coup is a well-planned move to manipulate people's minds into thinking that Buhari was removed as a way of hiding the fact that Buhari is dead. Fulani is praying for a coup. Forget all that, not that the ones planning it. And I want Asarok to know that I know their plan. They want to do a coup to say, oh, we have removed Buhari, he's incompetent, as a way of hiding the fact that Buhari is dead. That is what they want to do. And once they do the coup and they put in somebody, first of all, they said, we'll put in a senior Yoruba general to calm everybody down, to stop Yoruba agitation. That's what I'm just trying to let Tinubu understand. If he doesn't know, they have 2 people in mind. One is a Yoruba high-ranking army officer. The other one is from the Middle Belt. They want to use them to try to calm everything down. The same thing they tried to do with Ogundigbe in 1966. And they ended up doing with Gowon. They killed everybody. Every Biafran high-ranking officer they got their hands on, they killed. All of them. They knew the world was very, very upset. Fulani knew they could not sell that very narrative to the world. They approached Brigadier Ogundigbe and asked him to take over the reins of power. He said no. They went to Gowon, a Christian from the Middle Belt. That's how they operate. The same thing they want to do now. So all this talk of they want to overthrow us is all rubbish. It's Fulani who are planning it because they know that the clock is running down. They know the clock is running down. They know that once people, shed this cloak of ignorance and begin to say that Buhari is dead, that they are finished. They want to use a coup. Fulani coup, by the way. After all, Fulani controls the army. How can anybody do a coup in Nigeria? How is that possible? Fulani controls everything. All the generals that are Fulani. Everybody in the hierarchy of the army is Fulani. So how can you do a coup? How is that possible? All the commanders of the tank corps you have in the zoo called Nigeria, they're all Fulani people. So how can you do a coup? All the people that lead the infantry in Nigeria are all the commanders, they're all Fulani. So how can you conduct a coup? It is the Fulani planning a coup so they can say that Buhari was removed due to incompetence. And then after that, they'll say, oh, he's living a quiet life. You know him, he's a man of peace and quiet. After a while, they will not tell that Buhari is dead. He died in his sleep. That's what they want to do. If you don't know, let me tell you. And I'm saying to Fulani Caliphate tonight, you don't know who you're dealing with. Before you make any move, we know. Every move that you make, we know. We are aware of it. So stop deceiving yourselves. We know what you're up to. We understand your game plan. This thing about coup is because you want to remove Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed before it's too late. Because there's nobody in Asarok. If there is anyone in Asarok, the person will be talking. Nigeria is finished. There is no country called Nigeria anymore. Nigeria finished last year. Nigeria is now only existing on paper and the fear of the South. The cowardice in people of the South. And the promise of a greater, better tomorrow for the likes of Wike is only what is holding the zoo together. The zoo is dead. Absolutely dead. Their plan has failed. Only if the politicians we have in Biafra land, in fact in the entire South, can repent, or else what awaits them is doom. The game the Fulanis are playing, just don't remember I told you tonight, the game the Fulanis are playing is to carry out a coup and install a Yoruba senior army officer or somebody from the Middle Belt to calm everybody down. That's what they want to do, and I want them to understand that we know. Our intelligence services is second to none in the whole world. In fact, by the time that Biafra stands, I'm sure that even Mossad will be coming to us to learn one or two things. The Zoo people think that we are stupid, but we are not. We are highly intelligent, more intelligent than all of them put together. They want to carry out a coup and claim that Buhari was removed. People are talking about insecurity. In the same country where people are being forcibly converted to Islam. In Niger State, in broad daylight, people abducted, people killed, army today firing in Olo, army today firing in Owerri, shooting sporadically everywhere. There is war. A slow burning war in the zoo, but you don't know. I don't know why the Middle Belt people will not rise up to defend their land, because it's now very clear that you can lament and cry from now till their kingdom come. The world won't listen to you. Defend yourselves. That is what you need to do. That is what you must do. To tell you that this is their plan, all of them, it is their plan together, all of them. To tell that they planned all of these things. Now listen to what a minister is saying. You know, sometimes when you hear these things, you don't quite believe it at first. You think, oh, maybe somebody's pulling your legs, until you go and verify it for yourself. Kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses in Nigeria, according to Buhari's government. Also, Buhari by name. When I say Buhari, it doesn't mean Buhari is alive. It's the name they're using to rule. Are you listening to me? Kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses in Nigeria. Then I ask them, what are federal offenses in Nigeria then? I don't know how, do you see how foolish these people are? You see, sometimes I don't know if this is punishment or what from God that I should be discussing monkeys like this. This man is a baboon. Why do you have federal high courts then and federal courts of appeal? So all the cases being tried, this is something Nigerians don't know. Even those that call themselves lawyers, like backyard quack lawyers, like we quack backyard lawyer. Let me ask you, Nigerians, for 1 second. What cases do you think are tried in a federal high court? God, zoological republic. And these people actually go to school, spend 4 years in a university, and come out as graduates. Even doctorate degree holders of law. If kidnapping and banditry are not federal offenses, then why are you trying them in a federal high court? That's the meaning of it. Federal high court for federal offenses. State high court for state offenses. Sharia court for Sharia offenses, so to speak. Customary court for customary offenses. Do you know that even the states, they have their own appeal court, so to speak? Now you are trying a case in a federal high court, which means it is a federal offense. But it is in the zoo. They don't know the meaning of it. They have no idea what it means. Nigeria is worse than a jungle. If a kidnapper and a bandit killing, slaughtering, raping people is not a federal offense. Oh, sorry, federal offense is asking for a referendum. And you people have time for these animals that call themselves politicians. Fools who cannot even reason very well. You have time for these people. This UJ. They said, that's what Lai Mohammed said. It's not a federal offense. Federal offense is asking for your freedom. And all Nigerians can do is outrage. Outrage, as Lai Mohammed says, prosecuting bandits, not Buhari's government's job. What is your job then? You took a constitution, you swore to protect lives and property. That was what you swore to do. Now tell me, for goodness sake, tell me please, what is your job? Even the government that you claim that you have do not know their job anymore. They don't know what they're supposed to do. And they are in power. And you allow them to be in power. All you can do is outrage. We are outraged. Oh, have you heard what they are saying? Oh, have you heard what Lai Mohammed said? And that is all. The only solution is a popular revolution. I want youths from across the Middle Belt and the entire South to sit down, not to sit down in one place, communicate amongst yourselves and decide for a day to come when people will take over the streets. Let the revolution start. We outnumber them. They have AK-47. We have AK-47. They know it will be suicide for them to shoot at any crowd. They know it is suicide, not just for them, but for politicians nearby. The time for the revolution has come. Every day you lament, you tweet, you lament, you go to Facebook, you lament. Nothing is happening. They will never listen. That is who they are. That is how they are wired. They are never ever going to listen. The only way they can listen is through mass action. A revolution is what is needed. A revolution. Quit complaining, quit whining, and come out for this very revolution that must happen. It must happen. The same Fulani that brought in the bandits that are killing you are telling you that banditry is not a criminal offense. According to them, it's not their job to prosecute them. And by the way, if you're killed by kidnappers, you will go to heaven. According to the Islamic cleric, we have 72 virgins waiting for you. I don't know what is waiting for the women. I know that for the men, 72 virgins are waiting for you. For the women, I don't know if it's 72 men who are there that are waiting for you as well. I have no idea. According to a cleric in a country you call civilized. How can, some of you don't even have shame. How can you come from a country like this? If you're killed by criminals, the same Fulani criminals, they will not be prosecuted. No wonder nobody's arresting them. It is not a federal offense. So, because, listen, the Nigeria is called Nigeria Police Force, which means it is loyal to the federal government. The army is loyal to the federal government. And they do not see kidnapping and banditry by Fulani people as a criminal offense. No wonder nobody's arresting them now. Okay, is it a criminal offense to them? Do you understand me now? being killed by kidnappers is a sure way of going to heaven. Only in Nigeria. You wake up the next day, I'm a Nigerian. Shame on all of you that stupidly refer to yourselves as Nigerians. Shame and big shame on all of you. The same people that came into power telling you we will solve every problem. Lugard, some of you have no regard for history. Friedrich Lugard told you that these people are spendthrifts. All they know how to do is to spend money. Oyibo told you this nearly 100 years ago. White man told you this. This Fulani you're looking at, all they know is to spend money. They are very lazy. Oyibo told you this, but you never listen. You never ever listen. Let me tell you what they are doing in the zoo. The same people, we are coming to root out. Oh, how about war and corruption? Have you been hearing about war and corruption lately? Because nobody is more corrupt than this current APC government. They are the worst of the worst in the history of Nigeria. 316 projects were duplicated, worth 39.5 billion in the budget for 2021. APC. Fulani Janjaweed Party. The party of the same Tinubu asking you to vote for him. These are hardened criminals wearing agbada and damn chicken on the floor of the National Assembly, looting and stealing. That is why they don't want Nigeria to break. I don't know our country. Let's repeat one. Listen, because they are thieves. Because of what they're getting. All of them, even from Biafra, from Oduduwa, these are thieves. These are certified criminals. When they tell you about one Nigeria, is so they can keep duplicating the budget. It's here. It's the headline news. 316 duplicated projects worth 39.5 billion. It will go in the pocket of somebody. It's just news. You read it and you just go away, and there's nothing. Nobody cares. But that is your future. They steal this money, they go and print money for you. They steal this money, they bank it abroad in dollars, and they are printing worthless, useless naira for you. You people are in for one almighty shock. I'm telling all of you. But you will not know. After all, you're from the zoo. What do you know? Well, you know that when the Fulanis came from Futajalon to conquer you, they're not coming from all across the Sahel in your backyard. You call the police will not come because it's a federal offense. According to federal government, it is not an offense. A supposedly federal offense is not a federal offense when it comes to Fulani. Are you listening to me? Isn't it very ironic? We have even the effrontery to even have the guts to face the media to mouth such rubbish. I'm sure the entire diplomatic corps in Nigeria will be wondering what sort of animals are these. Kidnapping and banditry is not a federal offense. Therefore, federal police cannot arrest them. Army cannot arrest them. But they can arrest people who are agitating. They can arrest Fadambaka. They can burn people's homes in Imo State. And you call that thing a country? It is a shithole, as Trump famously said. I'm telling you the truth. They duplicate, they steal, they pillage. As bandits are pillaging you, taking your land from you, your so-called Fulani APC politicians are pillaging you by duplicating projects and pocketing the money. Tomorrow the idiot to come on Channels TV or AIT. Our country needs to be one. We need to synergize and look for a way out of this. Meanwhile, his pocket is stuffed with 36 billion. Criminals everywhere. The zoo has fallen. Nigerian military wants politicians, soldiers against coup. There are some types of discussions you have in Nigeria that makes me wonder what type of God created you people. What type of schools you went to. There is a senior advocate of Nigeria, alleged senior advocate of Nigeria, asking for coup to be conducted. And I want to ask him, which part of the world, civilized world, even ordinary Egypt, ordinary Egypt, can you have people coming out, somebody who is learned? I believe he has read history to come out to say the military should take over. What stops you from taking over? Does power belong to the military? Okay, you're telling us that whoever is carrying a gun is who power belongs to. A senior advocate of Nigeria. No wonder the entire judicial system, the entire legal system in the zoo is laughable. In the history of the world, if you want to change a government, it should be led by the people, by a popular uprising. That was the mistake that Nzogu made. Nzogu shouldn't have led the coup of 1966. What for? It's not your job. Your job is to defend the territorial integrity of the zoo, if it has one, that is. You're a soldier. It's not your job to be dabbling into politics. Allow the people to feel the pain so much that one day they will say enough is enough. That is the type of change that transforms society. And I expect somebody who is a senior advocate of Nigeria to understand this very simple fact. But it's lost on him. Tomorrow he'll say he's learned, he's an elite, he's educated. But all his education is pure nonsense. If you're asking the army to take over, that means you do not trust the people. Is army the people? Every popular revolution around the world in the history of mankind has been led by ordinary people. Why are you inviting the army? Is it their business? Remember Russia? There was a time that during the dying days of the Communist Party in Russia, they tried to send the troops to go and kill people. I remember very clearly, Boris Yeltsin mounted the tank, one of the tanks that the soldiers that came to Russian White House to bulldoze it was driving. He mounted it and spoke to his people. The army of Russia said, we are not going to fire on our people. In Nigeria, if the army can say tomorrow, we are not going to fire on the people, things will be different, it will change. But because, of course, we are from Africa, slightly primitive, African people, very primitive, very crude. If they promise you money and good life for your family, everybody else can go to hell. What Clark should have been saying is, let the army not fire on protesters when they come out on the streets to demand a change of government. Not to ask the army to take over. It is a free lesson that we're giving to them. There has to be uprising, simultaneous uprising everywhere. I have said to Nigerian youths time and time again, we outnumber them. The only reason why NSAS protest collapsed was because of the ethnic sentiment introduced by Yoruba journalists, courtesy of Tinubu. That was what killed it. What is it saying? Oh, that Biafrans cannot come to Lagos to do this, to do that. That was when they killed it. NSAS should have solved all the problem of the zoo. If we rise above it, if we rise above tribal considerations, focus our mind to destroy these people that have come to destroy us. Believe you me, we are going to succeed. We must rise up at the same time, the same minute, the same second. Our goals are very, very simple. Every instrument of state, every political party apparatus must go down. Once it goes down, the zoo has collapsed. Now, what they will do from Asorok is to say, let us bring the people to negotiate a constitution. That's how it is done everywhere. You must force Fulani to do something. They are not going to do anything on their own. Never, ever, ever. You must compel them. You must force them. How do you compel them? There has to be simultaneous uprising everywhere at the same time in Nigeria. For only 48 hours, believe you me, they will call for the Sovereign National Conference. Because we outnumber the army. And I'm not sure that any stupid soldier is going to come down from Sambisa forest, having escaped death at the hands of Boko Haram, to come back to start shooting people in his village. It's not going to happen. That is how you change things. Not calling for a coup, not calling for impeachment. They can't impeach him. They will not do anything until you do something. That's how this life is. You see, when the revolution happened in England, it was led by Oliver Cromwell. The king of England was saying, oh, God appointed us. We have blue blood. Oliver Cromwell said, I will cut off your head to prove to you that your blood is also red. That was what Oliver Cromwell said to King Charles I. Go and check it. George Washington led the popular revolution in America and said, enough is enough. We want to build a country where all men are born equal. Not this is a viscount, this is a duke, this is an heir, all that rubbish. This is a lord. No, we are all equal. And they built it. Popular resistance, popular revolution. That is what is needed in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. You must understand that very, very clearly. We must rise up now. We outnumber the police, we outnumber the army. You must understand precisely what I'm saying. We outnumber them. We are more than them. What they have, we have. Right now. They just can't come and start. All of our people, those in Abuja and Lagos, oh, don't let him go on. Did you see that the soldiers were shooting in Olu today? And also, you know what? Are you aware of that? That you who opposed them man, the Serikin Fulani is the one that brought the war to Imo State. We outnumber them. We must abandon our businesses for 1 or 2 days. We must deal with these people. Only then, I'm telling you the truth, will they call for a sovereign national conference to say, what do we do? Until you get to that point, you are merely wasting your time. Writing, protesting. I heard some mothers were protesting about their children that were kidnapped. They went to National Assembly. Even National Assembly cannot get the person in Asarok to speak. So what do you think they can do for you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And these are the things you must understand. I want everybody now asking for regime change in Nigeria to understand this. That's why I say that Nigerians are not smart, they're not intelligent, they're very foolish people. I say it all the time, without apologies to anyone. Nigerians are naturally very, very foolish. They're very, very stupid. And I'll prove it to you tonight. Since there is doubt, let me put it that way, as to the identity of the man in Asorok, what I expected the likes of Clark to say, the senior advocate of the zoo, is very simple. If you want to change, if you want Fulani to go mad tomorrow, very simple. We do not believe that whoever you have in Asorok is Buhari, since he cannot address us. We need proof that he is Buhari. Believe me, Nigeria will change within 1 week. When we gave you the expo, when we gave Nigerians the expo to say, only question the identity of the man in Asorok, you have all the proof. You have a little boy today, tomorrow is a 25-year-old, the next day he's a 40-year-old, nobody knows, his hands is so fresh. You know he's not Buhari. All of you know that. There is hole in his neck. Even to ask the question, why does he have a hole in his neck? And Fulani banditry will stop. Your land that they're seizing will stop. You will leave your IDP camps and you go back home. Only one thing you need to do. Don't ask for impeachment. Don't even do a revolution. Let's even put that to one side. Ask them to bring out that man in Asorok to address the nation, and you have your answers. I'm telling you the truth. You know, God is miraculous. He gave you ways to deal with the Fulani Janjaweed, but all of you messed it up. We told you. All that Clark needs to do, let there be a DNA test to prove that this man is the real Buhari that we know. The old man, the sickly, dying old man that we know, that had a brain tumor. Show us is him. I'm telling you, Fulani will change overnight. First of all, they'll bring their DSS to grab a few people, which is what they normally do. And the DSS, as you're abducting people, the day we abduct you, I hope you will not so cry. Now you're going about abducting people. One day you'll be abducted as well. And when we do, I know that idiots is nothing from Lagos. Our security men, now that your security men are abducting people, you will not see it. But the day they themselves are abducted, you start complaining, you start crying, you start whining all over the place. Simply ask for Buhari to do a live press briefing, or ask for the DNA of the idiot in Asorok, Muhammad, Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad, and the zoo is gone. You get a regime change overnight. In fact, they'll tell you that he's going to London, he's sick, he's incapacitated now, please take over. That's all. Any day, forget about everything. Question folk zero down on the identity of the man in Asorok, that his house is burning and he's not speaking. Is that a president? Where in the world will you have this level of insecurity bordering on a civil war and no comment from the person you claim is the commander-in-chief and the president, his excellency, Mr. President, all that rubbish? Because he is not Buhari. Mr. Clark, rather than asking for a coup, rather than asking for impeachment, I have made it easy for you people, or should I say easier for you people. Simply ask for the man in Asorok to come out and prove who he is. And it's over. Game, set, and match. As in chess, those of us that play chess, it's checkmate. It's finished. It's over. Bye-bye. Fulani Janja Buddhism is gone. God gave you that window of opportunity. But Yoruba media, with their greed, and the sophisticated moronic brain, saved the Fulani Janjaweed. Simply ask for the man in Asorok to prove who he is. Why can't he speak? Anybody that knew the old Buhari, do you think that this new Buhari is the same person? Of course, the answer is no. Of course, the answer is no. They say we have uncovered plot to remove Buhari through civil unrest. Yes. Go, I want DSS, the army and the police. Some of you are illiterates anyway. Just simply go online and Google sitting presidents removed by their people. You will see it there. How was Hosni Mubarak removed from office in Egypt? Is it not by popular uprising? In Romania, popular uprising? Everywhere, popular uprising? Because we are the people. Power belongs to the people. If they do not like what you're doing, you go to hell. But in Africa, they will say, oh, because he's Fulani, he is our turn. If you know it is your turn, it is Fulani, that means we are not supposed to be together in the first place. That means we are different. If every little thing, as they did during the NSAS protest, if every little thing we invoke ethnicity and we invoke tribe, that means ab initio we should not be together. You cannot claim that everybody is a Nigerian. When it comes to solving a Nigerian problem, you now hide under your ethnic group, under your tribe, to seek refuge. You hide under your tribe to seek refuge. It is not going to happen in our time. Ask for the ID of the man in Abuja and the idiot is gone. We have done a lot. IPOB, I commend all of you, all you children of heaven, that the zoo is where it is today is down to the work you've been doing over the years. Sometimes I know we can be very harsh on ourselves, but we have done very well, mind you. We have done very well. Look at what ESN has done in a very short period of time. That even Dave Umahi came out to say that there is no more Mieti Ala in Ebonyi State. You did it. You made it possible. Tenacity, doggedness, and determination. And that's where we are today. We have dissolved the zoo, more or less. And that is why some idiots that have been relegated to the background are doing everything to keep their name in the public domain, even at the risk of sounding like a mad dog. You know, one animal was making a caricature of himself. Maybe the price of cement has gone up and is making him mad. He cannot finish his hostel. So he came out to talk rubbish to try to keep his name somehow in the public domain. They cannot match our pedigree, our influence, and our reach. They understand that IPOB is the engine driving this very movement towards its natural and inevitable sovereignty. We are the catalyst for every other person rising up to ask for freedom. I will do the word brethren acknowledge that before me. Because of you people, that's what we're doing. They said to me. Middle Belt's the same. How many days did I ask Middle Belt to come up and they did? That is why I am glad this evening that the Middle Belt have released their country flag, their currency and coat of arms, and we must encourage them. I am encouraging Middle Belt to continue to do what they are doing, because that is the right way to go. Freedom for everybody, and you will get oil and gas from Biafra land for free. And for those of them saying, oh, we are from south, we are from Niger Delta and all that rubbish, remember also we have the largest gas field in Ohaji. We have oil in Ebema, we have oil in Mbidi, we have oil in Awamama, we have oil in Aguleri, We have oil in Uguta. Yeah, are you listening to me? Oil everywhere, in Abia is a so-called Abia state where I come from. There is oil. There's oil in Ogbaru. If you go to River Niger, you will see oil coming out of the bed of River Niger. You will see it there with your two naked eyes. Because of the janjaweed in the north, I mean, we're talking rubbish. So even the oil we have in Igbo-speaking territory of Biafra alone, we can supply all of you free oil and gas in perpetuity. Middle belt, you will stand on your own. We are going to dredge River Niger all the way to Lokoja. So you will have free, in fact, we will internationalize River Niger. So you will have free, toll-free shipping all the way to Lokoja, your river port. You have nothing to be afraid of. And everything I'm saying to you, we are going to put down in a treaty. Signed before Israel, USA, Canada, EU, China, and Japan. International treaty. So you will know that we have nothing to hide. We want everybody to be free. Our fight is not about oil and gas. I keep saying that to you all the time. We will give you oil and gas for free. But the very treaty guaranteeing that will be overseen by the international community. So we cannot renege on it. I want you to understand that this very day. That is why the death of the innocent must be avenged. I want to let the army and the police to understand this. If you go about killing innocent people, you're going to die as well. The time and place of your dying, people will choose for you. You will not know. You can be doing your gra in the daytime in a way, eventually you're going to die. I assure you of that. Watch and see. Hope Uzodema will not be there when you're dying. You see that guy you're doing it over now, shooting gun, they're jumping up and down. The day you will die, Hope Uzodema will not be there. And you would have wasted your life for nothing. And for those of them that want to be noticed, running around, that's the big thing, when they run out of cash, they want to attract attention from Abuja. They start singing, hey, unknown government come to my house. If you see unknown government, will you stand? Oh dear. Stupidity. Sabo. To not be well with them. In the middle belt, they are crying. The reason why they are crying in the middle belt is because if you have said to Benue people and TV people to be precise, who are crying today that Ojukwu meant well for you, I'm sure today they will say yes. Ojukwu went to Aburi to negotiate restructuring. They rejected it. They lied. They used their media preponderance to propagate lies against the innocent man. They levied war against Biafra. The first shot of the war was fired at Gekem, or Gekem to be absolutely precise, and it was fired by the Nigerian army. Fulani have always wanted to conquer us. Britain thought that the Fulanis were very mild, people, very stupid. They want to squander money. They want to own houses abroad and all the rest of it. They never knew that these are vicious, wild beasts. Now they have realized it. Britain is now saying, you can now say it, isn't it? Today, Benue, TV, those that they convinced, Igbo man is your problem, Biafra is your problem, are the ones who are crying today. Even the First Lady of Benue State is crying. Every day, killings in Benue, every blessed day, because they will take it from you. Unless you rise up now to do something. No fewer than 17 persons, including women and children, have been reportedly killed, slaughtered by headsmen in the home of the wife of the Benue State Governor, Mrs. Eunice Autumn. Very clear, isn't it? The same people that call you North, we are from the North, we North, against the South. What's that to the one? Now they're the ones who are slaughtering you. What does that tell you about these people and their mindset? What does that tell you about the way they think and the way they reason? What does that tell you about your new alliances? The alliances you should be forming is with the South. Benue, Middle Belt, you must know this. Your future lies in aligning yourself with Biafra and the Duduwa. Anything else is suicide. Because those people, they will take your land from you. They will kill you. They will impoverish you. They will rape your children. They will abduct you for ransom. And the police will not do anything because all these crimes I've just enumerated, they are all not federal offenses. And you don't have state police to arrest them. Do you see how clever the Fulanis are? That is why we must rise up now to challenge them. That is why we must defeat them. All it takes is for all of us to rise up at the same time. If we decide tomorrow night that we're all going to come out on the streets tomorrow, across the Middle Belt and the South, this whole game is over. They will send, in fact, police will even come because we'll kill them. They can't even come. Are they mad? Even Guardian newspaper, the arch-conservative Guardian newspaper of Nigeria, these are the people, one Nigeria, they are the ones eating the money of the zoo from time. So they believe in one Nigeria. They are even asking, can you believe people are begging their own president they claim they voted for? There is no wisdom in silence. Please, speak up. We are begging you. A whole editorial of Guardian newspaper, the same day that senators are complaining. Let him speak. He cannot speak because he is not Buhari. Guardian newspaper, you people should open your brain. I know that black people are naturally very stupid, but for once reason. He cannot speak. The old Buhari, you don't need to prompt him to speak. He loves talking. This one is Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad, because Jubril contracted corona and ran back to Sudan and is having fun now with all the money he made. Nearly $250 million he made, impersonating Buhari, wearing his mask. Everybody involved in the recruitment of Jubril has been assassinated. All killed. Remember the death of the Nigerian diplomat in Khartoum, in Sudan? There was the man that recruited Jubril al-Sudani. They killed him to kill every trace of discovery. There is no wisdom in silence. A whole Guardian newspaper editorial that tells you all you need to know. They are begging him to speak. Being the head of a representative democracy that requires regular engagement with the electorate, the leader is reasonably expected to talk to and talk with and generally keep in touch with the people through many channels available in this 21st century. In these times, Buhari's silence is no longer golden. He is silent because he's not Buhari. Ndara. That is why he is silent. He is not Buhari. Guardian newspaper editorial board, the person you're writing to is not Buhari and can never speak. Unless they carefully prepare him once, 10-minute speech, once every 6 months. And you people are condoning such nonsense because you allowed these people to exist. You allowed the Fulani to then the upper hand. Yoruba media, you gave Fulani the upper hand. That is why they are doing what they're doing. The complacency of the Middle Belt, the complacency of the Middle Belt, the likes of Gowon, of Danjuma, keep shouting your one Nigeria as they swallow you up. Keep shouting your one Nigeria. And they will swallow you up. Please come and speak to us. Come and speak to us. The army will never invite Sheikh Gumi. But the army can abduct Fadambaka. The army cannot go and invite any bandit in the north because it's not on the fence. But the army can summon an Ondo lawyer for saying that 3,400 people are camped in their area to tell you that these people, they planned all these things. Why you Nigerians cannot see it, I don't understand. A legal part, Mr. Wole Odushola said that there are about 3,000 Fulani men taking shelter inside Okitipupa army barracks. These fighters, they come and they stay in army barracks. He's a lawyer. They stay Fulani. These people, Nigeria, you people, you don't deserve to live. You deserve what the Fulanis are doing to you. Fulani will go and bring killers and murderers, terrorists, and put them in army camp. And the army will provide them support. When I told you that the army provides support for Fulani terrorists, you never believed me, but it is here. If from a Yoruba man, or from a Biafran. I know what the army did. The army invited him for arrest. We are going to arrest you. Who asked you to say such a thing in public? That is your one Nigeria for you. And I keep asking everybody, is this the Nigeria you're praying for? Is this the type of place you want your children to be born and to be raised in? These are evil people. These are people who do not even understand the meaning of governance. These people do not have common sense. Their brain is dysfunctional. All they want to do is to conquer you. Look at Middle. For those of you shouting one Nigeria in the south, go to Middle Belt and see what's happening to them. For those of you claiming Nigeria will be better one day, I want you to go to Benue State. I want you to go to Kogi State. I want you to go to Niger State and see what is happening to them before you pray for one Nigeria. The reason why these things are happening to them is because they were interested in one Nigeria. They were. And a whole army barracks is now housing terrorists. And any day we chase those terrorists into the army barracks, they say, oh, they're attacking the army, our security forces, our security services. All of you writing your security services, why don't you blame your army when they're harboring terrorists in their barracks? Why don't you blame them? You will not blame them, but you want to blame those who are blowing the whistle on these animals from the Sahel. Look at how the Fulani Caliphate terrorists, they did not just fall from heaven. It was the likes of El Rufai, the same Fulani politicians that groomed them because they want to remove Jonathan from office. There is no show of force in the north, but in the east, people are being killed. A businessman was killed with a friend in his car in a way. I have not heard anybody write any condemnation or condemnatory statement against the army in a way. No one. But any day that is revenge attack by a non-gunman on these people, you start writing your rubbish. Now that this man has been killed with his friend, for what he's a businessman in his car, they shot him dead. Tomorrow now, when an army or police officer is shot dead, you start talking rubbish, you're talking nonsense. But nobody is talking about this innocent man that has been killed. The zoo is the way it is today because of people from the south encouraging evil that the Fulani people have been doing. I say it won't stop there. Because now we have risen up to pick up arms. I'm saying it live so that the whole world can hear me. We have picked up arms to defend our land against Fulani terrorists. We are no longer going to turn the other cheek for you to slap us. No. Before you even finish, if you raise your hand to slap us, we'll slap you 2 times already. Now they want to control firearms coming into the country. And do you know who they appointed to control the firearms? Fulani man. So Fulani will simply take the firearms from you and give it to Mietiala to continue killing you. They said that their president, Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed of aka Muhammad Buhari, has approved the establishment of the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. And who is going to head it? Nigeria and federal character. I remember when they used to torment Jonathan on federal character. You implement federal character. You're no longer following federal character. Yoruba media was busy pushing Jonathan. I don't know why the Yoruba media are afraid of Hausa. I do apologize to Hausa. Afraid of Fulani people anyway. Yoruba editors, why are you afraid of Fulani? You wretched, lily-livered cowards. Why are you afraid of Fulani? Under Jonathan, you are writing junk, all manner of rubbish. Yoruba pastors every day preaching against Jonathan, coming out and having rallies. All of a sudden, you can no longer have rally under your fearful Fulani masters. You're cowering like a wretched coward that you are, all of them. Thank God for the young men and women of Oduduwa land. They have risen up. They're the ones I have respect for. And of course, Fire the Banjo. The rest I have no regard for them. Look at Yoruba pastors, what they were doing. You build 10 billion people auditorium, collecting money to speak the truth to power. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. And you call yourselves men of God. You are not men of God. You are men of Lucifer. You are men of the devil. The Jesus Christ that you claim you are emulating. Being a Christian means being a follower of Christ. I'm speaking now to Yoruba mega pastors because they are thieves. They are criminals. I'm saying it live on air. You know me, I don't give a toss. I speak the truth. Always. Yoruba pastors and their media are evil. Yoruba pastors, I want to teach you the Bible because you don't know the Bible. I want you to refer back to your Bible. I don't have the exact verse, no, whatever, but I want you to go back to your Bible. Yoruba pastors, the mega pastors. Not the man on House on the Rock, oh. Not, see, Adefrati. Is it Adefrati? He's called Adefrashin. I don't know his name. I am exempting the pastor of the House on the Rock. He's a good man. And a man of God, I must say. So, I must qualify what I'm saying. But you see the other ones with private jets and a white suit. Those criminals, businessmen with the Bible. I don't want to curse them because there's no need. I don't want to curse them. You people attack Jonathan about federal character, that not enough Yoruba people are in the service of the government at ministerial level. Then you complained. You held rallies. Today, there is death everywhere, every blessed day. You cannot rally anymore because you're cowards. You're not serving God. The Christ you claim you're following, this is for Yoruba mega pastors, with the exception of House on the Rock. The Christ you're following, or you claim to be following, you don't even understand. Because if you people are genuine men of God, you will do what Christ did. Christ went into the temple in Jerusalem, I must say. The high priests, politicians, who were changing money in the house of God. And he called them vampires, snakes. He flogged people who were changing money in the house of God and said, this is the house of my Father. You don't come here to trade and change money. But today, you people are so avaricious. All you care about is money, not even the word of God. Not the word of God. If you care about the word of God, you will speak the truth to this very useless, idiotic, Fulani-run caliphate government. But you are afraid. Because they have your secrets. You don't want them to release your secrets to the public. Under Jonathan, who is a gentleman, you hounded him and you harried him every blessed day until he left office. You kept calling Christ and you kept calling God. The time has come for you now to come out and call Christ and call God, and you're all missing. I remind you once again of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. I remind you of the pastor, the minister for House on the Rocks, who is a Yoruba man, fearless. I remind you also of course, Injila is also a very good man, fearless. Mount the pulpit and condemn evil, you cannot do it. Because you're all compromised. Because you're all businessmen. I feel sorry for those of them that go to listen to you people. I feel sorry because those ones are going straight to hell. I feel sorry for them, honestly speaking. Ignorance upon ignorance. That is why, let me tell you the name of the person who is going to be the new coordinator of light arms, so you don't bring in arms into Nigeria. His name is retired Major General A.M. Diko. Fulani. Everything is Fulani. And you're all clapping. Yoruba media. Anytime I'm calling somebody and I'm pointing they're evil. Yoruba media. It won't be well with you people. That people are dying today in Taraba, in Yobe, in Borno, in Sambisa, anywhere is because of Yoruba media. Yoruba media, they always side with the oppressor Always siding with the oppressor. I don't know what is wrong with them. Is it like you people are born with this evil inside you, or once you study journalism, you become evil? What is wrong with you about journalists? That you're always siding the oppressor against the oppressed. You people are evil, along with your pastors. Very, very evil people. And thank God for the new generation. The new arms controller is his Fulani man. So he can take your guns and give it to Mietiala to be killing you. Not one day has Mietiala, president, been invited by the DSS or the army for questioning. For all those inflammatory remarks. Not for one day. Not for one single day, never. I remember Punch newspaper when they were persecuting me. And IPOB killing us. The editor of the Punch newspaper never referred to Buhari then as a major general. It was only when a Yoruba man was illegally arrested that they changed. And the Punch newspaper editor wants me to think that we are all Nigerians. She work for one Nigeria. Such nauseating hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. That is why the zoo is the way it is. That is why you have no running water, you have no good roads, you have no light. Because it is the duty of the journalists to wake up the consciousness of the people, to teach the people what their rights should be. It is not happening. It is the duty of the men of God to rise up to speak truth to power. They do not do it, with the exception of a few people. That is why the zoo is in the mess that it is. Yoruba journalists are there, and only Lagos has a viable seaport, whereas the same Atlantic Ocean flows through Warri, flows through Iguacha, goes through Calabar. It never touched Yoruba media one day to say this is not good. We are in the same country. In the interest of this one Nigeria, we feel that Warri seaport should be opened to employ people to move goods down there, to develop that very area economically. Calabar seaport should be opened. Iguacha seaport should be opened. No. I mean, and I wonder, but you claim you're a Nigerian. Others are Nigerians as well. But it never occurred to any of them to say, let us use this power and influence we have to change this obnoxious policy. And who destroyed the economy of the South? It's Obasanjo who did it. Let me leave it there for now. I will do a very special program one day. Bandits threaten to kill students abducted at a Kaduna private university. Who are the bandits? They are Fulani people. They kidnapped Christians mostly, and are slaughtering them as we speak. And you wake up tomorrow morning and you say you're a Nigerian. And you have pastors who are more concerned about tithes and offering than praying for these very hapless victims of one Nigeria. I don't call it, they're not victims of banditry, they are victims of one Nigeria. And all of you who over the years have been promoting one Nigeria, I blame all of you. You are responsible for this. Because had you people held the Fulani to account by insisting on devolution of power, no matter what, you say to hell, devolution of power, this nonsense won't be happening. But you are black people, I don't blame you. You have no soul and you have no conscience. You have no empathy. What concerns other people is of little or no consequence to you. And that is why black people are poor. Our wickedness and evil is second to none. Second to none. Everybody in Nigeria understands that there is only one simple solution to the problem of Nigeria. It is dissolution. They know it very well. But because they think that Nnamdi Kanu will not honor his words, he will not give us oil and gas for free. Please let us continue in this one Nigeria. And I have said it many times, all the minorities in the north will be taken care of. Once Biafra becomes free, it gives us the impetus and the platform from which we can save you from Fulani emasculation and destruction. If Nigeria continues the way it is right now, Fulani will overrun the whole of the Middle Belt. I'm telling you, Thief Nation will come under attack. Bachama is gone, Birom is gone, all these people are gone. Only TV is standing strong right now as we speak. And to an extent, Jukun. If we allow Nigeria to continue, because the number of Fulani influx, these terrorists is limitless. They have a huge number of people to come in, and the attraction is oil and gas. They have seen how wretched, poorly educated Fulani people are living large on the proceeds of oil and gas. That's something I need to remind Wike, of course, and all those who stupidly call themselves Niger Delta. The Fulanis come in, they kidnap, they make more money than the state government does in the south, and they return to wherever they came from. These are the things that must guide your thinking, and that is why Nigeria must end. As I said a few days ago, Nigeria must be dissolved. Let everybody go back to where they come from. If they now wish to come back together to form a country or whatever, that is entirely their business. Let the people decide. That's all we are saying. Let the people decide. There is no need calling for a coup, for somebody to take over a government. No, not at all. Call for popular uprising and ask the army not to open fire. That's all. Even the army understands if they open fire, they are dead. University students being abducted every blessed day. And all a pastor is interested in his tithes and offerings. Very, very sad indeed. I don't blame these kids who are being kidnapped. I blame those that wish to sustain one Nigeria. And as they are kidnapping people, I don't even want to be talking about the spread of insecurities that you have across the zoo. 13 more people are killed as armed headers. No longer armed Fulani terrorists, but armed headers attack Benue community. Benue is under attack and under siege. The sooner they reach an agreement with us, the better for them. So we can move ESN there to checkmate them. We know how to fight them. In neighboring state, we did it very well, which is just neighboring Benue state. They should come out openly to ask for the help of ESN, and we'll go there and make sure we drive away these vagabonds. That's what we need to do. People are dying every blessed day. Every blessed day right across the zoo, and you know the solution. The solution is dissolution. The solution to Nigeria is dissolution. Once you do that, everybody will be free. There's no need of ranting and writing rubbish every blessed day. It doesn't solve anything. Fulani wouldn't understand that. The killings can happen in Benue, not in our land. You come to our land, you kill us, we kill you back. It's as simple as that. If you're police or you're army or anybody you kill, just one day. We may allow you 1 or 2 weeks to breathe. After that, you'll be dead. If you kill us, we're going to kill you. So under this climate that you have people saying, South will not be annexed. I don't want to talk about this great harlot. South will not be annexed. Buhari's aid, backs weak. Just imagine. The same thing that they did from the Middle Belt. The same thing that some fools did from Yoruba land. The same thing that some Ifule fools did in our land. Look at it now that is Fulani at your doorstep and you're crying and you're lamenting. South will not be annexed. And you went to school. And I tweeted actually. I made a tweet which was very popular today, I must say. I asked this great harlot. I shouldn't have responded to her, but I had to, because to put the record straight. I said to her, if you say that South will not be annexed by Biafra, then tell your Fulani Janjaweed masters to refer to the 1966 coup by Nzoho as a South coup, not an Igbo coup. That's number. I'm sure that will shut her up. And the other lapdog, the other Fulani, Wike is the wife, the husband is Tambua. Ndinaloya or Tambua. You know, once I don't want to be, this is a family radio, I don't want to go too far. I don't know what they put in his mouth. I don't know what Tambua put in his mouth. Maybe it's lollipop, I have no idea. That is why he's talking rubbish. Talking rubbish. And they talk about South and the Niger Delta, all this rubbish. First of all, Imo State is in Niger Delta, for your information. Abia State is part of Niger Delta. For those of you idiots hiding under Niger Delta to be talking rubbish. That's number one correction. And number two, let us not label ourselves with this whole South nomenclature, all this rubbish. Where is, who was the, maybe they won't know because they didn't go to school anyway. After snorting cocaine, you'll be talking rubbish. We can't ask you a question. Where is General Philip Effiong from? And by the way, did you know that General Philip Effiong was the last head of state of Biafra? Head of state, general, head of state. Are you aware of that? Where is he from? He's from South, Okay, so you want people to have regard for you more than the head of state of Biafra land? I'm asking you a simple question. You claim you're from the South. Very soon you'll be very close to Argentina in your Southness. I want to ask you a simple question. Are you telling me that people will have more regard for you than a general, a Biafran general and head of state, Philip Effiong, from your so-called South? I'm asking you. That thing your husband gave to you, because I know you're not a man. I don't want people to accuse me of homophobia because I'm not. Anybody can do whatever they like. That's their business. That's your boy, that your husband, the Tambuwal. Medina, you go to Sokoto, they pull down your trousers and your boxer shorts. You come back to Rivers, to a place you call Rivers, talking rubbish. After snorting cocaine. If you know you cannot handle Tambuwal, why are you taking cocaine? Why are you snorting? Why do you take cocaine? You don't want to feel pain. That's why you take cocaine. Before you go to bedroom with your husband. Not ashamed of yourself, idiot. You're talking rubbish. Philip Effiong is from South, so to speak. The last head of state of Biafra. And that is why Akwa Ibom is doing us proud. The wretched slave. Look at Ken Sere-Wiwa. Are you more than Ken Sere-Wiwa? Look at Mbaka. Mbaka used to be with them before. You're a wretched, cocaine snorting idiot. In 2 years' time, if at all the zoo can survive, you come down. Then about one and you will see what will happen to you. Fool. Keep making noise for the gallery. Keep making noise every day. You make noise. So your husband will acknowledge you from the north. That, hey, that's my girl. He's doing well in Rivers. He's doing well. You're not ashamed of yourself. May Elohim have mercy upon your soul. You're one man. Democracy is one man, one vote. You claim you're a Democrat, you behave as if you're a fool, a tin-pot dictator. Every component, ethnic nationality in Biafra land will have the choice to choose via a referendum if they're to become a part of Biafra or not. That day, should you wish or choose to do so, you will have one vote. And I'm even sure that your wife will vote for Biafra. Because cocaine has eaten your brain. The day they will take you, the day Fulani will deal with you, I can forgive anybody in life, I can never forgive you. The day Fulani will take you. Mark today's date, 5th of May 2021. Everything I say comes to pass, I'm sure you know that. The day they will deal with you, I get you on Allah. If after what Mbaka did for them, they are behaving this way, imagine what they will do to you. You're a very foolish man. A man whose local government starts with an Igbo name says he is not Igbo. The stupidity of these people is astonishing. If you're not Igbo, do you think, what do you think the German will see you as? So if you kill your fellow Igbo people, Fulani will promote you. Typical Sabo and the waste of space. Yet it was the same Igbo people that voted for Jonathan from your so-called South. The whole of South, how many votes did you give to Jonathan? Jonathan had the highest number of votes from the Southeast. True or false? We care. All these South garbage idiots and Niger Delta morons. Southeast gave Jonathan more vote than all of you put together. twice. Because as one man said to me, no worry, I asked him, why are you voting for Jonathan? He said, Jonathan is my brother. It's inferiority complex. And the crimes you people committed, that's what is chasing you. You are afraid of abandoned property in Iguacha. You took the properties belonging to your own flesh and blood. And you know that in our culture, the land will strike you dead if you take your brother's property. It's in the Bible. It's in the Torah. Thou shalt not covet the property of your brother. It is in the Bible. Exodus chapter 20 verse 17. And we are the people of the old, people of the book. You understand this very well. That is why some of you in Equatorial land, because you stole properties that doesn't belong to you. You think that if you acknowledge that this, oh, these are my brothers, so the land will kill you. Some of you grew up and went to school on stolen properties. Thieves, rogues in the ocean. That is why you say, I'm not evil. Because you were trained with money stolen from your own flesh and blood. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That is why you say you're not evil. Because you know the land will kill you. As somebody said, it's only in the zoo that the more you educate them, the more foolish they become. The most unstable people in the world are Nigerians. Even their pastors are even more confused. Their politicians, they have no solutions to anything. Their chiefs and their emirs are just watching and pleading for allocation. The more you enlighten them, the more confused they become. After all these years, they can't even tell that Buhari is dead. That's how foolish your average Nigerian is. That is why the problem of Nigeria cannot be solved. Because Nigerians have refused to reason. And the only solution is dissolution. And, you know, in their usual idiotic way in the South, especially in the East, a Fulefu brigade, you remember them shouting, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency. I have news for you. Why PDP considers Atiku's Saraki Tambuwal as possible presidential candidates. Umahi, are you listening? Umahi and Dodges or Carlo, are you listening? Ifulefus, are you listening? They have divided their Nigeria between the north and the north. Because Saraki is the north. Tambuwal, that's Wike's husband, is from the north. And Atiku is also from the north. One Nigeria for you. These idiots. Anyway, I'm very glad because these noisemakers about Igbo presidency, they will now go and sleep. Yeah. I have a few announcements to make this evening, very, very important, please. There are people who are visiting people's homes pretending that they are from PHCN to change your light bulbs for free. These are hardened Fulani terrorists. They will come into your homes and they will plant a bomb and it will go off. Don't allow them to come in. They will pretend they are from the PHCN. Usually 3 or 4 of them. They will come into your homes. They will plant mini sticker bombs at your houses and it will blow up and kill you and your family. Please alert all your neighbors not to allow anybody claiming they're from PHCN to access your property, please. And we have done a lot of work to make sure there is no checkpoint in our land. There are 1 or 2 places where we've been told there are checkpoints, but always in the night they run away. But we are making sure there is no checkpoint in our land. But as I said, that has now changed the situation and given free rein to some people to do whatever they like. There is a toll gate somewhere at a Nemel bus stop, a toll gate. They are collecting money from people. 1,000 for big lorries and 200 is from the Navy. At Nemel bus stop, Navy, Madam Mount checkpoint, close road, collecting money. before you start crying and feeling sorry for them, tell them to dismantle the roadblock at Inemel Junction. Ask them to dismantle the roadblock. And I'm asking the governor of Anambra State to ensure that this happens within the next 2 days. Dismantle that roadblock. I don't want any Navy, Air Force, or any roadblock. I do not want it. Very, very important, please. That remember this and do something about it immediately. Newi community or Newi town, they formed a vigilante group. That vigilante must be allowed to function in Newi. Because people who are capitalizing on the absence of Nigeria police, that of course they've been driven away. As I said, no checkpoint, I don't want it. People should not capitalize on the absence of police to be committing crime after taking drugs given to them by politicians. Because ESN is in the bush, that is why groups like Newi Vigilante Group must be in the town. Onisha Vigilante Group the same. They will not inform on ESN. If they do, then they are finished. They must be allowed to operate. Newi Vigilante will operate. Onisha Vigilante will also operate to make sure there is no form of criminality during the daytime within those environs. Very, very important place. And I want to thank my dear brother. I want to thank him. Nnamdi Ehiofo Chosen is called. Nnamdi Ehiofo. Thank you very much for your immense support and help. I am grateful, and Chukwu Kikabiama will bless you immensely. Bless you immensely for your support, outstanding support that he gave to this very noble family. Thank you for that. And on that note, we have come to the end of our program today. And by way of outro, I don't know how I'm going to get it, but I will try to see if I can play this very tune. This is a song put together in a tribute to the late gallant commander Ikonso, and I want to play it tonight. I want to play it tonight as an outro. I will not play our national anthem. I want to play it tonight. I want to play tonight that very song itself. Please, wherever you are, you must be very, very vigilant. You must be very, very vigilant. Very, very vigilant. Please. Because they are abducting, they are killing, and as I said before, the time is coming very, very close when every able-bodied man and woman will enter into the nearest bush to make sure that we kill all these people, because they are killing us right now. They are killing us right now. They are killing us right now. Once again, I thank you all for listening. And as always, here on Radio Biafra is our hallowed platform where Biafra means the whole world to us. It means the whole world to us. Biafra to some people may mean something different, but to us it is more than the pursuit of sovereignty. When people ask me these days, what is your religion? I tell them my religion is Biafran. It is the religion of the ancients, the religion of my forefathers. They worshipped Almighty Chukwu Kikabia Mabinigwe, and that is the God I'm going to worship. And that is the God that I worship. I don't worship idol. Here on Radio Biafra is where we worship Elohim. Nimemon is Yoku. Because only God Almighty in heaven is our God. From me, from here, it is good evening. Good morning, wonderful people, blessed Biafrans, wherever you are. This very day, the 7th day of May, in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2021. The time now is 6 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. In the blessed land of Biafra, it is 6 minutes past 7 in the morning. and the same number of minutes regardless of where you are domiciled. I welcome each and every one of you. Today is our very special Q&A session, question and answer session, that we may be able to clear some of the cobwebs, that we may be able to bring you up to date and up to speed, to allow the world to hear your voice, to allow humanity to appreciate the depth of the difficulties that people are encountering in the damnable zoological republic, but above all, to make sure that we are united, all one people, in pursuit of this very noble dream of Biafran sovereignty in our time. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of IPOB all over the world. I am the director of radio Biafra television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. I therefore say to all of you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because I know right across the surface of this very planet Earth, people are listening to us this very morning, not minding the impromptu announcement of this very program. The whole world is listening, and this very gospel must be preached. As I welcome you, please bring other people along with you. You must share the links. As always, we are simulcasting on multiple platforms. We are on FM in Biafra land, on FM in parts of Lagos. We are on FM and also parts of the damnable zoological republic. If you are able to listen to us via FM, all well and good. We are also on satellite. Radio Biafra transmission is aired on satellite. We are on Biafra television. Darlington reminded me we are also on Biafra television, which is also on Facebook and also on YouTube. We are on University of Radio Biafra on YouTube. Precisely, that is our official anchor, University of Radio Biafra on YouTube. We're there. We are on IPOB Community Radio. We are on Instagram. We are on Twitter. We are everywhere. If you wish to listen to us, I believe that we are also on Tuning. We are on Garden Radio. We are on Simple Radio. We are on Sweet Radio. However, means or way you choose to listen to us, you should be able to do so. The whole world is listening. Everywhere you go to right now, people are listening, not just on social media, but via other means as well. I welcome each and every one of you this very morning. Before we proceed to open our lines, I have a few things to say, but before that, even we have to pray and pray very, very briefly, that Elohim may come to take charge as always, that you in the God Almighty in heaven, whom we serve, adore, and praise, may be able to come down, or should I say, give his angels instruction to stand guard over us, sons of men. Is there anyone in a Chineke nke pụrụ ihe niile Chukwu okike abịa n'obi n'igwe? Onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka mmụọ na mmadụ na-akpụ isi ala nye, onye ndị mmụọ ozi na-efe, onye mbara igwe na-egosi ọrụ aka ya, onye kpakpando na anyanwụ na ọnwa na-akpụ isi ala nye, onye oke ufufe na-asọpụrụ, onye ebuli mmiri na-aṅa ntị n'olu ya, na nke bere dị ngọzi nọrọ mgbe ebighị ebi. Ọ bụ eji ama ka anyị na-aja gị otuto, ka anyị na-eto gị, nsọpụrụ ka anyị na-asọpụrụ ya. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-achị, ihe ị na-ekere eke bụ nke gị. Mmụọ na mmadụ bụ naanị gị kere ha n'oyiyi gị na nke bere dị ngọzi. Chineke n'ezi ebube, onye ime eluigwe, onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ onye mbụ na onye ikpetamazụ, onye na-epụrụ ndị ihu wee na-epụrụ ha azụ, onye ọ bụ naanị ya kpebiri n'obodo ekwensu bụ zuu ga-ada, o wee na-ada n'elu ọkụ n'ụbọchị nke taa. Eze ndị nsọ, ọ bụghị ka o si were ha anyị n'ọnụ, kama ọ bụ ka anyị wee nye gị otuto na nsọpụrụ na ije mma, n'ihi na mgbe niile n'ime ndụ anyị na nke ebe ọ bụ naanị gị ka anyị na-erubere isi wee na-akpụ isi ala. Anyị anaghị efe arụsị, anyị anaghị efe arụsị apịrị apị, anyị anaghị efe anụkpa ahụ mmadụ na nke ebe ọ bụ naanị gị ka anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye. Anyị na-asị gị na otuto nsọpụrụ ije mma. Sitano Bibi, Moroni Bibi, he said, I prayed in the language of heaven, the oldest language known to man. Before we open our lines this very morning, I am going to ask you to please do bear with me. I have a few things to say, a few announcements to make, so to speak, and then we shall proceed. But first of all, there was something that I tweeted yesterday, which I'm sure that most of you must have become accustomed to. Something I said very many years ago. I said it in the year 2015 when I was addressing the World Igbo Congress in Los Angeles in California in the United States of America. I made it very known to them. In fact, this very morning I'm asking Somto and all the rest of them, Amanachi, all of you, go and find that very clip of my address to World Igbo Congress in 2015 and simply cut out the area where I said in no uncertain terms, very categorically in my assertion, that the Fulani Janjaweed are coming. I said it in that very program. I said it very clearly that they are coming is only a matter of time. Go and look for that clip and cut it out and make sure it goes viral. Make sure it is everywhere, because everything happening in the zoo today, I prophesied about it very, very many years ago. And I wanted to go and cut it out because there was a headline that was published yesterday. Abuja schools shut down as truckload of bandits arrive in border towns. Schools are shutting down in Abuja. As we told them, everything that happened to Biafra during the war must happen to all of them in the zoo. Today, schools are shutting down the same way they shut down our schools during the war. These are the things that people must understand, that begin to come to terms with, that anything we say, anything we proclaim, anything that we give life to on this very platform by proclaiming it must come to pass. I want you to go and find it very, very immediately, very, very urgently, where I said in 2015, during my address to World Igbo Congress in Los Angeles, I made it very, very clear to them, if you don't give us guns and bullets, they will come. And when they will come, it will be too late for all of us. And now they have arrived, as confirmed by this leadership newspaper. Headline: Abuja schools shut down as truckload of bandits arrive in border town. As I warned all of you that they would come very many years ago. There is no prophet, there is no soothsayer, there is no predictor, there is nobody who can match the accuracy of our prediction, nobody anywhere in the world. Because Elohim is with us. We are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why all these revelations can come to us before other mortals can say it. We have seen it and we announced it. I told you in 2015 that the Janjaweed will come. I warned you they're going to come. I told you that the Fulanis will come. They will take over your government. They will enthrone a type of nepotism and retrogressive governance that the likes the world has never seen before. And now it is happening before our eyes. It's happening before you. I warned you, if you do not give me guns and bullets in 2015, that the Janjaweed will come, and they have come. They have gone to Abia State. They have gone to Abia State University in Muturu. They have kidnapped some students. And I want to make it very clear this morning that those that kidnap the students are not Fulani terrorists, not the bandits that we are all accustomed to. They were kidnapped by Fulani soldiers and Fulani police people. Near Lokpa, that is where they are. That is where they are keeping these people inside Lokpa military barracks. It is, I blame Ochus or Carlo. People must announce this very clearly this morning. The kidnap of these students, I am laying it squarely on the doorstep of Ochus or Carlo. Ochus or Carlo, that is Ochus or Carlo, that friend, and should I say boyfriend to Fulani men. That Ochus or Carlo is the person responsible for what is happening. He is the one that gave land to Fulani terrorists in Lokpa. He is the one that made sure they established a military barracks to guard terrorists who are in Lokpa. They are the ones that kidnapped our people. And I'm making it very clear now to ESN all over Biafra land that we are going to comb all the forests surrounding Abia State University. We are going to comb it. And because I am insisting, I know our intel is telling us that those they kidnapped yesterday, they are holding them in military barracks near Loba. That is where they are. That Fulani terrorist camp along the expressway after Munochi, if you're heading to Enugu, that is where they are. That is where they are holding them. That is where all the males will have their penises cut off to be sent to China as a delicacy, maybe wonton soup with penis in it. That is where they are holding our women that are going to marry off to Boko Haram terrorists and ISIS in West Africa. That is where those students are being kept.
People that kidnapped them, I don't want Nigerian newspapers, all those zoological republic journalists to be writing joke. I am telling you categorically this morning, it was not the Fulani terrorists that carried out this attack, because there are no Fulani terrorists in Biafra land. We have neutralized them. There is no longer Mietiala terrorizing people. Those who are doing this now are Fulani people in army and police uniforms, and that is why we must stop them. That is why we must recognize, starting from this morning, that the army and the police are our enemies. The Fulani people in Nigerian army, the Fulani people in Nigerian police, they are the ones abducting, killing our people, and we must confront them. That is why everything that Hope Uzodinma is doing, that Sadikin Fulani in Imo State, must be checkmated. That is why anywhere we see them, we must confront them. If you do not confront them, you give them time to go kidnapping students, as they have done yesterday with APSU students. We must be very, very vigilant. We must be very, very careful. The time has come for us to exert our independence in the zoo. The time has come for us to say to our enemies, we cannot be cowed. The time has come for us to let the Fulani Caliphate, the Janjaweed Caliphate, understand that Biafra land cannot be taken over. Those doing the kidnappings, those doing the armed robberies now that we have in our... And that is why it did not come to me as a surprise nor a kidnapped. Never as a shock to me. That is the consequence of very poor, weak leadership. Those that you call your governors, this is what they have brought to our land. Instead of them to rise up to support Eastern Security Network, they went about trying to float all this mushroom, ineffective, toothless, whatever vigilante that they have around them, to allow the Fulanis to come in to kidnap. These are Fulani people in the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police. These are not your typical Fulani Janjaweed from Mali or from Niger Republic. It is the work of the Nigerian army. Their barracks is very close to Lopa. They are the ones providing them cover. That is the terrorist headquarters you have in our land. The settlement, the Fulani settlement in Lopa, is the place that Ojus Okalu gave to his Fulani boyfriends to go and house their terrorists in our land. I am holding Ojus Okalu responsible for what is that. If any of them should die, Ojus Okalu will bear the consequences of it. And I'm directing the entire command structure of Eastern Security Network to ensure that no vehicle will leave our land through Enugu-Iwocha Expressway, that they are not going to go anywhere. I am asking them this morning to go into the bushes and into the forest surrounding Abia State University in Uturu to make sure that those people are rescued. It is a direct order, it is a command to the entire Eastern Security Network architecture on the ground in Biafra land to make sure that these students are found, and found immediately. And we are going to go into Lopa to go and search the place. That is where they are holding them. They are holding them in the military barracks inside Lopa. If they do anything to them, we are also going to excavate the land. We are going to use detection equipment anywhere the soil is disturbed. We know that they have buried them in there. We are going to mount a very rigorous, consistent, and round-the-clock vigilance around Lopa. That is where these things are happening from. And our people must understand this. Those involved now in kidnapping, those involved now in extortion, those involved in armed robbery are Fulani people in army uniforms. They are Fulani people in police uniforms. That is why we must not allow the police to leave their barracks anymore. Sorry, to leave their, of course, it's their barracks, their stations. We must not allow the army to leave their barracks anymore without engaging them. These are the criminals. If you allow the army to move about freely, if you allow the police to move about freely in Biafra land, they will kill, they will pillage, they will kidnap, they will rape, and they will slaughter our people. I am praying for the safe return of these very students abducted from APSU. We are praying for their safe return. We are not just going to lament, as some people answering Ohanes and their clone and Bushi are doing. We are going to find them, or else there will be no movement of any vehicle in and around that very area. There will be no vehicle coming into Okigwem. There will be no vehicle leaving Okigwem. There will be none coming into Isuguato. There will be none leaving. There will be none coming into Lopa. There will be none leaving until we find these students, and immediately we must find them. And for these students that were kidnapped and their parents, we warned you before that Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria will kill all of you before you realize, because some of you are very, very irredeemably stupid and foolish. You do not understand. You cannot read the handwriting on the wall. Why do you think they put idiots like Hopos in power? Why do you think that you have all these weaklings called governors in your area, handpicked by Fulani Caliphate to do their bidding for them? We are not going to allow this nonsense to stand. If they want peace along that very axis of Okigwe, Isiguato, and Lopa, they must release these students, and those holding them are camped in the Fulani Ruga camp given to the Janjaweed by Ojos Okalo. Ojos Okalo is the person to be blamed for the kidnap of these students, and he will be held responsible for it as well. We are not going to forgive anybody for this. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. These are the things that we must come to terms with immediately. I am asking the entire operations commander on the ground of Eastern Security Network in Imo State and also in Abia, with help also from Enugu, we must find these students that were kidnapped. We must put the heat on them until they are released, and we know where they are being held. I'm warning the Nigerian army, I'm warning the Nigerian police. Before I do anything, I warn you in advance. I'm warning all the terrorists living in Lopa, you must give up the people that you're holding. These students are in Lopa, Fulani terrorist camp given to them by Ojos Okalo, and we must find them. Ojos Okalo, this is the handiwork, this is what you have done for your people. Because of your desire to serve the Fulani Janjaweed, our young men and women have now been kidnapped. Students of Abia State University, we must make sure that they are released immediately. Because we are living in a zoo, in a jungle, a place worse than a zoo. That is why people are dying and they are suffering. And I want you to understand the mindset of those that you call your leaders in the zoo. I want everybody to listen very, very attentively to what I have to say regarding that midget, El Rufai in Kaduna. Do you know what that idiot said? He said, we are ready to lose some people. In other words, we are ready to kill some students. We are ready to kill some Nigerian students because we wanted to bombard bandits where they are. It doesn't matter. In every other part of the world, the USA came all the way from America to come to Boko Haram held territory in the north to release US hostages without even killing the terrorists. This idiot, this midget, these are the fools they call intellectuals. These are the idiots in Africa that inhabit Africa that people refer to as educated people. He doesn't mind killing other people's children in order to prove a point. That is what he's saying. It was carried in the zoo, one of the zoo newspapers. Kaduna State Governor Nasser El Rufai on Thursday said, when 29 students of the Federal College of Forestry and Mechanization Africa in Kaduna were abducted, the plan was to attack and kill the bandits, even if it means killing some students. Even if it means that some students will die in the process. Can you imagine? This is the mindset of Fulani Janjaweed, Islamic extremism gone crazy. These are the idiots you call leaders in Nigeria. These are the idiots that you refer to as your governors. Look at the way they are thinking. Look at the way they are reasoning. Are these the type of people you want to be in the same country with? He was not concerned about the lives of the innocent students abducted from this College of Forestry in Kaduna. He wanted to prove a point. We are going to bomb the only country in the world where the Air Force is busy bombarding their own citizens. Nowhere else in the world will an aircraft take off in the same country to bomb citizens in that country and want you to go and do your research. These are the type of animals you have as political leaders. These are the type, maybe when it grows old, you begin to reason like Obasanjo. These are the fools that don't even understand what civil society is all about. They don't understand what governance is all about. They do not even have any appreciation of what a democratic discourse entails. They have no idea. All they are concerned about, all they are busy doing every day is how do we kill people? How do we get them to be afraid of us that we may continue to loot in perpetuity? He doesn't care if these other people's children are dead. A sitting governor in a state
And that is what maybe that's what they're going to do around us. They will say, oh, they were kidnapped by bandits. Let us go and bomb them. They'll start raining bombs in and around Okigwe, in and around the Sikwato and Lopa and Umunuchi. We are not going to have that. We are saying, I'm telling you this morning, that the people that kidnapped our students yesterday are Nigerian army and Nigerian police. They are the people that did it. And they must produce those people, or else there'll be no peace along that very axis. When I mean, I am now warning everybody, there will be no transport movement. I'm giving them only 24 hours. If they do not release those kids that we had picked up yesterday or thereabout, there will be no peace. There will be no movement from Iguacha to Enugu. There will be no vehicle that will travel from Iguacha to Enugu. No vehicle will crisscross from Isukwato or from Okigwe to Owerri. There will be none until we find them. Because if we allow movement of vehicles, they will smuggle these people out of our land. They will smuggle them out of our land. And maybe by this time, in the next 3 weeks or thereabout, their private parts will be in a one-ton soup somewhere in Shanghai. And we don't want that to happen. This is the price you pay for having idiots in power. This is the price you pay for allowing Abakiari to impose hopes on you people. This is the price you pay for supporting idiots and foreign slaves like Hodges Okao. This is the price you pay for having quislings, weak idiots like OKC also in power. This is the price you pay for a failed leadership. That is why your children have been taken. And I'm warning every Fulani person in the army and in the police, in Biafra land, especially in and around Lopa, those of you responsible for the kidnap of these children yesterday, you must release them. Or else there will be no peace. You must release them. And I want Kabira Ahmed, I want all these people, idiots writing for Daily Trust, I want the whole world to understand. I want the US ambassador to understand. I want the UK High Commissioner to understand. I want the EU ambassador to Nigeria to understand. I want every observer to understand this very, very clearly. Those in AU, those in ECOWAS to understand this very carefully. The Fulani camp in Lopa is where our people are being held. That is where our children, university undergraduates are being held, and they must be released with immediate effect. They must be released. Should harm come to one of them, then you will understand. That is why I am saying today, anywhere you see the army, you will attack them because they are coming to kill, to kidnap, to rape, and to pillage. Anywhere you see the Nigerian police, the same thing. They are your enemies. Nigerian police, they are your enemies. Nigerian army, they are your enemies. Any idiot in Abuja or in Lagos writing rubbish and telling you they are your friends, that person should be stoned to death. I'm telling you the truth. Because this type of kidnap has never happened before in our land. It is happening for the first time because those engineering it are Fulani terrorists. And we cannot allow them to prevail. We can never ever allow them to prevail. Please, you must give me some time. Very, very briefly, or should I say shortly, the lines will be open for you to give us your take on what we are reporting today. Because the Fulani, they think they can cage everybody. They think or feel that they can shut everybody up. They have now caged the media. The Yoruba cowardly media have submitted, or should I say succumbed to Fulani threats. That is why yesterday we are reading that 5 million naira will be paid to the National Broadcasting Commission by Channels Television and Inspiration FM for IPOB interviews. And as I keep saying all the time, there is something wrong with the brain of black people. Black people are the most useless creature on this very earth. Lower than animals, lower than monkeys, lower than baboons. I'm telling you the truth. Because you cannot tell me that you stay in a country where Fulani things that only their narrative should hold sway. Where Fulani things that any lie coming out of the mouth of lying Muhammad is what should be accepted as gospel. You banned IPOB, you proscribed IPOB without a recourse to any due judicial process. You start down in your office, you said IPOB must be proscribed. We have been asking you to come to your court to prove that IPOB is a terrorist group for how many years now, since 2017? You have not done so. You have not done so.
Now you're telling channels television that they cannot, the whole world cannot hear the voice of IPOB spokespeople because you want the lies that you're trotting out to hold sway. The same way that you lied that I jumped bail. That is what you want. Any day we now go, or maybe on AIT or anywhere else, to push that lie, you will find them, you will ban them, you will suspend them. That is the type of country that some idiots are calling their own. That is the type of country that some people are calling Nigeria. One Nigeria. May God punish all of you, from Obasanjo to all of you, to any pastor, to any idiot that will talk about one Nigeria. God will punish all of you one after the other. You people are evil. You stay in a country where somebody can come out and keep lying every blessed day. IPOB was prescribed due to the activities. What is that activity? Let us go to your courts to debate it. Let us go to your courts to argue it. You have refused. You have not given us that chance. Since 2017 till now, we have not been to any law court in Nigeria to argue that IPOB should not be prescribed because you're running from the own courts. In the same country, if you lie against IPOB, if you come and you lie against the people, and we somehow found a way to make to perhaps straighten the records, that the world may know the truth, you find the TV station responsible and the FM station responsible. All of you idiots called Nigerians, you fools, you idiots, you morons are allowing Fulani to be doing these things every blessed day. You people, you allow Fulani to be toying about with your lives because you're cowardly, because you're foolish, because you're idiotic. When they say NIN, you gotta register. BVN, you gotta register. You don't even ask yourself, what are the consequences of all these registrations that Fulani are asking us to do? Yesterday, they removed a Ports Authority woman for corruption. A Fulani woman, they replaced her with another Fulani man. All of you are just there, idiotically. Anything that Fulani dishes out, you accept it. Be just like Obasanjo. Obasanjo is one of the worst fools in the world. That man is an idiot. He's an idiot, I'm telling you the truth. All of you fools, you see what is happening in the zoo, and you keep quiet. Because you want Yoruba people to be enjoying oil and gas coming from Biafra. God will punish Obasanjo. God will punish that idiot. Punish him 10 times over. Punish him 1,000,000 times over. Because he is evil. An evil, stupid man. And all the idiots going to Obasanjo's altar farm. All the fools going there to pay homage to that Satan. All of you will suffer, I'm telling you. I place a curse on all of you this very morning. You are in a country where you are lying against the people. The TV station called them to find out their own version, which even if you go to a law court, after the state must have presented their case, the accused person will be also allowed to present his or her case. That was exactly what happened. And you people are there, and Channels TV will pay 5 million naira fine. Inspiration FM will pay 5 million naira fine, and you are in a country being ruled by Fulani animals, and all of you are there keeping quiet, not saying anything. Shame on all of you, I'm telling you. All of you idiots that call yourselves Nigerians, all of you monkeys. Sometimes I don't even know why God ever bothered to create black people. I have no idea. You people are idiotic beyond redemption. Black people are fools, I'm telling you. You stay in a country where 6 million people, Fulani, they are not up to 6 million. Fulani, they are not up to 6 million people. Look at the way they are lording it over everybody. Idiots like Obasanjo, a complete fool like Obasanjo is there throwing their part because maybe they made him who he is today. Useless idiots. It's only if Channels TV want to be very foolish by paying this fine expression. What they need to do is that every journalist in Nigeria, every media house, if they insist that Channels must pay this very fine, they should all shut up shop. All of them should go on strike in the zoo to teach Fulani a lesson. Because of your stupid behavior, that is the reason why Fulani became emboldened to be doing all this manner of nonsense. Anything they like, they can do and get away with it in front of your eyes in a country with federal character. Nigerian Ports Authority woman, a Fulani woman goes, another one comes in, another Fulani man comes in, and you're telling me that you're human beings, you are learned, you're educated, we are the elite, we are the enlightened ones. You people are morons, you know nothing. You are foolish, you know nothing. Fools everywhere, and they are in this middle. That was the same way that it was yesterday. They said, oh, everybody should be. Look at the way the Fulani are liars. Unrepentant, demonic liars. They lie. They know how to lie. Them and their useless Zoom media. Them and their useless Yoruba Zoom media. Satanic people. Lucifer, you people are Luciferians. That is why black people are poor and backwards, because a black person is the embodiment of evil. Black people are evil, beyond evil. All of you were there 14th of September 2017 when my house was attacked by the Nigerian Army and Nigerian police. 28 of my men were killed. As a result of that invasion of my house, I lost my parents. My mom and my dad are dead today. Are you following me very carefully? Do you know that in Nigeria, that is why I'm telling you the truth. If I have a means, believe you me, when I die, of course, I will say God. I will ask God, the Almighty in heaven, why did you create black people? Why did you create black people? Are the most wicked species of animal in the world. Black people are more wicked than a serpent. Black people are evil. They are evil. A black person is the embodiment of evil. I'm telling you the truth. All of you stupid Nigerians were there. And in fact, as I'm saying this right now, I want the video of the invasion of my house on the 14th of September 2017 to be released to the whole world. To put a lie to this their nonsense. Asking Abaribe should be in prison for not producing Nnamdi Kanu, deputy speaker. That's some idiotic deputy speaker that did not allow TV people in America to speak, or the statement that they wrote to be read on the floor of the house. And you people are there answering one Nigeria. You people are there. These are the idiots who are the helm of affairs in your stupid zoological republic, in that damnable damnation that you call Nigeria. These are the morons, absolute idiots. How can you have electricity? How can you have employment in a place run by these retarded Neanderthals? I'm asking you, how can it be that somebody with conscience, a newspaper in Nigeria, is writing this rubbish? Abaribe should go to prison for not producing Nnamdi Kanu. I was in my house preparing to go to court. You came to kill me. You killed 28 people. My mom and my dad died as a result of it. My mother-in-law died as a result of it. And you people are telling me that you have conscience, that you're human beings? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? You people are evil. Black people are evil. That is why Africa is poor. God condemned Africa to poverty because black people are evil. You people are evil beyond evil. I'm telling you the truth. In National Assembly, in the zoo called Nigeria in Abuja, that I pray and I hope, I'm fasting that Boko Haram should go there and destroy all of you. You people are evil. Nigeria should not exist. You're asking Abaribe to go to prison. I was in my house. Preparing to go to court. You came to kill me extrajudicially. The press will not write about it. The zoo media don't talk about it. Because they are evil. They are black people. They are black. I stopped blaming God for the plight of black people because the mind of an average black person is replicates that of Lucifer. That is why we are black. Very, very evil set of people. I'm telling you. Why is it that nobody, no human being in the zoo, no media house, especially Yoruba, can come out and write the truth and ask this idiot, deputy speaker of whatever useless house it is in the zoo, what were you doing with a battalion of army and police in Nnamdi Kanu's house on the 14th of September of 2017? Nobody can answer that question. That is why I have come to the conclusion that black people should not have existed. In this Shoji, they are evil. They are evil. Black people are evil. I'm telling you. Evil. Beyond evil. God should not have created black people. Black people should not have been created. They are too wicked. I'm telling you the truth. Not just wicked, but very foolish and ignorant as well. Let us go to court to determine this very case. They don't want to call the case in court. Binta Nyako is there. Call this case in court. Let our lawyers go and debate it in the open to put to bed this lie once and for all.
Abaribe is in court. Abaribe went to court and defeated them in court and said the person that stood shortly was in his house. What were you doing in his house? Killing people. They ran away from court. And this idiot, this monkey, this Fulani, this fool has the guts to mention Abaribe's name. And all of you are reading it. All of you are reading it. As if you're fools. God should destroy black people. Black people are evil. That is why everywhere you go to around the world, they treat you as slaves. Because in your mind, in the mind of a black person, you are satanic. That was what God saw and cursed black people. Your wickedness is your undoing. I was in my house preparing to go to court. And as I'm saying, Sonto and all the rest of them, I want you to release and tag the deputy speaker of what animals. If not for a white man, if not for the British, will I be in the same country with these animals? I'm asking you. I can never be. I can never be. These are animals. I have nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing to do with these idiots. Idiots from the Sahel, idiots from the foothills of the mountain of vultures in Futajalon. I will have nothing to do with them. These are savages from the pits of hell. These are animal, wild beasts, as you can see all over the place. These are the people that you call your fellow citizens in the zoo called Nigeria. Let us go to court to debate the issue of IPOB proscription and tagging of terrorism. They are running from their own court. A newspaper in Nigeria will get up and be writing junk proscribed. When we are the ones begging them, come to court, let us debate this. They are the ones running. Everybody went to court and defeated them in court. Yet the idiot is opening his stupid, stinking, full mouth to be talking rubbish in Abuja, and papers are carrying it. He said he is the speaker, deputy speaker of the house, Idris Wasi. If not for Queen Elizabeth and Britain, will I know who you are? These Fulani idiots, you contribute nothing to the economy. The other day we saw a young boy from Abia build a transformer, build an electrical system. A little boy, he didn't go to university because we are born as scientists from our mother's womb. We are blessed people. A white man put all of us together in this nonsense called Nigeria. In this nonsense that produce idiots like Obasanjo. Idiots like Obasanjo. Oh, God in heaven. As ugly as his mind is, as devilish as his mind is, they can never speak the truth. Never ever will they speak the truth. And that is why black people will continue to suffer all over the world until the restoration of Biafra. Only Biafra can save black people. Anywhere you go, blacks are suffering, they're killing them, be it in Papua New Guinea, be it in USA. Everywhere you go, we are at the bottom. Nobody is asking himself, why is it that black people always are at the bottom of things? Why? Because you are evil. You black people, you are satanic. Your wickedness is second to none. That was what God saw. God looks into, go and read your Bible, your so-called Bible. God looks into the hearts of men and decide to bless any race according to their conscience of understanding of the universe and the word of God. God saw the heart of a white man, that though white people are a bit funny because they are humans, of course, he said that these people, out of everything I have created, Western Europe are those who are closest to honesty. That's why they have all the grace. If you don't know, let me tell you that the world, imagine a world ruled by black people from Africa. What do you think will happen? Anything that comes outside will be slaughtered. The head will be cut off immediately. We are savages now. Black people are savages of the worst kind. That was why God gave white people the grace, the Caucasian race. The black race was created before Homo sapiens, before Homo erectus, and then the Neanderthals. Black people started talking before white people. Caucasians started to speak, to formulate word and language. But God looked at the wickedness of a black man and said, no, these people are evil. For that, I am going to curse them, and I'm going to punish them, That is why, without exception, be it the Aborigines in Australia, everywhere you go around the world, dark-skinned people, black people are suffering. Because we are wicked. When you have the likes of Obasanjo, when you have the likes of people that claim they went to school, they see the truth and they turn that truth upside down. What do you expect God to do? All of you were there. Nobody, not even comments are asking them. But Nnamdi Kanu was in his house when you came on the 14th of September to kill him. Which court gave you the order to go to his house to kill him? They can never answer. Mad, stupid people produce. And let me tell you something. There is a Chinese missile that is out of control in space. A stray Chinese missile raises terror as it is expected to fall back to the ground between the next Saturday, from tomorrow until Monday. And the location where it's going to fall, nobody knows. I have been fasting and praying to God to let this missile fall on Asorok. There is a rogue Chinese missile that went crazy. It has lost control and is falling back to Earth. The Earth's gravitational forces is pulling it down to Earth. And I am praying to God, and everybody should pray and fast, that this out of control Chinese missile should fall on Asorok. Some of you don't know that black people are condemned by God himself. Another condemnation is the presence of Fulani Janjaweed in your lives. Everything I tell you is the truth. By the time you realize what Britain did to you by putting you and Fulani people together, to be too late. Because all of you, most of you will be in your graves. By then, they would have killed all of you. Those people talk about the world about genocide and pogrom and whatever, the Nazi and all the rest of them. I am telling you that Fulani is worse than than Hitler's Nazi party. Fulani is worse than Hitler. You see some of them, they come out and they try to speak English. Hey, is this thing? That's how the trouble started in Rwanda. In all this was rubbish. Fulani is evil, beyond evil. By the time all of you Zoo morons realize it, it will be very, very late. Very, very late. Out of control Chinese missile in the sky. Please fall on Asorok. We are begging you. Fall on that very place, so that Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad will understand what he has done to himself. I believe in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a bone for a bone, a life for a life,